Good morning, everyone. How is it going? Everyone's doing well today. We have an insane matchup today, actually. Insane matchup today. We have TES, also known as Legend, which is possibly two of our top teams. When I'm tabbing out stuff, looks like the stream does go down, so I'm gonna have to watch out for that. I'm not gonna tab out much then, basically. But yeah, we're just gonna be getting ready in the background. Oopsies. I don't know who's on the 1v1 today, but sit, enjoy the Chinese side of things, and we will be back momentarily. Who do I like this series? This one is going to be one of our closest series yet. This is rematch of the Demacia Cup Finals, and I think that this should potentially be a 5-game series. I think I prefer Anyone's Legend right now, and that Tabe and Tarzan are an incredible duo, but they haven't looked the cleanest, I suppose. This one's a little bit harder. I think it's just going 5 games. I think AL, I thought Top Esports might be better, but I don't know if that would be now. The question is how much of Top Esports managed to combine together with Kanavi early on. Because I do think that Tabe the coach and Tarzan the jungler are very, very good. Also, hi Nicola as well, I saw you on YouTube chat, hope you're enjoying yourself, and yeah.
比教练，先有请他跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是 AL 的 t 比。
那其实呢，在德杯夺冠之后，大家对于这一支 AL 的期待是非常高的。在目前第一赛段，想问问教练，觉得整个队伍的状态怎么样呢？
其实我们第一次打老干爹的时候，其实我们的状态当时是不好的。我们训练赛也遇到很多挫折啊。当时其实大家都有点怀疑人生。不过我觉得我们今天是有备而来。我们对比于上一次，我觉得我们今天准备已经很充分了，然后我们也准备了很多东西，希望一会儿可以展示给大家看。
其实大家说到这一场小组当中的焦点战，想问问教练对于这一场再对决会有什么样的看法呢？
我觉得这场比赛对于不管我们或者滔博来说都是不可以接受输的比赛吧。我觉得这把两边都会很紧的希望去拿下这把比赛。然后我想表达我自己的观点吧，就是我是只想着赢了今天。
那既然只想着赢，在赛前教练有什么想要对队员们说的加油的话呢？
我希望选手们可以拿出自己的全部吧，就不要去有所保留，然后要把自己，因为我们其实隔了很久了，就我们对于上次比赛，所以我们就冲吧，就把所有东西都全部放在今天这个比赛，然后让观众感受到我们 AL 的魄力。
就让我们一同期待今天这一场焦点对决。
So yeah, I think 369 perhaps didn't vibe with the amps to do that nearly as well as he did with
我们的赛前采访呢，邀请到的是滔博的 Kanavi 选手，先有请他跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是
Kanavi, one of the other JG。
好的，欢迎 Kanavi。那今天这一场对决呢，也是你们德杯之后的再度交手，也算是小组当中的焦点战了。你怎么看待今天这一场对决？
这一场对决的话，其实我们上次打AL的时候感觉配合不够好嘛，但是我们已经时间过了，然后我们配合慢慢合起来了，所以今天就看配合吧。
看配合，磨合度可能更好一些了。那同样的，你和荒米教练一同加入到了滔博之后呢，我想问问你和他现在的再度的配合，你觉得你们两个人的默契程度，包括对于教练，你是怎么样看待的？
其实我跟荒米教练打过很多年嘛，就感觉很熟悉的味道吧，就跟之前没什么区别。
今天也是我们这一场比赛焦点战嘛，所以有没有什么在赛前跟兄弟们、队友们说的加油的话？
想跟兄弟们说，就是过年前就最后一场嘛，然后希望全力拿下吧。
期待这一场对决吧。
Well, there you have it. Whatever was said on these interviews. Sam, of course, is going to be here soon. Thank you for the follows, by the way. I noticed a couple coming in. George, Michael, Bite Bandit, and well, Osmo was here 15 hours ago, but I appreciate you all the same. So this is probably the most hype matchup we will have in the group stage. I think besides IG, IGNIP, which I think was the other one, which was really starting to call to us. Checkmate, thank you for the follow as well. So yes, it is worth noting that hi Checkmate, how's it going? Yeah, so as Harold is saying in chat, Unending Despair is disabled. Am I a bit quiet? That might just be because I'm speaking quietly, and it might also be because of the stream being loud in the background. I can turn that up a little bit. This should be a little louder. I'll also turn it up here as well, so this is hopefully a little bit louder, and I'll turn the music down a little bit. Yeah, that's probably a good compromise, folks. That should be okay. When I tab out, it removes the feed. So let's not be doing that. Music is louder than you, mic's too low. Okay, well, when we get into game, let us know again. And hopefully that will be fine. I need to find out who's doing the 1v1, so I'm gonna go do that. But thank you, folks, for the audio advice. I appreciate it. Go Tarzan, go? Yeah, Tarzan's great. Tarzan's one of my very favorite players. Is it traditional attire? The outfits are for Chinese New Year. It's kind of a spring gala before Chinese New Year. So the last 2 days before Chinese New Year, the people dress up and do Chinese New Year related activities.
观看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第一赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端 掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com 虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。全新纯电 G 级越野车越野图腾御电峡谷，李宁日进斗金系列现已上市，一起练成好运体质。逛京东领国家补贴，下单享8折，参与赛事预测银行领。我在场就是主场，莫斯利安为 LPL 奶一口。OPPO Find X8 系列抬手就出片，招牌氛围感。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。澳丰电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第一。
How's chat?
Yeah, we're doing okay. How are you? Your voice seems a little...
My voice is, I don't know, I think I'm still I am a little huskier than I thought I would be. Maybe, I think probably what it is the big flight is quite dehydrating. It's 2 days of
Make sure you keep hydrated then, yeah, for sure.
broadcasting. Yeah, let me show that.
Okay, this is the intro. Yes, we'll have intro, then 1v1, and then we'll be onto the road. So everyone welcome in Sam.
Hello.
For the Brothers Cast. We are the only brother casters with League of Legends.
A pleasure to be here.
Always. Harold debuted on 4 Nations last night. Congratulations. I hope you're yeah, I hope you're well. Yes, my brother is Sam. Hello, this is Sam.
That's me. Hello.
That's it. Hopefully. Yeah, because I like it being a square rather than a rectangle, because it takes up less of the screen, but it tends to work a little better.
Hello, Deeds420. Good to see you. Welcome. Also, speaking of people on 4 Nations, I see Lexi Maswan, the other part of our OG casting broadcasting trio, is on 4 Nations now as well, which is quite something. There's a lot of people on that 4 Nations roster in general. I've had a lot of amazing times in esports, so it's pretty cool. Excited to catch a little bit of that league as we go.
So this will be within Shanghai, so back in the home arena for all LPL teams.
喜迎人间，福满峡谷展新篇。在这辞旧迎新的电竞春晚超级周末，我们诚挚地邀请您共赏2025英雄联盟职业联赛第1赛段。让我们有请双方对阵战队。
Yeah, the videos that they have for these guys are insane. In the crowd, and they've got themselves some dumplings on the head as well. So there's some wordplay. Oh, and they're handing out the red notes as well, the red packages as well. That's so cute, adorable. Aww. I like Chinese New Year for LPL. They're very cool.
Those are comfy seats in the audience too.
Yeah, proper cinema seats. But like nice cinema seats.
I know. Anyone's Legend is such a banger name for a team. I do quite like it myself.
Now the thing is, before they were good, people took AL and called them Awesome Logo because they weren't doing much else. But now they're actually a top tier team. Oh, Kanavi and 369 on top of esports. It feels right sometimes.
And the only thing that's really missing is Knight being on that roster. Really, there's a lot of old pieces.
Well, of course,
all over the place.
Of course, Kanavi was the JDG guy for a long
time. Yeah.
Hope to see more Last Free Nation stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'm always down for some stuff. I have been pitched a show or two potentially. It's just a case of effort and time, basically. And seeing if basically I'm the right fit for some stuff. But yes, I've been asked about one or two things, so keep your eyes open. Of course, keep your eyes open. And oh my god, it's Dumpling a Moo. Yes,
Dumpling a Moo.
Lead that little baby by the hand. Oh my god. Hi, Moo.
I'll be your friend.
I'll be your friend.
I may eat your brains because they are delicious.
What the hell, Sam?
It's dumplings. You're telling me you wouldn't eat the Moo brain
Not
dumpling?
if it's my friend.
I'd eat my friend's brain dumpling. But, you know, I'm a mercenary man.
Yo, what? That is not okay. No, this is, you know how Eren has a no killing goblins sign?
Yeah.
We're gonna have a no eating dumplings sign.
And the thing is, people who don't know about the no killing goblin sign are missing out.
Yeah. Yeah. He's just a little, he is a very big little guy, but he's a little guy.
Anyway,
Yeah.
he's significantly taller. Is it Iris or Candace? I didn't quite catch actually. But there's like a significant like head taller.
Yeah.
Dumpling taller.
He's so big he fits on both cameras. Not to like shame the dude, but it's a big boy. So, I haven't seen who's doing the 1v1. Have you seen many of the 1v1s yet?
I've only caught like,
really cool.
the highlights as yet. I think it's been a really good fun though.
Oh, yeah,
I
for
don't
sure.
think it's a really cool concept. I think it's a much funner way to have side selection.
Yeah,
decided.
VCS and PSS did it last year, of course. So we're not the first ones to do it. However, I'm glad that we're doing it because it legitimizes one of the original game modes of League of Legends. Someone pisses you off in solo queue, you see 1v1 me, bro. We have been doing this for as long as there have been lanes to fight 1v1 in.
Very true. I feel like as a duo as well, we have not 1v1'd all that much.
That does... Yeah, no, somehow.
We've just not done that. I think probably because I'm not a laner, really.
That and Sam,
I'm not that great at the game.
I think I would just beat you.
Probably. Although when we did it on air, I did beat you.
That's because... Okay, I'm not...
So
no,
I have in fact got footage.
You did, yes.
I fumbled the kill and tower versus Jordan.
No, I had the wrong keybinds and a bunch of stuff, but you did beat me. I will give you that one. So anyone can look up the LG Ultra Gear, whatever it was, back in 23, start of 23. It's got to be Cream versus Shanks, surely. I have to say, I don't think side select is currently ruining the game, or something like that. I think it's better to use your 1v1 to get someone comfortable on stage. I think it's way better to get a mid laner or a top laner, especially if it's a younger one, you need to get used to the pressure. Put them in the hot seat, because it's better to lose there than it is to lose actually on the Rift. I think that's actually been quite an important thing for some people. We've seen it for like Linfeng, who won his 1v1 versus Scout actually yesterday. Should be getting ourselves in draft soon. And there we go. So this will be the 1v1. As in Shanks and Cream are our 1v1 as well. So cool. That's great to see. As yeah, Sam, you know what? I'm mainly gonna let you look over the actual 1v1 side of things because I feel like you should. Oh, Mel is not enabled. That lead thing in the middle. Mel is not enabled. Looks like at all right now, despite it being towards the new patch.
We're keeping our eyes on. I think there's some rumors about her potentially receiving a hot fix nerf at some point. There's a few of those abilities that are hitting a little harder than people were expecting them to. So we'll keep our eyes on that one, but currently not available for pro play. So we'll keep dear Arcane Mel away from our thoughts for now. But it is understandably
Ivan?
a lot of AD carry bans is what I was going to say, and then we see the Ivan ban, which surely is a niche one.
Oh my god.
But we're seeing Renekton versus Alistair. Gonna try and headbutt him out of the...
Look at the laughs on...
out of the pulverize on
look
zone.
Look at the laughs on the face of the top esports guys. One of the other, my favorite things, by the way, is after people lock in, all the teammates huddle around and they go watch their players, or some teams do. Some of them leave them alone. They're like, oh well, whatever, leave him to himself because we don't want to pile on more pressure. But I really like the ones who just like, much like you would do if you were at a PC cafe or at a LAN or something, they just go stand over the shoulder of the guy that's playing the 1v1.
I feel like we've done that quite a lot. I remember me and you doing that to X-Matty of all people.
Oh,
when he was
yeah.
playing Rise and being absolutely obnoxious little casters over
I
his
like
shoulders.
X-Matty. He's a good bloke. He's a good bloke. We've done it once or twice. New towers do so much damage? Yeah, they do. Do a lot less if you have Alistair ultimate. So, but the thing about Alistair is you used to have the Emperor Palpatine tech, where effectively you'd headbutt someone away, but as they were flying away, you could channel an auto. So you could use like all of your single auto blast items. So Triforce Static Shiv, and you just like hammer them, and you'd have this lightning bolt stretching from you to them. So you'd have like this Sith lightning Alistair way back.
And no one could respond because they were headbutted away from you.
So I actually don't know what the tech is on current Alistair. He has Airy, and he has Snowball versus, you know, a Renekton with Barrier and Ignite.
And he started Bramble Vest.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Look, Shanks is on something today, folks. If it works, hats off.
Is he just going to wait for the ring? Is that the plan? Wait for the ring and headbutt them out?
Oh my
That's
God.
What I'm thinking.
Is that the play?
I think it might be. I think he's playing for a ring out.
Yeah, that would be the arena tech. The arena tech where now Cream will have to force his ult before the ring out comes through. Surely you'd go for Barrier or something like that instead then, but maybe that's the play. Oh my God, surely he's not doing something as obnoxious as that.
Well, he's got Snowball as well, so he's got all the gap close options.
So he's gonna go towards him, try and headbutt Cream out of the...
I genuinely think so.
But surely Cream's just going to murder him.
Maybe, but he can sit here and hit the cowbell and just like mentally destroy Cream before the game.
By the way, folks, let us know what volume's like as well, as always, because we did just change some stuff around as we're loading it for the setup with two of us, rather than me ASMRing through a cast. By the way, folks, in case you didn't know or unfamiliar with my great many pedigrees and achievements, I was ranked 2 in Arena on Europe, and I've been top 100 on every Arena set. So if there's an Arena strategy that someone's used, good chance I know it's been used against me.
I still remember Finn and Advienne getting annoyed at you just being better than they. Ari thinking they'd gotten you, and you just destroyed them with Zyra.
I'm seeing Finn this weekend actually. When we get Arena back for the next season, I'll see whether I can
get some duo streams. Do you and Finn, man?
Well, I'm gonna see if I can do something on. Oh, this is a problem. Cream might just be able to kill the turret. Now he doesn't have Demolish. Oh, hit back into the turret. It's not bad from Shanks actually, but he can just keep trying to hit the thing. Shanks trying to delay the CC coming through. That's a lot of damage. Shanks is playing this quite well, actually.
And actually, honestly, the trading's been really good. And this is solo lane Alistair, right? You're getting more experience and gold than you would in just a normal Summoner's Rift game as a support Alistair. This is your ARAM support
If
tank,
that had
so
hit, Cream might have been in some trouble because Shanks could walk past him and get the heal. Base dash of Alistair getting insane, too.
I mean, he's obviously not winning in tower damage. He's obviously not winning in the CS, but the trading's been good. And I think it is absolutely correct to call out that ring out win condition.
There's ring out, but I do think that Cream will be looking to kill the tower. You see that Cream's immediately gone for a Kindle Gem, some HP instead of anything else. I think that will help him walk past the Alistair and look towards tower kill.
Yeah.
Because it's a single tower, 2 kills, or ring out, effectively. Or you burn down in the ring. So I still think Cream has the advantage. He's taken 2 plates already. He's got more gold because of that. And yeah, Alistair is balanced around having less gold, which is...
A thing.
So whenever you go into ARAM and you play against the support, you realize how broken their kits are because they're not meant to have 3,000 extra gold compared to what they have at the late game.
Don't get me wrong. I have seen some unusual 1v1s. I still remember Uzi in a show match on stage losing to a random Platinum Blitzcrank.
Oh, yeah.
In an ARAM. 1v1, and that was a whole thing for a while. So it's definitely been done.
We had
some of the unusual options.
We had Kled versus Wukong. No, Warwick versus Wukong between Flandre and I can't remember who he was playing as, but it was Flandre. Was it Wanjiang? Maybe I can't remember.
Yeah, you janked us quite a lot there. Cream, though, is doing his very best to deal with the airy Alistair, by the way, just for that additional bit of poke and healing, which is fantastic. Gonna try and get towards the healing.
He might be able to headbutt him out, but he's tanking a huge wave if he does. Oh, that's okay. Point and click does give you the aggro nowadays. Gets, yes, 221 gold for the cannon. Don't want to miss that one.
Excellent news.
Using the trample as well. He's maxed his headbutt, which sometimes you can kind of tandem max Q and W. But see the amount of damage that his trample is doing to the minions too, actually.
It's
Cream,
quite a lot.
but Cream is not actually able to get towards the wave
turret.
because, the turret, because Shanks is actually wave clearing quite well with his abilities.
He's just headbutting on cooldown. Look at the cooldown. It's non-existent.
What?
I bet you he's got cooldown in his boots.
And I tell you what also has happened as well. You see the little thing on the HUD. I don't have my epic pen up. I should have done that before. ARAM balance has come through as well. So there's a chance actually that you have. I can't remember what Alistair's ARAM buffs and nerfs are on Howling Abyss, but that will affect this mode. So if he has extra cooldown reduction or less damage taken or something like that, then that will affect ARAM.
Well. When does the ring start, by the way? Because we don't have a timer.
That's a great question, Sam. I can't remember. Timer's not on here,
so we just have to go by vibes.
Yeah, I have to go by vibes.
I'm imagining around level 11-ish.
I don't see the area imbalance icon on Ellie. It's on the left-hand side. It's the very left-hand side of both of the HUDs. Like the kind of like the buff bar for both of them. That little like platform with the light going down to it. That's your area imbalance bar. I'm pretty sure.
I thought that was the 3 circles going on. Isn't that the recall buff? Isn't that your recall?
No. Oh, maybe no. The I'm thinking of the wrong ones. The golden icon was the area buff one. Blue one is the bouncer. Yeah, you're right. No, it used to be the case with Rek'Sai that used to pick her for the ARAM 1v1 because of that. I don't know whether that's the case on the showdown mode though. I would assumed it was, but maybe I'm just wrong.
Interrupts the recall with the snowball. You love it.
And you'll notice that 100 CS win condition isn't a thing now, because it is about the ring out. So you don't have to worry about being 30 CS behind a swing.
No, that's true. You don't actually have to worry about that, which is a big deal. Because obviously that was a win condition for a lot of 1v1s for a very long time. People used to play for the 100 CS win condition because it was just a lot more stable, bluntly.
I say as if there was a proper meta. There wasn't. Because we've never had 1v1s be as enshrined within pro play. It's not necessarily gone.
I still remember Froggen getting snowballed into the fountain twice in the same fight versus Double Lift.
Yes, in the same, because he played Olaf. And, yeah, that was pretty bad.
It was when Dash had purple hair.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. A lot of people were calling you Dash the other day, so...
I do have very similar hair and beard, it's true. I'll take it. Dash is a handsome man.
Is Alistair pick even legit? I believe it is. We'll see actually whether it's a legit 1v1 champion, but yeah. Thornmail Tabby versus the Black Cleaver. I have to say, oh wait, there's even double Merc Treads from Cream, not double Merc Treads, double Null Magic Mantle. So I suppose, well, Alistair does do mainly magic damage, and we see the ring out coming through. You see the circle on the screen. So it'll be coming through at some point.
So about level 11 is the marker for it, for those who don't have an idea as yet. There's the shrine used. Turret's at half HP.
I don't think the turret win condition is going to happen
It's
now.
not.
The Cream's not been able to get onto it, and the Headbutt Pulve's been pretty good at clearing out the waves.
This has to favour the Alistair at this point, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, especially when you have the level 11 ultimate as well. So Shanks is giving a little bit of poke back there. Shanks wants this battle to take place in the middle of the lane. Cream needs to somehow take a huge trade before this comes through. I don't think you're going to be able to survive through this. Shanks doesn't want this full wave to come through now. He doesn't want to waste his ultimate either, though, is the big thing. So he's going to hold this now. He has a really good ability to hold the wave. He's going to walk up. Get the heal. Doesn't get the heal. All right, we are full ring out mode now. This is going to be ARAM tech, Arena tech trying to just ring out using the ult.
There is the Dominus, and the Alistair pops an ultiple afterwards, down to about a third HP. Cream much win from raw damage here. Shanks doesn't get the headbutt out. He's not played it properly, I don't think. He's run out of ultimate. Gets the pulverize, a slice, a dice, and Cream wins regardless.
I can't believe he picked for the ring out and then fails the ring out. Cream just looks at it and says, all right, I'll kill you before you get to punt me out. Does exactly that. Forces the Alistair ult early. And we waited all that time for nothing. Go, girl. Give us nothing.
Slay yourself.
Yeah, he's taking himself to the abattoir.
Well, it's steaks for breakfast, boys and girls. And everyone else, that's what you're getting. I am sorry. As courtesy of Butcher Renekton doing unspeakable things.
Right. So we should be getting ourselves into Champs Light for Game 1 pretty soon after this point. So stick around. I cannot believe that Shanks just... Oh, man, I feel bad about that. I liked the idea, but the execution lacking somewhat.
I mean, it felt like the trades early on all made sense. Just when it came to the all-in, it just didn't work, was the problem.
Yes, it worked up until the point which was the most important in the game. It didn't work.
Yeah, and then it didn't work. It's true. I think probably when you're looking back at that, you'll see that he overstepped trying to get towards that heal shrine. Hurt a little bit. And does the heal shrine give Renekton resource?
No.
Doesn't give him Fury. There we go. I wondered whether he might do that, because I know there's obviously give mana back to mana champions.
Okay, folks. Just before we get into Champs Light, I'm just aware that adverts will run out mid-game, game 1. So we're going to run adverts now on Twitch, so don't worry, you're not going to be missing anything too important. Doing that now just so you don't miss any too much of Champions Light, minus a little bit of that. Just making sure that we're not going to mess up your viewing experience for later in the day, and if you don't want to see adverts at all, you can always just drop a Prime or watch on YouTube, which you're streaming on as well. So I hope you guys are okay with that one, as we're on now, and I'm going to go get myself another coffee just before we start the game.
Hey, Al. Can you... Espresso, please. Sometimes it's nice to have someone who can help you get a coffee when you require it. Waiting now to get into draft for our first game between Anyone's Legend and Top Esports. And maybe a year ago, maybe 2 years ago even, as AL actually had a pretty good summer split. So, but you know, a year and a half ago, you wouldn't have had this down as a top match. I think it's fair to say it would have been very heavily Top Esports favoured, who have been a top team for pretty much their entirety of their time in the LPL. Anyone's Legend, on the other hand, have often been a lower economy team, a bargain team, with good players here and there, but pushing towards mid-table at best. This time around, they have got themselves a championship contending caliber roster, at least on paper. It's been a good start to the split for both teams, but it's only been a single series. They're one win apiece. First bans coming on through Mel, globally banned, we already had that conversation. Jace, Zyra and Bessa should not surprise you. As bans on the other side, the ubiquitous Skarner and Kalista bans. Cassante also pretty high priority, and 369 a massive Cassante player, so no surprises there in the bans. Does have a Leave the Vi open. Thank you very much. And Kanavi is notoriously a Vi merchant if he gets the opportunity.
Also, the thing about the Vi is that unlocks a different kind of composition. So what you use is a Vi comp to use a lot of champions that you don't really get a chance to in other drafts. You can play more Talia, more Ari, a couple of other different picks work out with that too. Rumble is so powerful though, it would have been very good with the Vi, but that champion kind of busted, and it solves all of your magic damage needed as well now. So you can go for the Corki mid, you can go for another ADC in bot lane, and Top Esports will have to be very, very careful about what they pick into the Rumble. Aren't that many good matchups.
And to go back a little bit as well to the Vi compositions, remember this is Fearless, and that means the ability to use strong compositions that work on theme but aren't necessarily champions that are evergreen, only work in certain compositions or are easy to make work in certain compositions, is really valuable in terms of the drafting power you give yourself. Aurora though is one of the higher ticket picks in general. You're going to want to make sure you get the win with that champion if you're picking it.
And the great thing about the Aurora is that it will always reach the backline because the ultimate is just a slap down circle, which you can't really avoid if you're positioning for a team fight. It's not necessarily quote-unquote a Vi combo, but both of them reach the target that they want to, and that can be very, very helpful. Not always got the easiest laning phase, but if you're going to pick like a Victor or Orianna, which works into the Aurora, you're going to really be hurting in the team fights later on. So I think this is pretty decent for Top Esports. I'm a little bit worried for the Ornn versus Rumble. It can kind of fall apart a little bit. So for me, I'm now going to see, I really want to see from Anyone's Legend if they can have really good laning phase to stop this big engage wombo combo on the top side from Top Esports coming online too early.
And they've locked in the Rel for Kyle, have AL, and of course they've now got themselves a very big team fight combo of themselves, but I think for Top Esports, yes, the laning phase for the Ornn might be a little bit dicey here and there, but if they do get to the team fights, their target access is nearly unparalleled with those three champions. Those ultimates will be hitting key targets. It's very difficult to avoid at least one of those ultimates landing.
Tarzan going to get some of his champions removed from him as well. One thing which I think is very apparent in this meta, so whatever region you're watching, I think watch out for this and you'll learn a lot about the game. If a team only has a single engaged threat, that team tends to lose. Because what happens is, every other player on the other team can look at, say in this case, just the Rel and goes, I just need to not get hit by Rel. If you ban away stuff like the Sejuani, maybe we can ban away Maokai as well.
Might be wise, yeah.
Something like that. You can potentially put Kyle into a position where he is sole engaged. I suppose what you can do as well is put the Corki into mid lane, look at something like an Ashe or a Varus, use them for engaged. Jhin as well, which could be on that. We saw a pretty good Jhin from Haze yesterday too.
Yes, we did. Fun 1v1 into Starry's Lucian a few times with the very exciting 2v2s.
So I think AL are really looking for just one extra engaged source. Can chuck it in. Well, the Yono would have been great for mid lane. That would have been great for mid lane if you wanted to do that. And that one's still going to be locked in. But they want themselves just one extra thing to help with the wombo.
The Xin Zhao is certainly an option. I think you are someone who can join the Rel on the dive. You add theoretical frontline with the ult. And actually considering things like the Aurora and the Ornn can sometimes do their damage from outside of the range of your Crescent Guard, you can somewhat tank those up. Ezreal similarly wants to play from a certain point beyond the range of the Xin Zhao, and it can make choosing your moments to try and kill him a little trickier, assuming this gets locked in, obviously.
And I think AL are using the Corki flex very well here, because they can wait for the bot lane, see if they're okay playing the Corki Rel down there, or you can just say, alright, let's you can still flex the Corki to the mid lane, get a better match with the bot lane if you do feel like that's a problem. Ezreal Alistair, I don't think there's any problem with the 2v2 there. You have full flexibility. This is about comp now, not about lanes for this last pick, between mid and bot. As I said, you need one more engaged threat from somewhere.
And I think Crisp on the whole as well is generally, at least in my mind, better.
Ooh,
when
Alistair
he's
Silas.
enabled.
Ooh, Alistair Silas. And Aurora's
my.
laning phase is not that good. This could be huge. You can
not
steal
wrong.
the Vial, you can steal the Ornel. No, please, Silas, come on. Silas would be so good here. Alistair, you only get one shot. It's the Galio. Look, the problem I have with this now is the Galio is still follow-up engage. You're going to be jumping in with the Rel or the Shinzao or something like that, but it's still just the Rel doing the engaging, and that really worries me. That could have been an Alistair ulting Silas, Sam.
It could have been. I'm gonna as well as really good.
I'm definitely going to storm out in rage, not to get my coffee in the other room, but because I'm really annoyed that Shanks went for this.
Don't give it away. Don't look behind the curtain, guys. Don't look. There's no wizard there getting his coffee. I think I will say though, while Al has a point, and I largely agree, I think Rel is your primary engage. Having the Shinzao as another Galio target, another Galio vector, is at least a decent combo as an engage tool too. So I don't think it's entirely on the Rel, even if Shinzao's engage is sometimes a little more conditional. You do have the ability to meet those conditions relatively freely. That said, I think Top Esports have got themselves a very good Vi combo. The Alistair, the Ornn, the Vi can all single out some of those targets that might otherwise be harder to get to. Ezreal, Aurora will be able to reach targets with their range and ultimates in particular. You see the angle there. There's our players discussing game plans and battle orders before they head on to the Rift. Should be absolute banger. I'm trying to give a little bit of hype because this, in many ways, is going to be one of the best matchups you watch all year. It's going to be really good.
It's definitely going to be, I think, the best one you see in the group stage. Sam, would you like to have the headphones? Would you like me to have them for game sound?
Do you want to do it so I can actually hear you?
That's okay.
I've taken the headphones off your stand rock, haven't I?
A little bit, Sam. You
I'm
just
sorry
kind of
about
just get the like. I'm not saying that my cable management is good, but you weren't helping with it. Anyway, we're in Shanghai for our first of our spring gala games in the last days before. It's called a spring gala because it's the days before Chinese New Year, so they do a little bit of celebration for it. We've seen the red packages being given out to the fans as the teams come out with smiles, and a little bit of charity as well. Anyone's Legend, they have been, well, this is a rematch of the Demacia Cup finals.
Yes.
Anyone's Legend, I thought they'd be good. I didn't quite realize they'd be that good that early. Tarzan and Tabe, for me, two of the most strategically defining players within the player and coach within the LPL, but they're also against Top Esports, who have a bunch of really good players like Kanavi and 369, who have ran the league for years. So, really good matchup. This one could be a late playoffs matchup. Seriously, keep yourself seated, get everyone in here. It's a great matchup.
I hope you are suited and booted, ready and dressed up for the event of the split. Well, that's a bit exaggerating. The event of the group stage at the very least. Maybe it will be the event of the split. You can hope, guys, that this really will be a fire matchup. Top Esports resplendent in an orange outfit, by the way. I know it's kind of red, but it's kind of that burnt orange that gives you like a serious warning colours. Maybe they're like Aphelios, where if they're red and white, you just don't fight.
I always used to think of Aphelios like bug language, where if there are certain colors trying to warn you, you're like, yeah, yes, I'm poisonous. Ah, yes, I'm something like that. You know, when like all the I like that. You should get some black and yellow guns for Aphelios just so the song can play as well.
That's
true. And because it looks like a bee. Zara, thank you so much for the gift sub as well, dropping out 10 to gift subs within the chat as well. And if you're watching over on YouTube, we appreciate you being here as well. So,
hey YouTube.
Looks like there's a bit of a delay getting into the game because they're still in the play camps and we're still yapping.
Well,
that won't stop actually. So that's not
369 is just looking like there is a certain I'm at my desk job vibe to 369. Like, look at that. That is a man who you can see in a black and white suit just there doing some drudgery with that expression.
Can I take your order, please? Yeah. Yes, one Cassante. There's
order 369 ready for delivery.
Press that. Kim, order 369. Come to the cashier. Where do you think
He's an ornery man?
Shut up. Shut up so much. Shut up. Shut up. I'm going to kill you and then kill you again.
It's alright, I'll be Cassante Hatfield at that point. I'll be a saint. A Sante.
What?
It's like trying to get
Cassante.
It's like I was trying to go for like saint.
Wait, hang on. Why do we not have Cassante yet? Why do we not have Cassanta?
What?
Why do we not have Cassanta as a skin?
Because Braum is already Santa. And
I don't care. Give me Cassanta.
Cassanta. Is it like Krampus but not as well?
But like, what was I will not yield? We can make that into a. We can give him Christmas themed things.
He just has candy canes for his Antofos.
Oh my god.
And he goes ho 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 as he goes all out.
Yes. Oh my God, Cassandra, give us money now. We will make it.
And you know, like he's got his W charge put forward. You can have like the sleigh going forwards when he goes forwards on the W.
Do you think the refs in the background trip over the cable sometime? Oh, 100%.
Guaranteed. I'm friends with a few refs. They definitely do.
369, your child is at the help desk. It's like the Simpson thing. It's like, Marge Simpson, your son has been, your son is at the help desk. Also, your older, fatter, balder son is at the help desk because it's Homer. Oh my God. Cassandra is enough. Cassandra's great. That'll be perfect.
Who would be Krampus? Is it just Ivan? Can I get a Krampus Ivan skin?
Don't we already have that for Fiddlesticks Dark Candy kind of?
Kind of, that's true. But he's more of like a Jack Frosty character.
Yeah, ooh, who'd be Krampus? It's gotta be something demonic, right?
I feel like Ivan. That creature is not normal.
We already have the elder, the elder god Ivan, which is kind of among that.
I feel like he could be a Grinch too.
Because normally it's a goat thing, isn't it, Krampus? Like a goat-headed demon.
I feel like you could do it for Kindred.
Yeah, but we already have... Thing is, they're already doing stuff like the Chosen of the Wolf thing, so, yeah. Helor, thank you so much for the subs as well. I hope you're doing well. Helor, you're going to have to tell me where your allegiances lie now, because I remember you being a LNG fan, but I don't know whether that was Scout Allegiance or LNG Allegiance.
We already have one of our regular viewers renamed to JDG Scout as best.
Yeah, so. LNG Scout is best. No, the JDG Scout is best.
Friendship with LNG has ended. Now JDG is my best friend.
Oh yeah, by the way, folks, we do have some new emotes coming to the channel.
Fabulous.
Oops, I just punched the microphone. Sorry,
Why would you do that?
Random outbursts of violence. Jesus Christ, Mecha, you did not have to up
Mecha!
The 100 gift bomb.
What?
Nymaera with the gold content. That's going to be going for forever now we have this bloody thing on the background. But thank you so much, everyone, for...
Holy moly.
I think that might have actually just taken us over our all-time... Oh my God, we're going to have more sub spots now. I thought I was going to fill out some of them, and now there's too many. Anyway, hi, folks.
This stream has always been sponsored by Mecha Fanboy.
Yeah,
I mean,
however...
Halo and Grumpy Zero, what are we, 120 subs? Within...
Well, Mecha put out a 50 the other day, so that's
Damn!
So that's... Oilers be praised. And I'm actually going to have to turn this on to the other scene because all we're going to hear is Nymaera with some gold content once again from Atlas for probably the next half an hour.
That was when...
Hey, that might actually be able to take us through the break. They could do that, but that would also drive me insane. You don't have to deal with it because you don't have the headphones. But...
It's true, it's just gold content, well, I mean...
Yeah. It's why when we get Silver Scrapes, it's because we're hoarding the gold content.
Does Atlas know you have that as your thing?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, Sam. Atlas and I don't actually interact that much. That one came through from me putting out a comment on a post-match thread because that was when it was Atlas and LS. And you know when LS had the copy pass?
LS AKA, I remember this one, yeah.
LS AKA, and I did the. This was back when he was such. This was when he was an Aatrox hater. Like a real Aatrox hater, so it was LS, aka Large Sword, is a weapons enthusiast who judges the size, like is a master of all weaponry and the sizes of blades and stuff like that. And he read that out on there, and then shouted me out, which was really cool, and it was very funny. And I have the full clip somewhere, but yeah, I don't know where the full.
That was what gave you the boost to become a caster. That's how you do. That's how you.
That's the one. Yeah. By the way, folks, in case it wasn't obvious, like, we take a lot of inspiration from kind of Atlas and LS, kind of
massively.
Goofing around until it needs to be serious. That's the thing which I think LCK has always done very well, where they'll be, where they'll just be goofing around, not necessarily paying attention to anything gameplay related until it's absolutely critical, and then switching the tone on a dime. And it's so entertaining to me.
I think it's also, we look back to people like Monty and Doa, and I think like one of my favorite comedy moment ever from League of Legends was, as we've got a bit of a pause here anyway, was an MSI game between Fnatic and I want to say Supermassive.
I think it was Supermassive, yeah. Or whatever the TCL team was.
Yeah, and the support was Dumbledore.
Might have been Besiktas or something like that, or 1907 Fenerbahce.
And the support was Dumbledore back in 2015 with that Fnatic roster. And there's a moment where Dumbledore just sniped down, and basically Doa goes, Dumbledore just sniped. Wait, snipe, kill, Dumbledore, which is just inspired. And Monty just goes, oh god, in the background. It is so good.
Funnily enough, I was talking about this with some of the LEC cast the other day because we were doing like our pre-split kind of kickoff and stuff. That looks like we're getting into game. That's the camera getting into game. But once someone said, and I don't think this is cynical. I think this is very funny in terms of the best part of Doa's casting was Monty's laugh. And that's not putting Doa down. It's just when Doa and Monty would do something, the other would laugh so much. Anyway, got some jars go on. We'll listen to them and then we'll get back to it.
replacing the laughter with the cheers instead of the crowd. They're passionate, you can't blame them for this.
And these two teams have gotten a lot of fan base over the last while too. So it's really cool to see the fan base invigorated for both these teams. Of course, we have, of course, Flandre was on this team. I was like, oh, Flandre from blah, blah, blah versus blah, blah. And of course, Flandre is on this team. And I was wondering whether he was on... Yeah, sometimes I lose track of all the roster moves because it's quite hard to track all of them.
I had a moment last night on LC where I was like, oh, it was a really good match yesterday. It was between, the teams. I was like, wait, I forgot OMG was the team. I was like, I can remember the uniform. I can remember the players. What is the team? And it was just like massive mind blank.
It is a bit of a problem when you're casting so many different regions all the time. This should be, I think, the best match of a group stage. We did have IG and IP. That was really cool too. I think, based on current form, very recently saw them in Demacia Cup on a similar meta in the finals. Tarzan and Tabe integrating into the team really well so far. Cream and Shanks to me, I know it's very early into the split. Cream versus Shanks should be the battle for the next elite mid laner. Realistically, these two have been vying at it for a while. These two and maybe someone like Fofo have been around for a long time trying to be like that proper upper echelon. So that match is really exciting to me. We do have a lane swap, and 369 not exactly enjoying this. Didn't get any XP from the first minions either. Just watch out on that bar on the top left to see if the purple line comes up. Not there right now. That's a lot of damage, buddy.
369 takes a moment to go forwards, and I think that might have been a mistake. He is on Train Conductor on somewhere out there. Captain Flowers is still smug about the fact that he managed to get a skin into the game effectively. And it was an inspired choice. And I can't Clayton, you're a real one, man.
I can't wait until we get like Thresh back in meta so we can finally get Janna to Thresh.
Oh, it's so good.
Because that skin is it tickles me in the right way, Sam. That sounds really bad.
I think it's the fact that his lantern is a bucket to go with him up as well is just so on point.
There was someone at Worlds who was dressed up as Janna to Thresh. It's quite an easy cosplay. Just turned up in a work overalls with a bucket and a mop with a name tag saying "My name is Thresh," which is very good. Flandre, of course, okay to be in the lane swap as the Rumble. One of the reasons why Rumble has been very near 100% pick ban in the LPL. Obviously, Fearless kind of ruins that stat a little bit, because if it is picked, then it's not there for the rest of the series. Like, this champion, very good in standard lanes. Basically, nothing beats him besides the Galio. And then also very good in lane swap as well, because you get to farm with E, get your shield on the turret, and your overheat does a lot more damage than people respect. Using the Valkyrie for the wave clear hit, one of the bit of chains to Corki.
Look who's here, though. It's Tarzan with red buff, and level 3 has taken his red side quadrant and run right the way on down. And 369 level 2, yes, but I don't think there's much for him to do. The knock-up is there, but unfortunately not onto someone who tanked the turret, and Hope manages to juggle the aggro just fine. Your second plate going the way of Ale, and first blood as well.
Yeah, and with the teleport taking so long to come through, I even reckon that's going to be another minion down there. So he missed a cannon, missed another minion. Is Flandre going to be returned the favor on this top side? If you can get himself the cannon, just the XP, that's really good. Look, the wave clear coming out just before the tower comes down. The wave comes into tower. That's really important. Is anyone coming to save him? No, probably dead here.
Taking a chunk from Kanavi, who's of course got red buff. Flandre going through chunks back, and Hope has actually reset and come up here. Makes it a bit tricky. There is a ward just at that entrance to Krugs, though, making it a bit tricky. And the lane swaps here. Hope comes on up, will clear up this wave, and Flandre gets out. Doesn't even have to burn a summoner, actually. It's pretty good stuff, honestly, for AL in this early game.
And I think it has to be, but this is a good start, because we were saying, well, top east was like combos much easier earlier on. Chris goes in for a combo. Jackie looks taking a big chunk out of Hope.
And that's on the reset as well, remember. Hope's already gone back to base. That's a pretty good timing there from Jackie, who then, as we're speaking about it, missed a mystic shot.
That's a huge point in chat. Yeah. I think we were seeing this in the lead up to it. I never believed this would ever happen in LPL. LPL is on live patch. Because there is no first blood for the feats of strength. It's first to 3 kills. That's a very good point.
So correct. Good call.
So JD Blue in chat, thank you so much for highlighting that. That's completely true. We did see that in the intro coming through. Normally I expect, because it takes a while for patches to get through in China, that will be a week or two behind the patches. We're on live patch, guys.
And we kind of alluded to it, right? Because Mel is global banned, and that wouldn't be the case if we weren't on the live patch, and we just kind of dismissed it.
Sometimes I'm just dumb. It's like, oh yeah, Mel's been disabled. A lot of the time. It is a miracle I have a job with which hinges on intelligence.
It's entertainment, Alex, is what we're actually.
And also, we have a Blood Rose counter at the top of the screen as well. That's
very nice.
I like that.
And of course, you've got to remember that the roses you pick up as Jackie shifts away just fine, gets stunned up briefly. We can go back to talk about the roses again. The Blood Roses are a global buff for your team as well, so picking them up if you're in solo queue is really good, because everyone gets that buff.
Yeah, and the patch only came through like a day or two ago.
Yeah.
Man, I never thought I'd see the day where LPL is on live patch. We've had so many times we're like, well, are we changing patch? And it's like 2 weeks after everyone else has done. This is great. I'm really happy with this. This is something which I've hated for a long time about China. About the LPL is just that the patch would take so long to catch up. Well, I guess it meant more. It hit harder when it finally came in. But now we get ourselves first grubs spawning. Of course, with the bot lanes on top side, adds an extra effect into that. 369 teleport, no teleport. Flandre could teleport to this if he wanted, but it's a long teleport, remember.
It is. The timers are very extended this early in the game from that distance. Instead, we're seeing 4 members looking for the taunt, and that's not bad, actually. Cream in danger. Hit with the wind becomes lightning, but gets the ult off regardless. Galliot comes on in, keeps Kyle alive. Now Kanavi's in dangerous waters, but manages to get out to safety, and no one falls down as yet. But Flandre is chasing Crisp away. Should have the headbutt and the pulverizer, so couldn't finish it off regardless.
While this is happening, Flandre is now losing a wave to turret and bot side because the play didn't work out well enough. Level 6 to 369. Flandre dropped the wave, and he's down on XP, and that could potentially be a pick here.
Well, there's the train coming into the station, and Flandre decides he wants to get out of dodge there. The bullet train will not be to the head, and he stays alive for now.
That's good. Shinkansen to the brain. Cream almost picked off there, but the damage wasn't quite in place. AL do have a decent combo if they can land all of their stuff at once. My problem is just how are they going to do that? Good dodge out of the Q.
Charge here. Does he have to flash? He does, but Tarzan burns a summoner, claims the grubs, and that's probably worthwhile.
I think Tarzan was a little afraid of the next person to turn up.
Yeah.
Really good early game fight so far. The Hex Flash.
Flash?
What does it mean?
Nothing in this particular case.
See, the funny thing about that is that I channeled the double rainbow, what does it mean meme, in a very unique and topical way for what happened on the screen.
I just didn't really know how to follow it up because there was no Lux in the game, which is where I immediately went.
And in the beginning, God said, let there be Lux.
And then he saw the power bill and went, this is really not good.
And then saw Caitlyn Lux and said, no, wait, I did something wrong, I'm sorry.
And invented Vi instead, sorry, what?
Oh my god. That applies more to Caitlyn than Lux, I'm going to say. Anyway, because we've got all these random early lane swaps, of course, the importance of... We're really replaying this.
It was blind! They didn't know they were there!
And it means literally nothing. It looks cool, but yeah, it doesn't actually mean anything. Chris getting a good combo into the wall.
Kyle's not enjoying that at all. Down really low. Kanavi is here, not quite in range for a flash Q, I don't think. Tarzan now behind the scenes here as well, could shield.
Yeah, and Crisp and Jaculov did a really good job with their early trading. Jaculov with the Conqueror... hang on, you got to be a little bit careful there. Because Tarzan doesn't know where Kanavi is. Look, if your enemy bot lane is doing something like that, someone is near them.
I don't know. Have you seen my solo queue? Sometimes people do that regardless.
So true. And this is one of the problems with the Shy, where he will play as though he has a jungler behind him 24/7, when he doesn't. So that can be a bit of an issue. Early game, slight advantage over to AL. Grub's going over to them as well. Grub's spawning in 2 minutes, so we'll see one reset come back out onto the map, and then we'll probably see a turn back towards the Grubs after that. Level 6 is hit from AL. This is the point of the game where I think where AL really want to crush a big fight. You have... wow, you are going to have... Yeah, no, I was about to say, oh, they won't have the Equalizer because it's on cooldown. I realize it is 2 minutes away, so that's completely fine. They're going to have the big ultimates available. If Kyle can get himself level 6, this is the time to make your big play, get 6 grubs, snowball again.
They're holding a lot of members down towards this bot side river where they've thrown a lot of control wards down to ensure they have Drake control. Tarzan on the reset is going to head on over there and try and claim another objective. It would mean both sets of early neutrals going the way of AL. Headbutt away from Crisp, but he's still going to get stunned up by the shield of Durant. I think he's just dead here, even with the aftershock. Nothing to be done. Kill picked up by Tarzan. Shinzao's 2-0 in this early game.
And we've seen what Shinzao's can do recently in that early game. OMG took a game off of JDG because they just kept taking fights into the early game Shinzao. It really feels like if you're taking fights against the Shinzao early on into the game, you just lose right now. That has been the LPL hallmark. Jaculov didn't have to blow either summoner. Crisp kind of died to preserve the summoners of Jaculov, thinking about it. Maybe a little bit too far there. I think Jaculov could have just cleansed and then gotten away, but still, Crisp goes down for that. And really for me, yes, the Dragon's going down, but it's more about the Grubs now for me to see what AL can do in regards to that.
2 sets of early objectives, Tarzan off to the races, and if the Shinzao becomes a threat by themselves going forwards, then some of those engage worries also become a lot smaller, because the Shinzao going in is enough of a threat that with a Galio on top, you kind of have that additional engage option a bit more freely. That combo was already pretty good. It just becomes that little bit more deadly when the Xin Zhao becomes an assassin looks to bruiser.
This is so huge. The 2 early kills on Tarzan means that he's going to have a full first item for the first fight of the game. Sundered Sky for this fight at this time mark, at this time of year, Aurora Borealis localized to this kitchen. Can I see it? No.
No.
But you can see a Sundered Sky
Steamed hams
on
are here.
you yeah.
It's for New Year's, man. It's steamed dumpling hams.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. Anyway, Tarzan with the full Sundered Sky, not the it's not Sparkling Sky, but what would an Aurora be? Well, I mean, we have an Aurora because
it's there on the screen.
Oh yeah, damn.
I mean, I thought you were asking me like, well, Aurora's the mid lane for
no,
Cream. I thought that was a deliberate choice.
No, I often don't make much sense. Anyway, Harold's Grub's now up now. We have level 6 from Kyle. Sweeper coming through for some flanking vision. Cream could teleport into the backline, as could 369.
I'll be back in a second.
AL do have, I think, the power spike, but I think top esports have themselves better set up for the objective.
Okay. Well, I just love that it was just like part of a standing conversation is I just don't make sense.
Shanks is coming up, but he's not in range for the ultimate. AL maybe a little bit afraid of the setup on the other side. I mean, you do have Ornn and the whole combo available from the top side from top esports. So I'm very surprised that AL didn't want to fight harder for that. They gave up one of the grubs.
Denies the objective feats of strength as well, because you've lost a single grub there. You need all 3 to get it, and 369 claims a plate or 2 bot side on the Ornn, who honestly has had a pretty stellar laning phase, up 20 odd CS
and
on
also,
the rumble too.
Tarzan is caught out now.
There will be a Galio ult available though. There's the Crescent Strike, and there's a teleport flying as well. Crisp now in danger, has the ult to work with. Kanavi is here. Equalizer lands on a lot of people, forces Crisp to ult. Down to 10% HP.
Okay, so it's not going to be a kill, but it might force some people back. Tarzan now equal in terms of items to Kanavi, who do get the Sundered Sky on that first back. Well, not the first back, and just after that grub take themselves, so that item discrepancy not able to be used.
The problem is, Ale burned both of their teleports there. 369, Cream both have theirs available. That's a heavy investment for what? An Alistair ult?
Does get some chunks out and forces some resets as well. So I'm not going to say it's completely useless. And you do have the Galio ultimate, which is a pseudo teleport if you move early enough. So yes, room for top esports to then use their own big double teleport as well, especially with Vi, Ornn, Aurora. Oh, we have the Ornn Aurora friendship duo. I didn't even realize that. Yeah, we have if anyone didn't play the Aurora release game in client, you missed out. It was very cute.
Go watch it on YouTube.
Aurora making friends with Ornn, who clearly did not want to have much social interaction, but enjoyed that one all the same. That's some good Xin Zhao, very good early damage.
Kyle trading up with Crisp. Remember, Crisp doesn't have the ult after that last play, so could have been at threat. Hope not with a huge amount of mana there. Might not have been able to run through enough rotations to really threaten the Alistair with flash available.
This meta, I mentioned it a little earlier, but this meta has made me respect Xin Zhao's early game again. So many times I've seen a Xin Zhao just completely ruin an early game with trades like that, where you just run into a bush and suddenly even your tank loses half their HP. You need to be really careful around that champion, especially for Tarzan, who has been one of Tarzan and Kanavi, for me, 2 of the top 3 or 4. I would even say top 3. I think that both these junglers probably better than Wei and Shun in my look. They have their own bonuses, but I think that these two on an individual level incredible.
They're the most complete junglers, to my mind.
I think you have Tien, Tarzan, Kanavi are my top 3 junglers in the LPL.
Yeah,
and I think
most complete junglers. Yeah.
And I think that sometimes Shun can peek into that as well. It depends on the meta and how he slots into this team. I think he's often I'm not going to say overrated, but often the successes have been Knight and the rest of the team are sometimes attributed to him. Sometimes he's fantastic with that too, obviously. But anyway, the point is, Tarzan Kanavi, one of the best jungle matches we can see in the world right now. Incredible players. And they've got good champions to show it off.
And we didn't really get that much chance because we were doing a bit of memeing. And that was very reasonable, and I'm glad we did it. But one of the things I think will be really key in this match is I was trying to think, well, what is the matchup to watch? 369 versus Flounder is really exciting. We've got Cream and Shanks are 2 of our up-and-coming mid laners looking to prove that they're elite. But for me, it is the jungle matchup that is the real superstar, arguably best in-role junglers going up against each other with teams that are ready and willing to play alongside them.
First tower of the game, we're going to go to top ears was in the spot. So remember, AL, 1 objective, 1 kill off of the other feats of strength, though. That's probably going to be a stopped back from Cream onto Shanks. Aurora not going to have the best time against the...
Just do it again.
Well, she didn't actually stop the back there because it was going into the magic shield. So, but buddy, you know you're on a ward. Oh, come on, man, you know you're on a ward there.
Seeing 4 HP wards again is really throwing me back for the regular
it's the deep
wards.
ward thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, deep wards, when you place them in river or beyond it, they do get that extra HP bar if you have that ward. It's one of the domination ones, which can help a little bit, replacing Eyeball Collector, Zombie Poro, and Zombie Ward and the Ghost Poros. Tarzan going for the smite, misses it, and Kanavi gets that one. Dragon spawning now. Extra vision going over to top esports.
Actually gets Kanavi the level up as well. It's not level 11, so that would have been a really big bonus. But here comes Dragon. This would be a feeder strength for AL. We've got a fight brewing.
Teleport coming down to the bot side from the Aurora. Galio's coming up from the north side. I don't think the terrain is great for AL right now. They're in a bit of a choke point, and top esports do have that deadly combo, whereas it really is just Kyle and Tarzan flashing in. That can be the engage for AL. I think top esports have the ease of execution.
They do, but if they can find that Galio Shinzao combo, if they can find a good moment to get the Rumble ult down, it can still really, really hurt. It's not like the combo isn't there for AL, it just requires a little more finesse.
I think AL have the damage, top esports have the ease of execution. It's the way I very oversimplify these comps.
Sure.
Dragon, obviously, really being focused by both sides. That extra scuttle, they're really helping top esports to position around this, so that Smite Steal helping top esports get in towards that river, trying to force out the waves instead now. It's much easier to get into river if you're pushing mid. It's one of the reasons why the NA ram happened for forever. But now this might be an overforce going into here, but they managed to brute force it anyway for now.
This Galio is more than tanky enough for the first time to complete his jack. He just shifts out. They went looking for him there. Cream now on a flank, but is warded off well enough by Flandre, who's hit level 11 himself. So that will be the equalizer at its realistically max point of power in a game.
The reason Jackie Love can play like that is because, one, he was trying to pop the Essence Flux onto the Corki, but he knows he just has to worry about the rel. This is exactly what we said in draft. You have one engage factor from AL. If Kyle cannot get onto the carries, it is much harder to do anything. They're going straight onto the tank front line.
Bad for now. Crisp down to half HP and 369 is not that tanky. It works. They get one. Crisp now in danger. Flandre overheating with a scrap shield. Can chase down the Alistair. It's medium rare steaks for breakfast.
And AL find a window where Kyle can get an engage while the damage of top esports is not in position. One of the other hallmarks of the meta is if you get an engage and there isn't a carry nearby, you can just take a long enough trade to kill them anyway. And that's exactly what happens there. Kanavi not in position, Cream not in position. It's just Jackulov trying to damage the people going onto his front line. They can't manage it. Look at this again, right? So Cream is off here. He shows bot side, which means that, yeah, you can just go onto the tanks. The tanks take a while to die, but it's still more than enough time before anyone else comes into it. The Alistair fails to cancel the combo too. That's a big thing. Crisp can't get the Pulverize to knock him out of the combo, and it's just Jackulov trying to return fire. It's not nearly enough. Top esports, they just do not respect their position on the map. They're not in the full formation.
And that is a Shinzao who is very fed, hitting an Ornn who at the time only had a Kainic Rooker. There was no armor boots, there was no armor belt. You still get chunked out by a Sundered Sky Shinzao at that point as an Ornn.
So, Herald now started up. AL have themselves the feats of strength. They got the objective and they got themselves the kills. Apologies if I said that before. But it'll help them with the extra little stats on that one and the ability to upgrade their items. Top esports, they have ease of execution, but if they fall behind the game, they can really struggle to land things.
Kanavi eats a Winds of War. Not the easiest blast cone there. There is the Herald taken. Shanks went just as punting forward. There was an idle of Durand available. Kyle knocked up, flashes away. Will try and get out, but there is a massive ult from the Aurora to chunk out the rel. No real easy engage. Tarzan desperately low. Will use the Crescent Guard. Galio comes ulting back in. And top esports don't want to stand within the dangerous circles.
That was a little bit scary for Shanks. But look how different this is when top esports get themselves that phalanx. When they get themselves into full formation, much, much easier. Teleports were committed. Top esports will still walk away with the Herald though. So I still think that AL walk away with the Herald. I think they're happy with that one. 369 might end up diving this turret. Shanks, not going to get that much help on this side of the map.
He's in trouble, but Tarzan is here. How far do they want to go? I think Tarzan is not seeing an easy angle to dive on in him. With the bounce challenge coming on through, Shanks is shanked.
Yeah, not making his way out of that one. Turret going to be taken by top esports. They'll take a kill as well. What's happening with the other lane? So we have Flandre pushing out the bot lane. Cream could recall and teleport towards that. Not sure it'll be able to save the turret in time. Very even in gold now. Top esports slightly further ahead in terms of gold, and we did say that top esports, they have the ease of execution, but if they fall behind, maybe that punch, as much as it's easy to land, can't really get the same amount of value. AL, I'd really like to see them get good value out of this Herald to make sure they can open up the map a little bit more.
Because AL have still got 2 dragons and most of the grubs. The issue is they haven't got any turrets yet. That's where a lot of this gold for top esports is coming from. They've got 2 turrets to none, and they did get a fair number of those plates. That gold score may well begin to shift in relatively short order, though, because AL do have tools now with those grubs and that herald to claim some of that standing gold and regain the lead.
I was just seeing something in chat in terms of seeing whether Unending Despair is disabled or not, because it looks like 369 is building towards it. We'll see when he completes the item whether there's a pause, because this is, of course, another patch from the one. This is a new patch now, so live patch, first games of it. If it's re-enabled, we'll find out shortly. I haven't seen any big communications about it, but hey, we'll figure that one out soon. Other items which are completed: Black Cleaver for Tarzan, not going towards something like the Starix, wants to be damage, and I vibe with it. I dig it. I think when you have the Galio over your back shoulder, back shoulder, shoulder's not on your back. What are you talking about, Alex? Anyway, once you have the Galio being able to ult in, it gives you that extra ability to just kind of go forwards and just slam home some of that damage, especially into the Ornn. Kyle going forwards, manages to find Chris, getting engaged onto.
Chris chunked out, but will be able to pop the ultimate. Kanavi goes looking for Q and doesn't land it, and now the equalizer comes with Kanavi and Jackie are forced to back away from the red carpet. That's not the VIP treatment they want, and again, Crisp is the target. They're just burning the front line down. It's not strong enough for top esports.
And once again, Cream is in a side lane, so it's not like he can really respond to that. AL finding a quick pick before anyone's in position. Herald in mid lane. We said we wanted to get good value out of the Herald to open up the map. This will do exactly that as they chase themselves potentially a turret. Cream going over the wall though.
Twofold Hex and a Weirding gets a chunk onto Kyle, but it's not meaning all that much. But they don't get the turret.
They don't, but they get a good chunk out of it. Now that means top esports with so many turrets across the map, getting chunked out, the bot lane and the mid lane in particular. If they ever try and overforce replace and clump up somewhere on the map, AL could just split, take turrets instead. Top esports still ahead in goal, worth noting of course. And we said that a little bit before. So AL, despite them having the better share of the fights right now, that might not be the case when we get, again, that real 5v5 with top esports, get everyone together on the same screen.
But Tarzan continues to be a menace. He's just completed a Black Cleaver.
He's actually had it for the last couple of minutes when I was talking about it.
I was looking up some Aurora stats.
In case you hadn't realized, folks, yes, we're trying to treat this like a typical broadcast. We're also trying to protect our minds from burnout and very horrible things too. So we'll be taking it a little bit more chill when it calls for it as well. Anyway, Dragon's up in 10 seconds. That one is, I guess, less chill. That was actually quite important.
Exciting, yeah.
Soul point for AL. Big item strike. So you've got the 2 item spike for both Corki and Ezreal. Yeah.
That is a big one. And again, it's where those items are. The jungle's got it, the AD carry's got it for the side of AL. On the other side, you've got your double items for the Aurora and the Ezreal, as you were kind of mentioning, and that could really hurt, because we haven't seen the combo from top esports really land yet. I think they've now got the damage to maybe punish some of those frontline engagements.
Yeah, the closest we saw was that one retreat from the Herald, where top esports just had everyone there, and AL just got the hell out. And they once again got themselves really good setup for this Dragon. Did that the last time too. AL, I think they've been falling behind on the vision control quite consistently to top esports. Real credit to Kanavi and Krista getting good at that down there. Dragon has been started, and now AL will have to engage into the maw of the beast, particularly that Ornn ult.
I think it's just gone. They're not going to get there in time. Yeah, there he goes. Do AL want the fight regardless? Crisp now looking for a flank angle. Has the flash, won't burn it. They've gone over the wall, and that's actually found Tarzan an angle in. Takes a lot of his health bar to do it, though. Has to burn the Crescent Guard. Timing from 369 to look for the ultimate. In goes Galio. Kyle found the backline, engaged with the Magnus Storm with the crash down. And between World comes on through, but Cream gets Kyle as a result. 369 and Chris still at high HP. Flandre in the backline is burning down, and AL overplay their hand. Top esports come out on top.
Top esports win the grouped up 5v5. We saw the signs of it earlier, and AL think they have found themselves a great play with Tarzan splitting up the fight, but he's just not tanky enough and he doesn't do enough damage. Jackie, Cream pretty much untouched. Hope, buddy.
Finds a moment. 369 can't find the engage, and now the shielded Ram comes in. It's a big double taunt. Jackie desperately low and goes down. Now 369 in danger, flashing away. Turret will surely fall, and that prevents something like an Atacam play from the side of top esports.
That's exactly what you want as AL. You don't want the 5v5s, you want the split up fights instead. Shanks and Hope, the duo which have stuck together on AL from last year, gets so much value in terms of the carry pick-off. Top esports, they win in the 5v5, but the more split fights do not work for them.
Here's a replay on that Dragon fight, because Tarzan thought he'd find the flank, and it all ends up a little bit split up for AL in very short order.
Before Tarzan pops the ult, Cream just blasts him with a full combo. The Aurora basic combo does a lot of work now. This is not a bad attempt to split up the fight. 369 wasn't necessarily in the best spot, I suppose, but he does manage to keep Hope from getting a huge amount of damage down, and that's enough, actually.
because you've just burned the whole engage combo, but there is no follow, because Tarzan's had to leave, Flandre's miles away, and Hope was dealing in a 1v1 with an Orm.
This is insane.
Now this moment, though, with the flash away, baits Top Esports into a very tricky position.
Oh, that is so clutch, man.
Oh.
Jakulov just, he cleanses. He had the cleanse and just did not respect the damage coming out of the not unending despair item, which actually 369 has built, so I assume it is still enabled. The other one.
Hollow Radiance.
Hollow Radiance, yeah, it sounds like Hollow Bastion from Kingdom Hearts 2, which is one of my favorite games of all time.
It's got a really cool soundtrack as well, and a really weird time signature.
Yeah, Leon was a very cool character too. Not to be confused with Squall Leonhardt from Final Fantasy.
They're not the same person.
They're not the same person.
No, definitely not.
Yeah. Where do you want to go from that? What's the plan?
I was going to start musing about random Final Fantasy characters.
Did someone say the door to darkness?
Oh, I think.
Does anyone remember that one? Look, when Team Liquid got got a load of Disney funding for them, did anyone remember the Papaya Dreaming shit post he put out on?
It was phenomenal.
On Reddit, where it talks about basically Mickey being like this backroom mob boss.
Yeah.
Like, do you mind if I smoke, Steve?
Oh, it was so good. It was just like a hidden recording of the meeting between Team Liquid and Mickey Mouse.
Someone go look at that. It was from years ago. This one.
Absolutely incredible. It's worth a Google if you've not heard it.
It's from about like 8 years ago, about Disney and their dark room dealings in esports.
Is it just Mickey going, you mind if I smoke?
Some of my boys are going to be doing some business out of your shop. Now, you're not going to say anything, are you?
Gosh, Mickey. It's
what fun we have in League of Legends, folks. What fun we have.
Did you see Papaya Dreaming made a post again recently?
Yeah, I did. I can't remember what it was, but Papaya Dreaming, you are my goat. You are my goat.
I can't believe they actually had to change the subreddit rules because people couldn't understand satire and took his post too seriously. I feel like too angry about it.
I do feel like Don Jake of Ruddy fame, Ruddy Sack fame now, has filled some of the void left behind by Papaya.
Have you seen Papaya and Don Jake in the same room together?
No, I haven't. I know that. Yeah, Don Jake is a bit of a poet himself. He's even done some live poetry once or twice. But
he's a very eloquent man.
Yeah. I'm a big fan. Big up the Ruddy. Right.
Sack is ruddy is the hashtag.
That is just awful. Right, we do have all items coming through, and already Top Esports are ahead in gold. So each of these items gives you an extra 1,000-ish gold, I suppose, in value. Black Cleaver, HP, and AD. You've got the Muramana, which gives you less spread stats than the Triforce. I think in the past, Triforce used to give you more value for gold. But now I'm not sure that's the case with the changes to the all items. I'm not going to lie, I haven't looked up the changes to the Masterwork items, which they used to have loads of different names.
I know, I learned them all.
Masterwork Muramana, shut up. No, give it a special name.
I miss my Syzygies and my...
Syzygy is great, yeah.
I mean, there was a few phenomenal Deicide.
So I think a Syzygy is like where the Earth eclipses the moon.
So it's when all the planets line up. Basically, it's like a solar. It's like a system eclipse.
Oh,
basically.
I thought that a Syzygy was when the Earth kind of eclipses the moon instead. So the shadow of the Earth.
It's like mega solar system eclipse. I think.
Nice, cool. That's very celestially important for a great many civilizations in the past.
I feel like there's a movie about the pyramids erupting.
Yes.
And Stonehenge apocalypse, possibly.
I was about to say, for those... Okay, so, look, dragons being killed. I'm sure that's very important.
Stonehenge apocalypse.
Yeah, Stonehenge apocalypse, one of the worst movies I've ever seen. The pyramids of volcanoes. That's all I can really tell you about that movie. I can't remember anything else. Anyway, Azkaban being started up while the dragon's on the other side, and Kanavi's going to come to this. It is healing. You need to stand out of that aura if at all possible, and while you're tanking it, you do get MR and Armor Shred sticking up over time.
Going to keep going down. Ornn trying to buy some time. When looking for the engage, does not get it onto Cream. Down to 2,000 HP. Where is the jungle? Smite secured. Now the fight will continue with that withdrawal buff available. Flandre goes down and back to base, but it is still the win for AL, claiming 2 already. Galio comes ulting on in. Chris flashes out. Jackie, though, free firing. The shield of Durand is there. The knockup not quite there to follow up, but there's just no damage remaining. It's Shanks alone, who is doing a fair amount of work with a Riftmaker, but has to back away.
Yeah, so you do get the instant respawns. This is the real bonus of Azkaban. Even if you don't clean win a fight, the kills that you get will stay dead longer. AL can come back out onto the map. See that Hope, Tarzan, everyone else coming back as it stands, and AL will still have 2 GAs as it comes through. Baron. 20 seconds left on Kanavi. They killed the Drungula, so even though the fight at Azkaban isn't clean, it's enough to get the resets out and get the Baron.
And it burns so many flashes, it burns so many ultimates. Now AL have still got their front line with those resets as well. And when you've got a Galio with TP, doesn't have the ultimate to really double down on that. Still very, very scary. And that is the Azkaban into Baron play that has defined the early parts of this season.
Yeah, so AL, really impressed by how Shanks has played out this game so far. I think that the engage has been sometimes a bit scuffed, but it's just because they don't have that many engage angles. But Shanks has been able to catch out just the extra member around the side of a fight quite commonly. Jaculov, if he is allowed to free hit, will do a ton of damage, and he's continued to do it. With the Shojin, it's going to be much harder to get on top of him, because even if he's forced to E, the rule of thumb is at 3 items, if you E and you hit 2 Qs afterwards, your E is basically back up. Sometimes it's 3, but 2 Qs after you've E'd will see that back up. So Jaculov, the next time the fight comes around, will be much harder for him to really be caught out.
So we're getting a replay here, because Kanavi thought he was off vision, is now spotted by the far side alteration, and immediately pulls off the dragon, but he meets on the other side of the map, and that just gives AL all the license they need to force the Atakan.
Absolutely insane. And then, even though I thought that the Ornalt was pretty good, Higgs, it stopped Hope getting damage onto the backline, which I think 369's done a pretty good job of so far. They can't keep their front line alive again. And even though, you know, if it was a regular fight, yes, you would win it. That's why Atakan's so strong.
It's pretty obnoxious, I think it's fair to say. And now they've got Baron, they've got the gold they were missing for earlier parts of this game. They can start to barrel on forwards with Grub-empowered Baron, and that will be scary for Top Esports to try and weather the storm off.
See, that 369 was just pushing out that top side. I don't know whether they took that inner turret before. I don't think they did, so that might have just been a kill. Tower kill for 369. He has himself a teleport. Might have got himself another item there too. The gold is playable still for Top Esports because of the Ornn items. It gives you a lot more extra stats. It's not like AL are going to be completely just whacking them with the wallets. They do have the feats of strength, though. That is important to note, because I actually think of feats of strength kind of like Ornn items. They give you an upgrade that wasn't there before, and it gives you an extra cap in your scaling too.
What that also means, of course, is that they've been hitting the gym properly. They've got very strong feet. The leg day is continuing. They kick people really hard, guys.
Call them legs the way that they're at the bottom of the table. Wasn't that a ruddy thing?
Well,
these two are actually at the top.
Rename to legs.
These two are actually one of those, so they're not. However, great line for those of you who want to trash talk low-ranking opponents.
That's it. Just go listen to Sainsbury's car park rap battles and call-outs in North London. That's where the real esports drama is happening, right?
Yeah, that's the heart of esports. It is.
North London is Ruddy Red or possibly rat infested.
Can I also just say as well, Shanks is kind of Chovying right now. I know on Galio, being ahead in CS. As Galio, not something that should really happen. Shanks, of course, a long-time Galio player.
He is a massive Galio player, yeah.
If he gets towards a death cap, buddy, this guy's going to be one-shotting the carry still.
I mean, look, Shanks has got a history, because he was following in the footsteps of people like Teachermar, right? Who was the Galio
God,
player,
I can't believe you mentioned that. That's great.
You know? He was following in hallowed footsteps for Galio players.
That is fantastic. I never thought I'd hear that one again. Flandre has himself the Bloodletter's Curse as well, new item coming into the season. You would have seen it in Arena. It's different from Arena. It doesn't do the Black Cleaver Shred for your whole team.
I want the Arena version. It's
the
so
Arena
good.
version is so incredibly good. It's one of the main reasons, well, not one of the main reasons, it's one of many reasons why I got to, rank 2 on E West Arena, a top 100 in every Arena set.
You're not smug about that in the slightest.
Both on PB and live service, so I did it on 200 ping as well.
Mate, we're casting the game. This is not. It's not the Nymaera show.
Well, welcome to the Nymaera show,
We're on his channel.
where we talk about Arena, 2v2v2v2v2v into Infinity game mode, where you too can see the prowess of actually not my Ahri in that mode. It's my
You
Zyra.
weren't rank 1, were you? So you're not really an Arena world champion
for a split second.
For a split second. Okay, so you were
And
rank
also
1.
would have been a European champ because it's not across the world. Anyway,
We're seeing like Azalea's an Arena world champ, isn't it? Different game. It's still an Arena world champ.
Anyway, Dragon's not up for another 2 minutes, but Top Esports, the way that they've actually been succeeding in this game has been big objective setup advantage. They've managed to get really good vision advantage across most of the objectives. AL typically won, actually, when they've taken fights away from the objectives. Good chunk out from Cream. Of course, the Aurora at 3 items. Yes, behind the Galio, but still, an Aurora in late game can be very, very powerful.
4-item Corki as well could be a menace, and with Flandre at 3, we were just talking about that Bloodletter's Curse. AL have certainly got enough firepower to hurt here. The thing is, with Jackie Love not quite at the 4th item, he's still very, very strong at level 16, and Ezreal's core items largely complete. Hope went hopping on forward, but couldn't quite find the chunk on the Jackie he was hoping for. He's got a Bloodthirster though, so the opportunity cost not that high for the Corki.
Yeah, I was wondering whether his fire cannon was just off cooldown, because that fire cannon would have given him the extra ability. Top Esports has been sticking around this bot side of the map for a long time, just continually staying in the mid lane. They don't want to split up. They don't want to give AL that, oh, that's a good equalizer onto Jackie. It doesn't do that much. It splits the team, but it doesn't lead to a big enough fight.
Dragon not really started yet either, because it's not spawned for another 40 seconds. Here comes the Ornn re-engage though. Call of the Forge God comes on through, and the train is just about on time. Shanks flashes out from the damage. Shinsao knocked up multiple times. Galio comes ulting on in, but it's too late. And Kanavi ults his way out of the danger zone despite the hero's entrance. He's in a 1v2 regardless. Flandre flashing out on the other side. Kanavi will fall, but they'll lose Flandre on the other side. It is a 2-for-1 in favor of Top Esports. And they should be able to claim the mid lane tier 1 and head back towards the jungle, the dragon, you'd imagine.
Hope jumping over the wall, seeing if you get any kind of damage. Cream jumping forward. Again, good basic combo. Does a lot of damage nowadays. 5 seconds until the dragon spawns. No smite available because Kanavi did go down. Is anyone going to be able to get here in time? Shanks teleported back down, and he does have a lot of damage now, remember. Level 18.
He's got the elixir sorcery.
Has himself the elixir of sorcery. AL need to be careful of this push, though.
Tarzan has flashed, but no ult. Cream goes looking for a weirding. Oh my days, that's a very scary position to be in as the Galio. Now going to go looking for Jackie, but he's a bit split off. Tries to find the flank angle. Will get the shield of Durand. 369 is the target. That can't be your target. Shanks gets interrupted. The Justice Punch goes down to Cream. Goes down the veil, but Kyle respawns. And at the last moment, the Riders of Rohirrim come crashing on down with a little bit of Ferromancy to secure the late team fight win. Mama kill or not.
A red day, a sword day, here the sun rises! The Riders of Kyle come in to save the day for AL. Kanavi has respawned. Top Esports will be scrambling, but they won't get the dragon.
AL called for aid. Kyle will answer, but wait, it's not quite done. The battle of Pelennor Dragonfields will continue. Kanavi, though, trying to make it happen, will not. The Witch King falls. Supreme Jungler or not, he just doesn't quite have it. Flandre healing his way up with a Rift Maker. Won't die either. AL Ace Top Esports.
Oh, that'll be a legend to put into their tomes of history. AL somehow out-team fought Top Esports while they had the objective set up. They lose the first skirmish. Will this lead to the end of the game? Jackulov up, Chris up with ultimate. It could be a close run thing.
They head towards the inhibitor. Don't think they can quite end it. They can still do a fair amount of damage, though, so maybe I spoke too soon. Jackulov is going to have to try and clear the wave. Doesn't have the ultimate, no. And I think if you can body block enough of those minions, you can look for something more. Chris gets a double headbutt pulverized, though. Gets taken out a huge amount of damage, so the mag still holds him in place. They will trade support for support. And they won't be able to push any further. Crisp buys enough space and time.
Game goes on. Jackulov gets his Conqueror stacked up. Crisp gives his life to extend the game. Anyone's legend. It has been pretty hard for them to find the ideal team fight for them. They have been picked off a little bit in the first part of a fight by Top Esports, but when it comes around to the second and third phases of a fight, they're getting a lot more value. Kanavi coming up. Don't think he might even be getting range here for a steal. Has himself an ult to go unstoppable if he wants to. Doesn't want to give up his life, though. Maybe that would lead to the end of the game. Lets it go down. AL walk away with both big objectives, Ocean Soul and the Baron.
It was a fun fight, and this will be the one you go back to in the replays. How close to this kid? I thought Shanks had fumbled it.
I thought he had absolutely screwed it. He gets a taunt, but he doesn't get onto Jackulov. This first part of the fight is fine, but then this is absolutely huge. No man can engage onto me, while Rel says, I am no man, and gets a 3-man combo and allows Hope to start DPSing. Jackulov just didn't see that one coming. How can you really? He's gotten too frantic after that point. They mistrack the respawns and the resets, and the fight goes long enough for AL to get the bonus.
Charging, and then the dragon comes down, and it's Ocean Soul plus Bloodthirster plus double Rift Maker. How on earth do you have enough consistent damage if Jackie isn't hitting every skill shot under the sun?
I really thought when it came to the 5v5s, Top Esports would eventually just eclipse Anyone's Legend. And in the first phase of the fight, that has been happening. But somehow AL have been taking a loss, but not onto Hope or Shanks or Flandre, and or at least one of them has stayed alive long enough to be the carry long enough that the second engagers were running the fight.
And the longer the fights go on, the more value you're getting from all of that healing. Huge equalizer damage. And Between Worlds is popped by Aurora 2. Escape has to use the rapid transit system of the walls to get out of there.
Tarzan setting at 5-0 and 6, Hope at 7-0 and 5, somehow deathless in such a frantic game. AL, I thought they'd be a good team. I thought eventually they would get themselves to be a top table team. Of course, they won the Demacia Cup. In this matchup, I think Tarzan and Tabe, the strategists of this team, with some really good carry pieces which have been built up over years. Hope, Shanks, of course, Hope, a previous champion as well, have really started to show the stock value of this team and why we start to respect them even against Top Esports.
Witch King of mid lane is in. That's a death cap on Galio. It's been a corrupted Demacian idol this time around on a Noxus Rift. There's something ironic about that's Cream hit with the Electro Harpoon, burns down to half HP. Aurora is many things. She is not all that tanky. 369 doing their best to hold on, but the Equalizer comes across both. Nexus turret number 1 falls. Anyone's Legend looking to secure the end of this game. 369 pulling a last gasp engage. I just don't know whether they have enough at the black gates of their own base to hold this one down. Shielded round comes on down. Bye, dead. Massive knockup, but the Galio comes heroically entering, and they lose another member. Top Esports fall to pieces. Jackie Love will love no more. It ain't February 14th quite yet. Your roses are going undelivered. It's carnations through the funeral casket. Instead, a quadra kill for Hope. It's Springs Eternal, and anyone's Legend will win game 1.
Hope with a deathless game against Top Esports. Hope, of course, won his title on JDG versus Top Esports way back in 2022. And this has been a big renaissance for him. For Hope and Shanks, who've stuck together now for 3 years between WE, between Anyone's Legend, and coming onto this new roster too. AL, we thought they would be good. I thought it would take them longer to be good than this. But seriously, this is why I respect this team so much. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Nymaera. This is Initialized. We're brothers. We've cast the LPL together now for, well, this will be our 2nd year running. And because there's no official LPL broadcast, we thought we'd do it ourselves. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. Because that was really, really cool.
It was, and now you're going to be hearing all about the gold content that Nymaera provides, courtesy of a mega sub bomb from a few different members of the community. Just get ready and get used to it, guys.
Yeah, there's going to be a sound effect happening for quite a long time. AL, I'm so glad this team is looking good. Tabe revolutionizes teams, Tarzan revolutionizes teams. If they can get on the same page and start to bring a strategy both on and off the riff, this team was always going to be good. It was just a question of how good, how soon. And I think that not peaking, but already being at this level right now
is a great time.
With Hope and Shanks being on good enough form to go up against the likes of Jackulov, and we'll see how far that goes. I really hope this team can build on this success.
And I think as well, I really want to hone down onto it, and I think we'll come across it, or come back to it across the series, because it's a really cool talking point, and it really does deserve some conversation, some talking, in the sense that Hope and Shanks have been at the precipice of stepping up to truly elite, truly top tier in the LPL for a little while now. And I think if there was ever an opportunity for them to do it, it is on this roster. And you talked about Tarzan and Tabe being fantastic at teaching and training and honing squads into elite caliber teams. You have got all of the tools in your back pocket to prove that you were worth being top tier. If Hope and Shanks can't make it on this roster, I don't think they ever will.
Yeah, yeah, because your careers are not finite. Hope's already an LPL champion, you know, he's had some time in the sun.
That's very true.
But and Shanks has been, again, on the cusp of top tier for so long. It doesn't get much better than this, though. And I don't think it will do in this kind of career. I'm really glad to see them play like this. I think that the top teams of the LPL are more balanced than they were last year. I think that looking at AL stepping up, hopefully we'll see Weibo keep themselves a degree of form, especially with Tien on that roster as well. No Tarzan, which of course was a huge part of it. We'll look at some of these post-game stats as well. Hope. Every time in the fight, I was looking to see whether Jackulov or Hope was untouched. And there were some fights where both were, and Hope was still out-damaging, which is insane given that Ezreal is such a powerful carry right now, but that's part of the power of Corki. Corki is back, guys.
Corki was an item ahead, is the honest answer as well. Did Hope get no, he didn't get the first blood, it was Tarzan that got it, but still got some of that early lead. And then even if you're doing comparable skill shot hitting, comparable auto hitting, being an item ahead just means you do 10,000 odd more damage, even into the poke of an Ezreal. That's well played from Hope, and I don't even think Jackulov had a particularly poor game, with the exception of the late cleanse that one time in mid lane. Yeah.
So, Chris, as I'm being informed by chat, has just given Alistair the first loss in the LPL this season. Of course, we haven't had that many games of it, but still, I think the Alistair is actually very, very powerful here too. This fight was insane, because the first part of this was really good for Top Esports, then the back end of it just somehow worked out in AL's flavor. Flandre flashed in, couldn't quite get himself onto Cream, who pops about using asteroid mechanics, goes out one end of the screen, turns up on the other. But it seemed like even though Top Esports were winning the first part of the conflict, just couldn't get enough out of it after that point. Hope baits in the engage after he sees Jackulov ease forwards. That was a crucial moment. I think that if Top Esports had walked away with a clean fight there, that potentially would have set them up for Baron and else.
You would hope. They are certainly in an excellent spot. And then this was the mess in some ways as well, because Kanavi getting spotted. Loses
Yes.
in this Atacama fight almost by default. And it was actually a pretty close game, and we were beginning to see, oh, hang on, Top Esports have got the damage, or hang on, these engages on front line aren't as simple as they were 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, this one was huge. 369, good tank front line as well. His Ornn is one of his most powerful picks of all time. Didn't really get that much chance to talk about, too much things to talk about, honestly, folks. But yeah, 369, one of the better Ornn players of all time. Again, this was insane, but look at Hope going untouched too. Hope at least gets Kanavi down so they can't get the easy smite. And then they have, as long as Hope is alive, they have enough damage. Corki can be a 1 carry comp. I think it's dangerous to have a 1 carry comp because most of the time you just dive onto them. But once you've gone past that first part of the engage, yeah. I mean, Jackalove thinks he can get himself an assassination onto Hope, jumps forward, can't quite get it, leaves himself out of position for Kyle. Close run stuff.
It was a phenomenal re-engage, and Shanks, again, was kind of playing seriously good frontline on the side for anyone's legend as well. And then we come towards this little play, and this is where the game was finally decided. But you've already got Ocean, so you've already got double Rift Makers and Bloodthirster. Look how much Flandre heals up here, alongside having the scrap shield. He goes up in HP. Oh dear.
Oh my god. Hope can have a deathless perfect game, can also be in the instinct form against strong laners like Goomer and Carrier. Well, hey, we'll guess we'll have to see. Maybe it'll be different this time. Maybe.
Not that he is, but more that we get to see more of it, to clarify.
No, and I think that this team looks really, really good, AL. I thought that AL would be a top 4 team, maybe even a top 3 team. The question is, will they, well, I mean, with NIP now in the equation, does that change anything? Will IG find themselves the potential that we know that they can have? I'm still not going to bet against BLG because no one's beaten Bin or Knight convincingly with an LPL. No one's shown a convincing way to just remove them from being prominent. It's very difficult to bet against them.
It's exciting that we've got contenders, but we all know who the favourite is, and it is BLG. They are still one of the best teams in the world, and I think this roster sticking together should be very exciting for LPL fans, and I think for the LCK squads that have roster shuffled a little bit more. You look at T1, who turned it on to win another world. You look at Genji, who have shifted players again. Yes, you picked up Ruler, but lost 0-2 to Bro the other day, by the way. You know, you HLE shifting around. Like, yes, you've got good rosters, but it is changed teams. It isn't as simple as keeping that incredible roster that you know works together and running it again. BLG have, and I don't think BLG are skipping a beat with this meta. They aren't skipping a beat in terms of the level of play from seeing them. Hell, I actually think they look more empowered than they did.
Kyle, player of the game, being soul engaged in that comp and coming away with that, yeah, I can understand.
And also that clutch re-engage to save the team fight around Ocean Soul as well.
It was insane.
That alone earned you an MVP count in my mind.
That was insane. Okay, folks, we are going to run some advert breaks now. We're going to go refill on coffee and stuff like that. And yeah, stick around. Tell your friends that we're live. Drop a sub, drop a like if you're on YouTube or stuff like that. And keep watching us for more LPL content. With some gold content once again.
That is it. I'm going to go...
Yeah, you do that.
Do you want some?
Yeah, get me a tea with honey in it. That's a good thing. Cool. I appreciate it.
Get myself some too. I think more coffee would be a mistake.
I do have a lot of coffee.
It's true. Mic's still on, that's fine. We can still talk.
Yeah, we know that the mic is still on. Don't you worry about that.
Just, thank you, though. Good to see you, Mr. Limbani.
I hope you're doing
Dr.
well.
Limbani is in.
Yeah, particularly during the breaks, folks. We're mainly just chatting with chat. We're not going like, yeah, well, no, we are kind of leaving, but okay, you know what I mean? It's like we're being chill in the break. When the gameplay's on and the gameplay demands it, we will be serious. But
within relative bounds.
Within
we might
relative bounds, you know.
We might talk about silly things.
Yeah.
In a serious way.
Yeah. I hear that's what the cool kids do nowadays.
Also, Limbani, the graphics have been
very cool
inspired for Ruddy, by the by. It has been wonderful. The Premier League graphic team lineups alone are just excellent.
It's insane. For those of you who've not been paying attention to the Ruddy Esports stuff, the Ruddy Sack, it's been really, really cool. They've got themselves like Cuphead, kind of vintage. Yeah, well, is it technically is vintage, I guess. Wait, is vintage over 100 years old? No, that's antique. Yeah, vintage kind of like golden era of animation in the 30s style Cuphead / original Disney Steamboat Willie style graphics, all Looney Tunes. It's very, very cool. It's one of the most unique kind of rebrands I've seen in esports, and I've really been enjoying it. Do you like the little camera bar thing I've got down here, by the way? Chris Edgeworth helps us with that. It was very, very cool. Am I going to be casting LEC this weekend? I'm going to be on desk all 3 days this weekend, but it's not casting. So it's, you know, the other thing. So I'll be on desk, And by the way, folks, if anyone is in Berlin or wants to come say hi, just let me know. I can come say hi. We want to do so much more with it, but sponsor money hasn't come in yet. That is always the problem with esports. Everyone has very cool ideas, and then it's just a question of whether the sponsors come out with stuff beyond that point. Oh. Oh my god, there's so much gold content. Mecha sponsoring the LPL stream. Oh yeah, by the way, I was subbed into the Ruddy Esports, the Ruddy Sack press conference yesterday, so got to be part of that shit show. Is there anyone left in here that Becca hasn't gifted a sub to? I don't know. Maybe we could fix that. You, if you're not a sub, you too could drop your own prime or own things like that. You are free to do so. So surreal watching Perks and Yankos when I was 9 and seeing them play for my club. Yeah, I had a similar experience to that when I was first on Summoning Insight back in 2021. Back then, I'd effectively grown up watching Monty and Thorin's content. You know, Monty is like my casting idol, I suppose, is the person which I took the most influence from and found a love for casting through, Monty and Doa. So to actually kind of like get to interact with them, do content with them, for them to respect my work, that was a huge moment for me. Huge moment for me. Yes, the series is 1-0. AL vs Top Esports. Oh, gifting the 1 sub. Oh, that's cute of you, Mecca. The extra 1 sub to the 1 person in chat who's not subbed. Oh my god, good stuff. Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it. But yeah, it's been very cool to kind of like meet a lot of the players and people, content creators and casters, which I've respected for many years, and to kind of slot in amongst them and their working dynamic. Happy Demon Asma, like, I hope you're doing well, Trespasser. I hope you're doing well. Long time no see. I think it'll actually be better for you on Saturday because there's one of the series tomorrow. It starts at 6 AM. Now, I'm not sure I can do that because I am working later that day. Is Mecha just sniping the ungifted people in chat? That's hilarious. Thank you so much for the extra gift bomb as well. Hope to become that person for others. Yeah, it's kind of strange kind of transferring that mindset in terms of you're the up-and-comer, looking up to these people, and then somehow, at some point, joining the ranks of the people which people look up to. Like, I've had people come up to me and say, oh man, I kind of like, I used to watch your cast when I first got into League, and like, I kind of, you know, I grew up watching you. I mean, it's a little bit soon for that, but you know. Pies, what the hell? Well, no, thanks to follow, I appreciate it. Well, AL walked away with game 1. Fantastic game, though. I really hope this goes to 5, folks. And now the question is, you know, you had quite a different composition from AL. Some S-tier picks, but I didn't think it was necessarily the most coherent. You've got a lot of S-tier champions gone now, because you don't have, particularly Corki and Ezreal, they're the only champions who are going to be really playing the way that they do, in terms of being the very mobile AD carries. Caitlyn, man, yeah. Dude, Elk's snipe in game 1 of World's Finals was insane, by the way. I came from YouTube for a free sub. How bold of you, Warnock? How bold of you? Hope you're doing well, though. Okay, I'm gonna go rest my voice very quickly, folks, and we'll be on to the Rift very, very shortly. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Jungle and Gaku. And Warlock, of course. And as we said, we've got some new emotes coming at some point. Mercury, who's done all the other emotes for my channel, is going to be doing an emote for each of the LPL teams. So we'll get some kind of like, you know, TT win, Top Esports win, JDG win, or hype. So yeah, hopefully they'll be to your liking. We'll get them at some point. joke, but Monty and Thorin have been calling your work on LEC, calling for your work on LEC for years now. That's very kind of you. Yeah. No, and they have been, and they've been. I think one of the reasons I ended up back on LEC is because a lot of people loved my work over in LPL, and they respected what I did. So for those of you who have been kind of shouting out my work, and this goes for anyone who's not on the main broadcast and stuff. If you keep loving and shouting out the work of people, people will notice eventually. Save whatever's left you want. Yeah, Mecca's got us all on hamster wheels, sponsoring and running this stream. Load up the hamster wheels. Moobot gifted shit. Okay. There's the Telecom War today? Oh, absolutely, go watch that, yeah. Now, even when Katie looked bad, they'll turn up for the Telecom War. Sam, draft starting. No worries, cool stuff. Alright, so into game 2, draft. Fearless bans, of course. No Aurora, Ezreal, Corki. The Rel and the Vi also S hit. Zyra banned away. I suppose Tarzan was one of the best AP junglers of the last season. His brand was the best in the LPL by far. Banning away the Draven. Draven's not even a meta pick, by the way. So that's very different now. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make sure my Epic Pen's up and running so I can actually draw on the screen if I so wish. Okay. Let's get to it, shall we? Varus banned away. What else have we got? Callista. Callista very strong right now. Callista, Yone, any top tier jungles?
Spill the tea, bro. Don't actually, that would be bad.
You know, I kind of want to have a running drama segment on LEC called Spill the Tea, where like we talk about all the social reactions.
I think it could be some really good fun, especially because there's a lot of different language stuff in LEC as well.
Yes.
So I think particularly if you've got people paying attention to like, yo, this is what's happening in the Spanish community. This is a whole thing happening.
Yeah. Well, the big thing is just much like in the LPL too. Like, there's a bunch of roster moves. Callista was banned. Cassante first pick. Now, the LPL community has been saying if you lose with a first pick Cassante, you're a bad team because Cassante has been ridiculously high win rate. He was only WE. So there are two things. If you lose with Atakan, you're bad. If you lose with Cassante first pick, you're bad. So if you lose with Cassante and Atakan, you're really bad. And WE did that, so they got flamed. They got flamed a lot, folks.
Oh boy. Dumbani, I have got thoughts on the Emir Masters Winter format. We'll do it after game, just because it'll take a little bit of time before we get that. I think for now, I'd rather focus on draft for now, though. There are indeed thoughts to be had on competitive League of Legends in the ERL.
So AL have already got themselves double melee divers. You can go for an anti-dive comp already now, knowing that. I think that there's and you don't have a rumble or anything to follow up over the top of it, which can sometimes be something you can't play disengage against. So I think you can even look in towards Ash Braum right now. You can lock Ash Braum right now, seeing an Akali and a Wukong, just saying, okay, you're going to dive in as melee range, go into an anti-dive comp. You can also go for a Renata comp if you really want to. Either one's fine, but what you want to do is just punish melees, and while Ash on her own is bad against that, very, very good with a Braum alongside her, or a Renata.
And they've got that locked in, and Jackie Love is probably the most consistent carry there on top esports by a fairly significant margin.
Wait. Apparently, the 1v1 is just decides who gets Cassante in game 1. That's the vibe in LPL. That's hilarious. Fantastic. But yeah, so Ash, Renata, really good at punishing a load of melees. Now you have triple melee for AL. Yeah, that's pretty nasty. You don't want to be playing into a Renata as those triple melees, because even if you kill the Ashe the first time, good chance is you die and give the bailout.
Worth noting as well here, I don't know whether it'll actually happen, but there is a world where Ambessa gets flexed mid and you throw the Akali top. It doesn't
Shanks
happen
has even
super regular.
played it mid lane
Yeah,
once.
exactly. So just worth keeping in mind that, especially with things like, we even saw it yesterday, like the Rift Maker Akali build with the Morella Nomicon from Scout, where it was kind of a bruisery build on Akali. You could theoretically look to do that into Cassante. It has been known to be an option, so just keep that in mind. Second phase of bans coming on through though, and it is jungle focused right now from AL. Kanavi is a Nocturne player, getting rid of that option. Rakan and other Kyle champions being banned.
I think you ban away Poppy jungle. I think you ban away Poppy now, because there's triple dashes. If you go Poppy Orianna, even though your engage is 0, well, it is an Ashe ult, I think that, you could go Maokai or Sejuani. Maybe that's better, because even though there are a load of dash champions, I think you prefer to have an aggressive engage option too. You only have the arrow right now.
They decide to go towards the pocket pick instead, because Kanavi's Lee Sin is legendary, and that's not necessarily about how strong the champion is per se, even if it is not bad right now. Kanavi is just very, very good on that champion. They don't want that X factor.
Is that really the first Renata in LPL? I mean, Crisp is one of the best Renatas within our game,
Yeah.
within our league.
He's very good.
So it's not surprising that he does it. I thought we'd see one other, but maybe that's not true. We've seen a fair amount of it in LEC.
Couple debates here about the AD carry choice. We saw a fairly successful Jin.
This is one of the.
Towards it.
It's one of the AD carries which can actually follow up on that dive. So the melees go in. At least Jin can commit W and ult. You know, you're not necessarily someone like you could have gone Kai'Sa too. Think about it. Just go for the huge dive. And now what they want is like Leona Nautilus, probably Leona actually for Kyle. He's a very good Leona to just kind of run it at them with kind of extra engage force.
And I also like once you get to that mid-game point on a Jin, your ability to roam 10 meters out of lane one side or the other and be able to follow up on a side lane play with your ultimate is pretty significant, especially when you are running the Ambessas and Akalis who are pretty known for taking their 1v1 opportunities.
You want to have, so the way gives you some limited CC. I think Maokai Sejuani are good here. Even though Ambessa Wukong are very good at tank killing, they go towards the Viego, which is technically Viego is an anti-dive jungler because you engage onto him and he ults backwards, or you kill the first target with the Renata and the bailout allows you to survive through to your reset. Those are good things. It's just now if you want to go forwards, you don't have the best way to force a fight. You want to keep them at arm's length and you're very good at doing that, but if you need to make proactive play, harder to do so.
You've got good range with Ashe and Hui for poke, and you've got good pick in terms of whoever gets hit by an Ashe ult or a Hui Fear or Renata, whatever, you can pounce on that CC target and try and pop them. But I agree, you are a little bit more reactive than proactive this time around, whereas AL have got proactivity out of the wazoo. I won't be elaborating on what a wazoo is, you filthy lot in chat.
What?
Disgusting, honestly. But you've got a Nico to go alongside the Jin, the Akali, the Wukong, the Ambessa. Your ability to have really weird flank angles is pretty scary this game.
Yeah, so just calling out some things in chat because there were some people who were right about things. First Hui and first Renata in the LPL split so far. Now we have seen some Hui in LEC and in the LCK. So we've seen Chovy play Hui and we have seen Renata in both of them as well, but both first time here on the stage in LPL.
A lot of the ERL scrims as well and ERL games have shown a fair amount of Hui too. Certainly been an option, especially if you are playing for range. You can sometimes bully out some of those more dive comps purely by the ability to sit miles and miles and miles away and take them all down to half HP before they pull the trigger.
So, into game 2, I have to say, I think Topius will walk away with, for me, much better composition. Now, if they make a mistake and the anti-dive doesn't work and the Ashe dies, you feel pretty bad about life. However, triple carry comp when you have the Hui you can solo carry, you have the Ashe and the Viego can do 3 resets as well, makes it a lot easier to take one loss on the initial engage and then run it back with the Viego reset or extra damage from one of your surviving carries.
Also, for anyone's legend, as we do begin to head towards the Rift, they have got themselves a lot of engage tools. It's not just Kyle this time around. It's not just 2 options. Pretty much everybody can start or follow up an engage, and that does mean if you burn a lot of tools to stop one part of the engage, maybe you aren't ready for the Ambessa following up. Maybe you aren't ready for the Akali following up, or the Nico finding an additional angle, and it will mean that there has to be a fair amount of discipline on the side of top esports when they manage those engages. There's the skybox, and the gyros ring out.
Yeah, there we go. trying to figure out who went first. AL went second, and they were good. Right, okay. Onto the Rifts. Nico's support it's not even been played in mid lane, I don't think, this season. Been much more popular as a support. Typically played alongside Varus or Kalista.
Yeah.
Mainly the Kalista, because Nico is not tanky enough to actually be an engage. However, in this composition, you build up to a proto belt. You try and use your the thingy passive to shapeshift into something which allows you to get into the backline a little bit more. Level 1 invade, looking towards a lane swap. Jhin is on top side with the Nico, because you can see the double Jhin icons on there. Not in place to stop this completely being stolen away here, though. Are we going to get a smite coming through?
Smite was secured by Kanavi. Gets a hold of the big chicken. Won't get anything more, but that is an early pseudo advantage, and the lanes will be Australia. No full lane swap available so far.
So AL did move their bot lane top lane first without any knowledge of the enemy bot lane move. I don't know whether I don't really think you want to play laning phase versus Ashe Renata, so that's not the best for the 2v2 for them. And they have Tarzan slightly further behind as well. Kanavi, sometimes he will just win an early game by himself. Giving himself a slight advantage like that definitely does not bode particularly well for AL.
Again, that's also true of Tarzan, who is known for having some of those more intricate early game playbooks, can path in slightly more unusual ways than a lot of junglers who default purely to full clears.
Well, JDG last year, their early game was Kanavi do something.
Yeah.
And the crazy thing was, he would. And he'd just do something and the game would just end at 15 minutes because it was Lee Sin or his Nidalee would do something crazy. He was one of the people who got the Nidalee pass. It was him, Tien, Canyon. They're the main ones that did it, really.
Should have lost his a little bit.
Yeah, he actually wasn't the best Nidalee player last year, despite the fact that he's played it for so much time over the course of his career. So someone in chat asking what happened in game 1. Very back and forth team fighting game. Some clutch plays from Shanks on the Galio and Hope having a deathless game on Corki were pretty insane. Go back and watch it. Team fights were insane. Close objective fighting 5v5 game 1.
And in the end, actually, it was Kyle who picked up MVP for some absolute insanity on Rel.
Yeah.
Found a few very, very clutch re-engages that sort of sealed out what was, as you were saying, a very close game. But this time around, slightly different drafts, less tank supports going on for one.
True.
And a bit more full all-in brawling from AL, and a little bit more poke disengage from the side of Top Esports.
By the way, one of the big things that Top Esports did in game 1 was like get really good objective control. Their vision was really good. Another thing which is going to help with that here, because I'm going to draw on the map. So they invaded in early here, get the push in and bot side, get some ward up here. Basically what that's meant is that they've kept Tarzan back into his own jungle along here, and they've tracked him pretty well. Now Tarzan is going to hit the collision point plant up here, but basically he's had eyes on him the entirety of the game so far, which means that he doesn't have a chance to do any monkey business.
And he doesn't get a hold of this second Scuttle Crab either. That kind of tries to rush over to it, can't quite have it happen. Instead he's going to start on his Raptor respawn, but here comes Viego with the level advantage, looking to try and play this one out. He's got Smite again. It might well be the Smite fight, but with the bot lane coming up and the Smite secured as well,
really good
Kanavi is really taking Tarzan to task. He's lost 2 of those Smite fights.
Are you kidding me? Kanavi with lanes which are instantly responding to his invades, incredible. Like, this is exactly what Kanavi wants. And, you know, if you asked me a couple of years ago, in 21, 22, something like that, normally I'd say just before the super team came through as well, and even part of the super team of JDG, a lot of the time Kanavi would just, especially 2020 Kanavi, he would just invade anyway and die. Remember his Lilia era where he would just invade all the time, and if he ever got away with it, it was like, well, the game's over, he's managed to out-farm you. But he wouldn't always do it with his lanes. Right now, 10 CS up already onto Tarzan, who's had a load of his camps taken from him. Fantastic, immaculate vision coverage from, if you look down on the minimap, immaculate coverage of everything into here. Top side scuttle as well. Wards down here from a pushing lane. This is something which Kanavi has not always had on his teams, and he's not always waited for it on some teams as well. The fact that he has lanes immediately providing him vision so he can get ahead of the game and continually invade, great to see from the veteran all-star jungler.
From no vision in the rivers at all to both Scuttle Crabs and a load of wards in the space of 30 seconds, off lane priority and good jungle invades and jungle timings on the camp respawns, you can't ask for much better, because a lot of other junglers would have just gone for the Scuttle Crab. They wouldn't have gone for the Raptor camp, but actually Kanavi says, come fight this, you've got the opportunity, leave lane, be here, and we can really put this Wukong into a tragic position. It's a longsword versus a phage, and we know how big these early item breakpoints and component breakpoints are for things like grubs, are for things like dragons.
Yeah, and the grubs spawning in 10 seconds, which is very important for that. So, But once again, winning lanes, pushing up and making sure there are eyes on Tarzan. Forced to use the Smite and the Gromp. Didn't really want to have to use it there. Kanavi's currently got a full level advantage. Tarzan at level 4 will take over with the next camp taken. Now, there's no way you can contest anything. AL, I said that a lot of their success will hinge around Tabe and Tarzan. Tarzan shut down in the early game, so his creative pathing can't determine the game. Awesome stuff from Top Esports. And why I was really looking forward to this matchup. This jungle matchup, Kanavi versus Tarzan, this is exactly where my eyes are.
And we kind of alluded to it in the last game, but I think it is worth reiterating, is that these are two of the best junglers in the world. They might in fact be the top 2 junglers in the world. You can discuss it. There was obviously conversations. Owner's gone up and down at points. Peanuts, fantastic. You know, you can go down the line. Who's fantastic is Cream is engaged on. The Shuriken won't land on the flip. Cream is forced to burn the flash. I was musing about the level. It was the
Ambassador ult which was flashed away from. That's a little bit helpful. Only one of us has the headphones, and the big thing about the Ambassador is the sound cue.
The flashes, so then Shanks also missed the Shuriken afterwards.
Yes, but the start was the flash away from the Ambassador ult, which is what I was saying. I have the headphones on, I can hear the sound cue, and I was like, hang on. That's the biggest thing about it. It's like when you're playing against a Malphite. You typically go off a sound cue.
No. So it was more. My apology was more that I phrased it wrong. I know he flashed away from the public execution. I just phrased it out, which is
I'm going to live in a reality where Sam didn't know that the public execution was flashed away. Did you know that actually it was the public execution which was flashed away from?
No, I didn't. Tell me more about the public execution.
Well, so you see, I have headphones on and you don't, so I could hear that.
What is this elitist headphone?
It's my I am the establishment here in my own bedroom.
Stream.
I guess
It's your stream.
It's my stream. I can do what I want.
Wow.
Well, not everything I want. Otherwise, there are still consequences for your actions.
So they tell me.
Yeah. What's happening here? So, Top Esports immediately 2 objectives up on the feat to strength. So that's nice for them. No kills coming through yet.
No, it's a relatively late first blood for the current match. It has to be said, especially with a lot of dives in lane swaps occurring. You often see those early kills under turret. Second plate going the way of Jackie and Crisp, who have done what you suspected they might with this lane, which is just get a significant individual lead, up 20 CS, up a number of plates.
The early game, both combination between jungle and laners, the level 1 allowing for the early invade, getting standard lanes so you're astronautic and play through lane dominance, fantastic for Top Esports. One of my big problems with, say for instance in LEC, one, some teams don't understand what they're lane swapping for, and 2, even if you get standard lanes, they're not necessarily playing through the laning phase well enough.
Going on holiday, Alex. That's why they're in another lane. They want to leave home for a bit.
Yeah, they should go to Chiang Mai and Chiang Rai. I hear they're really good places this time of year.
They are pretty great.
Yeah.
They've got like elephants.
I'm saying that because we did that and it was really cool.
It was really cool.
And it was a very special time. Learned how to make, well, I already knew how to make a version of it. Learned how to make Lab, which is one of my favorite stuff. It was really good. And I made some the other day and it was really nice.
It was really good.
There's a place that does Lab near us, weirdly. For those of you that don't know what it is, kind of like a minced meat spicy salad, which is really, really good. You kind of like use, you kind of put rice on the bottom of a frying pan and you kind of roast it and then you kind of break it up into smaller pieces and it adds like really nice texture into it.
It does. And lots of mint and basil and other things like that. And lemongrass.
Fish sauce, lemongrass, kaffir, lime leaves. Yeah. It's good stuff. Anyway, go get yourself well fed.
I'm now hungry. Thank you.
Hi, hungry. I'm Alex.
I knew you would do
that.
Or
now hungry. I'm Alex.
I want to be angry, but really I did this to myself.
You did.
I knew what you were going to do.
Yeah.
I've had many years of experience.
I can't be blamed for my obvious actions, he says. Actually quite able to be blamed for his obvious actions.
The leopard punned my face, Marty.
Yeah. Okay, so we have second spawner grubs coming up in a minute. Level 6 is, of course, available for everyone on the Rift now, as Kyle just levels up as the last one there. Early... Yeah, I mean, the early advantage for the jungle... It has led to a slight component advantage. W hits onto top lane and ult comes out too.
There's the all out and 369 trying to spike.
Flandre
just can't. Drake can't step far enough away.
Did you
to heal.
Did you see that the Ambassador ult missed there? I saw that. You see, I've got headphones so I can hear the sound cue of the Ambassador.
I'm going to publicly execute
which
you with
meant
this,
that Flandre then flashed early, goes into Kanavi, top lane is down, and this was the big chance to have a turnaround. Without your top laner, without their ult now as well, I think that chance of a contest has gone away. AL might still feel desperate enough that they have to go for a fight here anyway. Top Esports early game has been destructive, disastrous for AL. Not having Flandre here, and now even when he comes out, not having ult, really not what they want.
Off a fantastic level 1 invade into Raptors. Everything else has gone their way. Grubs now coming up. This would be the 6 Grubs if they can secure them all. Number 1 goes down in short order. AL here to play. 369 finds an Antofo strike and forces a heal out of Kyle. Flandre has respawned. Remember, no ult though. It's not the easiest access into backline. Grub number 2 goes down. It's the clone that 369 whacks with his Antofos. Going to be playing for a smite fight on that Grub.
Kanavi has no smite. That's the ult from Shanks.
Shanks lands the shuriken flip. 369 flashes. Curtain call comes on down. And AL find their moment. Kanavi has to ult away. Still has the flash. Will be forced to burn it to get out to safety. But AL do actually manage to pick up at least a kill. And they do actually get a Grub too to prevent that feat of strength coming on.
And a rare mistake coming through from 369 as a front line. He gets split up for his team. He doesn't have the damage in position to back up his position. And he gets taken down by Shanks going just hell for leather into the backline. AL, that was a difficult contest. The fact that they come out with a kill from that and stopping a Grub, that is way beyond what I thought they could do. So that's a good sign for them. Top esports, they'd had everything in this early game so far. And once again, just look back at this, at how 369 plays it. Quite disconnected from his team. Goes up into this choke point, but there's no one even close to him at this point. Maybe his team could have stepped up a little bit further. Maybe they were the ones that left him out to dry. End result is 369 goes down for free. Of course, there was no smite on Kanavi, who was on the other side of the fight anyway, so one of the Grubs does go down, and AL walk away with a bit of a steal there.
They very much do, and it prevents the clean snowball that Top Esports been have been happening. There's a better way of phrasing that, but you get the idea, guys. English is sometimes quite hard, even when you're paid.
We should speak in Simlish instead. Flandre, Gabuga Jarger. 369, Barbarder, Top Blue Globber.
Chikupakasa.
Sabulba
Slimo. I knew you'd go for that one.
In case you hadn't realized, folks, we grew up on the Star Wars prequels. In fact, apparently when I was in primary school, I guess, whenever we did any creative writing stuff, eventually I'd just always make it about pod racing.
Really?
Yeah.
That explains a lot, Alex.
I think
it was your special interest.
Sam, I think I had quite a few special interests, and I think that raises questions about things that I may or may not have.
May?
Yeah. Anyway. Look, I'm not afraid to admit it. Pod racing is the best sci-fi sport there has ever been.
Oh, completely. Why on earth? Okay, mild tangent, because every time this comes up, there's a certain seething rage that builds up with it, and it's about why on the giant Star Wars casino planet
did they have horse racing instead of pod racing?
Yes.
Yeah, that was not good.
A boring casino
Look,
world.
I'm not going to say...
How do you have a boring casino world?
But the thing is, I really like the Salt Red Planet. That was really good design. It's not that they were incapable of good design.
It was just inverted
if you're going to,
5.
that wasn't as good. But if you're going to have like a casino... Exactly, how do you make a casino planet in Star Wars, of all things, really boring in Episode 8? This and more crimes against the sci-fi
Why were they not selling
people.
death sticks, Alex?
Because
high-class death sticks.
Because they wanted to go home and rethink their lives, so...
Should have rethought the plot.
Yeah. Anyway, notice how we have to do that a couple of times. First turret calls up unavailable for the feats of strength. Knive going towards Flandre again. Flandre not had the easiest game so far. Had a decent Rumble game, but he's been focused pretty hard so far in this game. Jungle advantage not nearly as big now as it was. I mean, it's still a 1-level advantage, but at least the items are...
It's stabilized there, yeah.
Stabilizing. Kanavi's still going to be much more happy where he is at things right now. And also remember, identity of these team comps. Top esports want to absorb the initial engage if it's all possible. They can go forwards with the Ash Arrow too. That's definitely something they can do. And there's no one who's building Mikhail's on the other side. Nico doesn't want to do that, so no one's going to be able to stop that Ash Arrow. But Top esports being ahead in gold whilst also playing for the disengage, that makes it very hard for AL to play their melee dive comp that they want to.
Feat of strength available for Top esports if they can get a hold of the dragon that's up and available. It'll be their second of the game. They have done a really good job of also converting that early pressure into those early objectives. AL are the ones, however, with a solid enough ward on the dragon that's making sure they have an idea about what's going on. And with the Scuttle Crab spawning, and that is not a Kali in the river because it's split into two, and that's just Kyle. We get baited even as the observers because the mini-map icons are still, in fact, the champion icons, not Nico, which can sometimes catch you out when you're looking at who's flanking here.
Interesting thing. Ghost Blade Jin first item. So it's not going towards a crit build, going towards lethality. Now, if you're hitting anyone that isn't Cassante, that's good.
Pretty valuable, yeah.
And I suppose, if you're going for a dive comp where you want to kill the carries, realistically, what you want to do is kill the carry, and then Cassante will just die to 5 people afterwards.
Yeah.
So you're not looking to just sit and hit the Cassante first. Like, unlike last game, where we actually were engaging onto the front line. It's a little bit different. So I hope we'll see whether this build works out. It's not one which I've seen for a little while. Of course, lethality has always been somewhat of a thing, but not for a little while in Pro.
Ghostblade allows you to play from range a little bit easier as well. It's a lot harder to get onto you when you've got the barrier and stuff as well. Can be just a little bit more slippery with that item build. Knavi on an invade into the jungle. Kyle disguised once again as Shanks, and Flandre is here as well. An angle for a dive, but it's just an invade. Knavi will look to take away the Krugs, but I don't know whether he's going to feel confident enough to stick around on that one. Curtain Call summoned here in mid lane as Jackie Love just walks away, and Hope does not strike true. Needs to go speak to Angelina Jolie. He needs more training.
Curve the bullet. So Herald now started up AL, not really in position for this. If they managed to find a pick onto Jackie Love, would have absolutely changed that equation, but not to be the case. Herald's going to go down pretty easily. AL don't even have that great vision.
By angle. Because the other thing you've got to remember is there's some really
flank
options. That public execution does land, and I don't need headphones for it. Bailout comes on through, will not be enough. Down goes the Viego. On the other side, Shanks hit by the spiraling despair. Ult into Shuriken flip, buys some time, and he keeps 2 members away while the rest of top esports are collapsed on, and Crisp is munched on up like a pack of walkers.
Flandre escapes the tower dive, and AL, despite losing the objective, find themselves the fight. Viego goes down first. There's no chance of a reset. The bailout on the Renata is not really getting the value that it wanted to at that point. When we get into the replay, we'll have to judge the terrain that top esports chose to fight on, because AL just ate them alive there at that fight. Did not expect that to be the case, especially with the early advantages for them. So big stuff that's coming through. Flandre gets himself right into the thick of things. And if you're playing as Renata, you really want to be casting your ult like down this direction, but you're immediately stopped from doing that because Flandre opens up the fight into too many different angles. Look at this Renata ult. There are too many ways to dodge it. Dodge it up, dodge it down. You can do either one. Much harder to get value out of it. And because Crips can't get a good bailout and also can't get himself a good ultimate, I think the team comp falls apart. Really well played by Flandre and the rest of AL to make sure that the Renata ult doesn't just gun them down in one single direction.
And that really sets up for a point I wanted to have a talk about in the first place, which was team fight shape this game is going to be huge.
Yes.
Top esports are fantastic if it's organized battle lines, if it's front to back, if they know where people are coming from and they've got their lines in order. The moment things fracture, the moment someone comes from off vision at an odd angle, it gets tricky because so many people can dive from so many angles. So many people can be threatening if they get past those nice orderly battle formations.
And even though that was a one-man Nico ult, I think it still did its job of forcing top esports out of the single directional team fight that they wanted to take. So despite the actual the actual damage in the CC of it not being the best, it forced top esports into losing terrain, and the rest was then cleaned up by Shanks, Tarzan, and Flandre. The fact that AL have that understanding at this point in the split is great to see. Top esports, of course, last game, the initial engage was going really well for them. So the fact that it's not working out necessarily as well here, despite them having similar kind of tank frontline peel back playstyle, it's not necessarily what they want.
You can see in the picture-in-picture, the other part of this that was really cool was Shanks zones off both solo lanes by himself.
Insane, yeah.
And that gives the rest of his team so much time, and that's what I'm talking about with the team fight shape. The moment it fractures, the moment it is not a nice, ordered, well-considered fight, and it's skirmishy and messy, it gets a lot harder.
However, coming out of that, Herald's still taken by top esports, still taking 2 turrets as well. So despite the team fight looking really good, top esports walk away with the feats of strength. They walk away with the better monetary value from the play. However, if AL can team fight like that, that's still a good sign for them. So things in moderation here. It's not blown out of proportion just yet.
It isn't. And again, top esports are still in a fine position this game with the objectives they've got.
This is one of the things about shoutcasting that have to temper a little bit as you get more used to the job. It's really easy to talk about the good stuff about a flashy fight. Yeah. Right there. Wow, AL break the formation of top esports, really good play from XYZ. But then you come out of it and you realize, actually, well, top esports still get turrets, they still get the Herald. While that might be a blueprint for how team fights happen later, if top esports walk away and get value out of that monetary advantage they get from the map, it's still not bad for them.
Play in a lot of ways. My thought, honestly, I wondered with that massive amount of kills going towards that top side by that turret, whether they could just force down the tier 1 there and get that as their next feed of strength, but it didn't happen, unfortunately, for them, and it is still top esports that picked that up. I do think there has been a little bit of a... How do I put this? There has been a perception shift this year. Say, oh my days, all of these early objectives and stuff, there's way too much power early on. It's not changed how much power or changed the win rate for getting these things, or if it has by 0.5%. Yeah, the feats of strength and stuff don't change your win rate that much. It's just like, we're getting early objectives, getting early kills does in fact make you win the game more often, guys.
I will say, the things which have changed, I don't think dragon stacking is the be-all and end-all like it has been some extra. Hang on, we might get ourselves a fight here. I'm going to shut up about that. Shanks on the flank, putting the Herald down here. Is this just going to be a play into the turret? Flandre could stick around and just take top turret, trade 1-for-1. It's probably the plan right now. Turret's going to fall just to the Herald. AL not going for an engage.
Cream just outside of that route. Took a bit of damage. I think it was a bouncing grenade, if I caught rightly. Now the curtain calls come on through. Shanks looking for an angle here as well. Slowed down twice. He's in so much danger. Can't flash away, surely. Shanks secures the kill. The spiraling despair comes on through. But I think Shanks will be just fine with the therapy paid for by the gold he gets from the kill.
Shanks is really good at League of Legends. Teams up with Hope, the duo that have stuck together for 3 years between Team WE and AL as well. And this could potentially open up a very early Atakan. Cream can teleport in 20 seconds. Need to be careful now at taking too much damage from the Atakan. Kyle using the clone to get some vision.
Viego has put down the Black Mist as well. Can look to jump on in, has ult, has flash, Shanks on a flank angle.
Tarzan!
Tarzan goes in with the flash of the Cyclone in the inclement weather. It's devastating, pop goes the Blossom! Shanks and AL break top esports in half. It's been 2 close games, but in the end, it's still AL that are coming out on top. Atakan is their prize.
Once again, AL destroy the formation and the foundation of top esports. They can't play around their huge disengage and play for a reset. Shanks get us into the backline. Tarzan goes into the front line, and top esports do not know what to do. Flash forward with the ult now, coming off cooldown, charging up that perfect execution.
No way! He's just better.
Shanks is just better. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal, 6-0-0. Shanks is ready to join the elite, the truly elite mid laners of the LPL.
This game was supposed to be top esports. It was all going to plan. The early invades, the early objectives, and then one fight we go, well, it's kind of come out even anyway. And then this sequence happens.
But there are 2 big things which happen here. One, yes, the clone over the wall changes everything. But once again, look, the Renata ult is not hitting the important target. It's going up this direction. It doesn't stop Shanks. It doesn't stop Tarzan on the other side. And they get to just run havoc, run rampant in the backline. The Renata is meant to play in a single line. They cannot guarantee that this game because Shanks has played so goddamn well alongside Tarzan.
And yeah, 369 gets bailed out. Congratulations. But that was after the damage had been done. And then Shanks gets his ult back because he used it mid lane before the play.
He kills Cream once, gets his ult off cooldown, just kills the poor bugger again. He's the last remaining member of this, and we said, hey, Shanks versus Cream, both these guys have been angling at top tier for a while. Some people will argue that they have been top tier for a little bit, but they haven't necessarily had all the results and the individual performance to completely guarantee that and put it out of question. The fact that Cream is getting bodied now by Shanks in terms of the gameplay, yes, there are some team play factors aside from that, bodes really well for Shanks and his own bid to be a real top mid laner in the LPL.
These 2.5 items and a fully stacked Dark Seal. He is absolutely lethal. He's nearly at level 16 as well, so that perfect execution will be pretty damn deadly if it wasn't already. Now gets to walk over towards this turret with the Atakan buff on top of their heads. They can start to pick up those structures they hadn't got earlier in the game, and the gold begins to swing in their favor. We've got Baron spawning in just under 40 seconds. That will be a big play as well.
Unironically, Shanks with this Atakan should buy a Magi's because you don't lose Magi stacks when you get the GA from the withdrawal. You should do that with the gold that you have. Take a death if you want to and try and get a couple of kills. Get up to like 20 stacks of the Magi's, and then I think a game is pretty much unlosable at that point. You will one-shot whoever comes at you. Tarzan going for the ultimate. They have the Atakan. This is a freebie.
No.
Kanavi started the game well, just has not been able to play around the team fights though. AL, this was a hard game for them. They're playing a melee dive into an anti-dive comp, but they've somehow managed to overcome it.
Knocked up into the public execution. Kanavi had no time to press R, and you know, he's got a Sundered Sky now, but he's just not that tanky on the Viego. He's not ahead of the game anymore. Your jungler's just died. You've still got withdrawal on top. That is Baron.
That is, and Shanks still he's level 16 to Cream's level 14 as well. Kyle on the flank. There is such a power advantage for AL right now. They can take whatever fight they want. They have the extra GAs coming through.
There comes the Nico with another Pop Blossom. And Jackie Love, unfortunately, just wait, hang on. I take it back. Cream finds a spiraling despair. They get because the withdrawals have timed out. It's too far.
They choose the wrong time. Shanks, he doesn't have himself the ult anymore. Cream managed to get so much damage in the choke point. We were just praising AL for so much, and they might have just thrown around the Baron. He's flying back in, but he'll die. He'll lose the stacks on the Dark Seal. AL throw with Atakan, and they'll lose the Baron.
Oh, the withdrawal times out. They tried to find the flank. It looked fantastic, but not everyone was there to follow up.
Dude, Cream heard us talking shit.
He did.
Saying, hey, well, it's the battle of these two mid laners aiming for the kind of the real top echelons of the LPL mid lane talent pool. And AL this time completely flubbed their engage. They choose the wrong fight around the Atakan. Or rather, with the Atakan resets. And now AL, despite them having such a good lead before this, will have to play around a big... Their teleport's coming in. They're looking for a retreat.
Oh, bends a bullet that time. Angelina Jolie lessons have come in. Nice and clutch. And mid-game, apparently, the teleports are there. They won't find anything more, but they do pick up at least a kill and will be able to take the opportunity to claim the mid-tier 1. Flandre in danger. Goes with the public execution. 369 gets the pull back into the Pathmaker. Flandre will repudiate for a moment or two, but there's just not enough Drake Hound stepping. You can do, but he's gonna flash. Another teleport in. Shanks in the backline. Gets a Shuriken flip. Can go back onto 369. Surely the bailout is there, but he's got the Sonyas to buy time. And they get Ash as well, because all the while, everyone comes into play. And we know what happens when everyone from AL gets to bring into that scattered fight. Crisp is snapped. And all the while, Tarzan on no HP, but lost his 1v1 versus Wukong.
Jackie Love dies as well. Top Esports just clutched out a Baron versus a gold-leading Atakan team, and they lose everyone before they can use it. Top Esports, this was your chance to turn this game around. It absolutely should have been. The choke point and the damage coming through from Cream around the Baron was insane, but they throw away their strategic advantage just afterwards. They will be absolutely kicking themselves for not taking that fight. Well, I guess this has to be the Baron fight, right? So no, this is we don't even get to see ourselves the fight, which threw AL's Atakan into this.
Nah.
The blind shot. The blind. Are you kidding me, Hope?
Nah.
That is illegal. The blind shot to kill the Hui. Flandre sticks on the map, and Top Esports haven't set up the map. They're not pushing out their lanes. They find Flandre on this top side. A couple of things happens. Ult over the Spectral Morgue, stops that stun. The Q3 pops him out of the Viego ult as well. With that W not hitting, with the ult not hitting, Flandre manages to get himself his shield and gets away from Kanavi, who does manage to get the kill eventually, but it happens so slowly that the team fight, well, the skirmish, I suppose, can be won afterwards. A couple of missed skill shots, partly by their own fault, sees AL into a fantastic skirmish to deny the Baron buffs.
And then Kanavi doesn't know that Shanks goes Zonya's within the Twilight Shroud. It hurts. And then Tarzan finds the 1v1, goes on to Jackie Le Flash. Nimbus Strike ensures there is nothing at all that Jackie can do.
And even though he gets hit by the by the arrow, he's still ulting, so it doesn't stop the Wukong spinning and winning. AL, I have no idea how they lost the Atakan fight. I've also no idea how they managed to win after that point too. It's still within 1,000, 2,000 gold though.
It's close.
The Baron has been a negative Baron power play for Top Esports. The game is still closer than it was, and that is the big takeaway between these two teams. Top Esports, if they can just find their one single directional fight without AL managing to get onto the backline, their composition should outvalue AL's. However, that hasn't consistently happened still.
It's not easy to prevent either, because we've kind of had that conversation already. Every single member of AL can aggress from really odd angles. Jin can just open up from Fog of War at a weird angle. You've got Nico, who's got invisibility and that ability to turn into random items on the Rift. Your Akali, your Ambassador, your Wukong, all known for good flanking.
Yeah, look at these wards here. They're spotting out Shanks just here on this flank. You can see that he was trying to look for something. The 5-man clump is really important for Top Esports because they're trying to find a corridor to have a Renata ult just going in a single direction up one part of the river or not to stop AL from really piling onto that backline. Buy a little bit of time for Cream, Jackalove, and Kanavi to get damage down and start getting some resets.
Third item is completed for the Ashe by the buy. That is now a very high DPS option. 2.5 items for Cream as well, who has managed to recover from what was a difficult stage in the game. Root lands down. It's not really going to get followed up on Kanavi, and the clone was there from Tarzan that was being attacked by Top Esports. Wasn't really a valuable member for sure. Dragon spawning 2.5 minutes. That's not really a threat right now. It is 2 dragons apiece, worth noting.
And I'd apologize for adverts, but the amount of gift subs that we had this stream, don't actually think anyone's going to be seeing them. So, yeah, that one happens, I suppose. Shanks, not really built to destroy the Xante. In fact, not really anyone besides Wukong and Ambassador, I suppose. Are really built to destroy the Xante. It's not really been about that. 369 not been able to play the frontline battle. Well, might just be now, though. Gets a good knockback onto Shanks, forces the ult out.
R2, but where do you go out? Flandre now here. Arrow comes on through. Zonya'd by Shanks. Has flash. May well have to use it. Public edge. Oh! Into the Nico ult! The hostile takeover. Too shy, but Jackie's still rolling. He's got himself a bailout. Goes down into it. The spiraling despair. Not quite in time, but they'll still get a couple kills back. It is a messy fight. Curtain Call gets another. It'll still end up being a 4 for 3, I want to say. 4 for 2 even in the end. Top Esports come out on top.
Yeah, Xante manages to take care of Akali, which means that's one bit of threat done. JackieLove dies, but not before him and Cream do absurd amounts of damage. Top Esports find themselves their disengaged fight, and they will take themselves the top bot lane in a turret. It's not going to be on a timing to take a big objective, but that is a better blueprint for how they want to fight than what a lot of the rest of the game has shown.
The problem is, these ultimates will be back up in time for Baron. What will not be up in time is JackieLove's summoners. He's down both.
So, this is just a dash towards the minion for the extended dash range, gets the Q3. We said that the Akali doesn't have the build to kill the Xante, so he's not looking for a 1v1. He's looking to escape. 369 misses the W prediction, but here, fantastic Zonyas to stop the stun coming through, but you're still out of position and you don't have the threat onto the backline anymore. Flandre does something which I like to call full contact team fighting, where he goes straight onto the carries trying to follow up on the damage from the pick. Can't quite get himself the biggest kill, and sadly Shanks goes into a Xante W trying to avoid the Viego instead. Tries to stop the reset coming through. Can't necessarily stop that, and yes, JackieLove dies, but it feels like the Akali not getting optimal value means that Top Esports feels so much better about the fight.
And let's be real, Cream gets both solo and his HP. Well, actually, it was Tarzan and Flandre, I suppose, because Shanks was already dead. All of their HP bars basically by themselves over the wall in trade for JackieLove being jumped on, so big value. Again, though, Jackie, no flash, no cleanse, Baron's up. Not an easy position for Top Esports to play around their AD carry.
We are basically even in gold. Of course, you've got the feats of strength on Top Esports, like giving them some extra gold value as well. Death cap on Cream with the Seekers. Cream, despite the fact that he had played second fiddle to the Akali for the grand majority of this game, will be running these team fights now if he's allowed to cast more than one rotation. Maybe even just a single rotation will be enough. Top Esports, they've managed to get themselves fantastic vision coverage. Again, they've been so immaculate at getting these wards down. Look at all of these on the top side. There are a couple of red wards, but the vision coverage to spot out flanks and to protect their own rear, it's been so good from Top Esports. AL, they need to get Akali into a good position, but Top Esports have been closing that gap better as the game's gone on.
And Shanks has been caught a blighting duel for a little while now. Really wants that 4th item complete, because that void staff will matter a lot when you're trying to get those execution thresholds.
So we do have Dragon up as well. No one's on Soul Point. As we said, priority of Dragons has gone down quite a lot because of power of Grubs, the power of Ra. And the power of Atakan as well. Sorry, I lost
that
my
was
Prince of Egypt.
a momentary Prince of Egypt. Great song, though.
It's a great song. It's fantastic. But
I mean, you make the jokes, right? But we're saying, well, Shanks and Hope are playing with the big boys now, aren't they? They are trying to prove that they are among their number.
So that will now be the genre of reference. We did our Star Wars references earlier. We're now on to
DreamWorks references.
Get Shrek'd. You know, that was actually a thing.
Genuinely a thing, yeah.
For the animation and people working on Prince of Egypt, if they kind of got taken off the project for reasons, they would be put onto Shrek. So it was like, as a punishment, it was called Getting Shrek'd. Anyway, we do have some members on the bottom side for AL, which means that they're not around the Baron. Once again, AL not really getting the best of the vision coverage around the objectives. AL, we want to try and find a flank, and that ward will help them.
Trying to come in from multiple angles. It's not front to back. That's Flandre in a slightly awkward position. Will lacerate and Drake Hound step to get out to safety right now. Uses that cunning.
Yeah, and Crisp misses the flash handshake. That's huge, because that catch would have been so much for them. 369 going to take some damage. The setup from Top Esports stops them from falling prey to this. They will get themselves a teleport out of Flandre, but they will have to pull away from the Baron.
Jackie still no flash, but it's not that far off cooldown either. Deadly Flourish will be... Was that cleanse away with the Mikhails? I'm not quite sure. No, it wasn't. I think it was just damage and no...
There also is no Mikhails right now.
Yeah, so I didn't see it because it came. I was like, is it Mikhails? No, it wasn't. It's redemption option on the Renata to try and mitigate the dive. Makes sense alongside.
Oh, okay, so now the reset's coming through from Top Esports. A couple of their vision wards have been taken out. JackieLove and Crisp are not here at the play. This will be gone before they can turn up. No. Top Esports, can they delay?
They didn't reset. It's going to be so much trouble. Kanavi's around. Could look to get in and steal it nonetheless. Jin is the one that secures it in the 5v3. Fight afterwards is an option. Shanks lands the E onto Cream, trying to buy time. Spiraling Despair onto Shanks, who will Zonya's it out. Good spot for the curtain call. Tarzan on a flank, spot by the crushing Maw, and the resets begin to fly. Viego showing why he is the king. Tarzan will at least claim the way eventually. All the while, Kanavi's gone very deep, and Flandre publicly executes the king. He's changing his nationality. It's the French all over again.
Regicide as Viego can't clean up. Top Esports should have had the reset team fight, but Flandre and Tarzan caused so much havoc in their respective 1v1s in the backline that Top Esports can't keep their formation together again. It really has been breaking the shield wall. The phalanx, the pikes can't be pointed in the right directions, and despite the damage coming out of the carries from Top Esports, they cannot win the battle at that point. Dragon now on the table, the resets coming through from AL. They have a teleport on Shanks and they can go towards that objective. It was a steal angle coming through from Kanavi. Uses W to get away from the Shuriken. Oh, then once this happens here, the 4th shot smite ends up securing it. That's what you combo it together with. Close all the same. The arrow does land onto Hope, but it's still a long-range Jin. He can follow up on this. But look at this again. Not a great Renata ult. Again, the terrain doesn't work out for the single-directional team fight that Renata really wants. Tarzan, fantastic buying of time. I thought Shanks had fucked it. I thought he'd end up giving a reset over, but it isn't the game-changing play that I thought it would be. Kanavi, yes, goes forward for a reset, but as he goes very deep on one side, you know, Tarzan's doing the same on the other. And sadly, you are against the Lethality Jin, who does a ridiculous amount of damage to a squishy target, like a very low armor Viego.
And yes, you ult forwards, that's great, but then Hope barrier flash is out, and you still eat the damage. You're out of range of your other skill shots, and Jackie and Crisp had turned around to deal with Tarzan, and they don't get him either.
Oh, the arrow lands into the eco climb. Insult to injury.
Oh dear.
2.5k gold advantage over to the Jin, who has a cheaper item build than the crit Ash as well. Flandre taking some decent damage down here as well. Has himself the Death Stance, which helps him tank that up with the shield. AL. This team beat Top Esports in the Demacia Cup final, and we thought, okay, but is that going to last? What happens? Maybe they can be good if they integrate Tarzan and Tabi well. What will happen with, you know, meta shifts and the like? AL have not been a top-tier organization within the LPL before, especially compared to Top Esports with players like 369, Kanavi, Jackulov, Crisp being so successful within the league. This was meant to be a good matchup, and we thought that AL could eventually be very, very good. Was it going to be today that they really started to gun towards the top end of the table? And it seems like they're showing off a lot of their better side.
And it's also worth noting this Jin, yes, it was a sort of lethality build, but it's flexed into a semi-crit one here with the rapid fire, with the Lord Doms, with the Collector. If he gets enough gold, you just sell the Ghost Blade. You pick up an Infedge and you switch out to being crit Jin and having all those value now. I think this Jin is in a very scary position, especially with the Bloodthirster on top of everything else. He's not going to be easy to bring down unless you get everybody on top of him. And I don't know how consistent that's going to be when we've seen how frenetic those extended team fights get. There is so much mobility. There is so much flank opportunity from AL. Top Esports battle lines have just not withstood contact with the enemy.
Yeah, and I think another huge thing too is one of the reasons why Wukong is so powerful right now is that he can be his own carry in a team fight.
Yeah.
If he is actually allowed to find a 1v1 or a 1v2, this guy completely shreds the backline. He'll kill tanks too.
He's one of the best scaling junglers in the game because he scales on so many different factors. He is tanky, he's damaging, he is mobile, he's team fight, ults, you know.
Especially of the AD variety. If you're going to, but good scaling when it comes to AP jungles, sure, that's a different question because AP junglers, I think,
very different.
They are a different beast, and we saw that last year. If we're going into an AD jungle meta, Viego is set up by his team and can reset through to victory. It's a unique win condition. But Wukong with his own kit, ridiculously powerful in terms of his own damage source. And we've seen Tarzan now do that multiple times. Starrick's Black Cleaver Triforce will be able to shred through the Cassante. Top Esports need to find a way to stop having one of these people just destroying the backline completely. I feel like the front line of Top Esports might be getting a little bit too high fee after they get themselves that one look in for a chase down kill, because we've seen multiple times now Jackulov and Cream just left out to the wolves.
Yeah. Shanks now at 4.5 items is an NLR and a completion cost away from a death cap on the Akali. Has sold the Dark Seal, I think. At this point it makes sense. Death cap is probably more consistent value at this stage in the game, and it has gone harder and harder to guarantee the kills on the Akali, even if you are still buying a lot of cooldowns and a lot of resources. It's not a one-man show.
And White People is asking whether we've seen the Ruinous Atakan yet within LPL. No, we haven't. I think the only time I've seen it is in the LCK kickoff event where it wasn't
We
serious.
saw in LEC once. Kazi had it happen to them, didn't they? Had it in the LEC.
No, they didn't. They were about 1 or 2 kills off of it.
I was told it was.
Who told you that?
I don't know. Someone in chat. I didn't get to see it because I was asleep.
No, we didn't get to see it. I'm pretty sure. I don't think we've seen a single one of them. Tarzan going in. Kanavi caught out.
Quite a lot of those, that's for sure. Kanavi, not going to matter because Flandre's in with the public execution, backs on out, and that's a little bit of damage down. But it's 2 big ults to no real gain. Now 369 going on forwards. Ow, hang on, now he takes a bit of damage.
Arrow goes into the Wukong clone. Jackie Love's arrows have just not been good this game. 2,000 gold behind. He's been dove onto on the backline, and sure, that I think is forgivable. The arrow accuracy going into Nico clones and Wukong clones is an added difficulty, but they need to land in these important moments. Would have been a kill overlap for Baron and potentially for Dragon after that point. Top Esports, that could have been a big moment for them.
Still a few ults blown across the boards there. I'll note, importantly, Cyclone and Public Execution down. Not the perfect variety. There's a few different ways to execute this game if you're anyone's legend, including the Jhin 4th shot, because that does a lot more damage the more HP people are missing. It's a fun mechanic with lethality, I tell you. Is the clone stepping on forwards? Hope looking for a deadly flourish, and we've got Baron spawned. We've got Dragon up. It would be Soul for anyone's legend. They can play Catch 22 with top Esports here.
Now might be playing for Catch in the backline. Shanks will be on Vision Top Esports. Their vision control has been good this series. If anything else, you can criticize them for, let it not be the vision control. They have been outclassing AL with that. However, I think AL have been playing the mind games better. I think they've been playing the rotations a little better too. They've been going towards the objectives on good timings and stopping Top Esports from playing around that setup as well as they would like to. Kyle posing as the Akali. Definitely a ninja double team technique. There's no damage done just yet. He really does need to. Top Esports don't think they want to go too far on that, though. And that's an ult in the mid lane. Here comes Kyle!
He can look for the flash angle. He's not going to take it. Has taken the blast cone out. But now he's in trouble because they know he's there.
Oh, I thought that was going to be the huge play. They can't quite make it happen, and now the engage happens in the mid lane. Flandre can't get out, and he'll be burned down.
But they've not got the jungle either. Kanavi is chasing Kyle. Flandre down to half HP, but does have the teleport to come back in. The captive audience slow might be enough to get AL out of dodge.
Oh, it is so smoke and mirrors. And Top Esports, we said that they've been playing well around their rearguard vision. This is going to buy them a dragon that will stop Infernal Soul coming through from anyone's legend, but now they might have given up positioning on the mid wave. They pushed that one out quickly. Teleport now into the enemy jungle from, believe that's Flandre coming back in. AL can't find themselves that perfect fight right now, but it is just one ultimate away.
It is, but that was the mind game that
Oh my god, Kyle. Oh my god, Kyle. He's got both carries!
He's got him! He just bides his time. Cream's gone golden, but how much further can he go? Has got flash, gets out to safety. Kyle goes in, but the follow-up isn't good enough. And now Top Esports can continue to threaten. Flandre is about to fall down here too. They lose 2. Shanks is running away for 369, but in the backline goes Tarzan, trying to get the damage, but it's feeling too little, too late. The bailouts are there. It's a triple kill to Viego. The resets are in, and Top Esports, against what felt like all odds, will surely win the game.
They will do at this point. The death timers are long enough. It is just hope, and I think it'll be snuffed out very quickly at the Nexus. Top Esports, they play it slow. They play to defend their backline, and the Zhonya's from Cream wins the day.
Sonya's flash and a Seraph's was enough to keep him alive, and the engage for once was not coordinated enough. The arrow interrupts the curtain call. The Nexus turrets fall, and Top Esports snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. We're going to 1-1.
We said this matchup was meant to be one of the very best you'll see in the group stage, and I think it's proving itself here. Some massive back and forth team fights. I'm sure anyone's legend will be ruining their misuse of the Atacon. That should have absolutely been a victory for them around there. They let the revive time out, and they lose the Baron after that point. After that, the game got a lot more difficult. Top Esports, if nothing else, have set up vision very, very well around the important areas of the map, and I think we can see the value of it there. Folks, hi, we're brothers. We cast League of Legends. I'm Nymaera, and that's initialized. Minus the LEC, LJL, LPL here last year as well. We've been doing this for a year now and a little bit more. We've done hundreds of games here on this channel. We hope you're enjoying yourselves. Thank you for following, for the gift subs, and everything else. It helps us keep doing what we're doing. I hope you're really enjoying the LPL as much as we enjoy it. You can tell from the tone of our voices, we really get excited about this stuff.
Really good fun. Speaking of LJL, Corporal was in chat earlier as well.
I didn't see
Speaking
that.
of pros that we know and
you
love.
see that?
The
I didn't-
idea
what?
Corporal League was in chat. Go back
I
a
didn't
little
see
way.
that. What?
Go say hello to him. Of course, to those who don't know, Corporal was a support in OCE, and of course LGL when we were doing the unofficial broadcast. He came and joined us on there. He's a lovely, lovely guy, a phenomenal support player.
Oh my god. Corporal, I do see that now. I'm so sorry I missed that. Corporal, if you're still around, thank you so much. Man, I love Corporal. Really cool dude.
He was a great player. Loved watching him on the Hawks, of course, now.
Yeah.
In PCS proper.
Yeah.
LCP now proper, the
Yeah.
name of that league.
Yeah. Okay, folks. We need to rest our voices and stuff,
Yeah.
amongst other things. Yeah, Jesus, that was a long drawn-out one. And I think eventually you could just see how difficult it was to get onto the carries through bailouts and Zhonya's and everything else. The damage from top esports backline it just eventually came online with the the Hui, and it became very, very difficult after that point.
Yeah, it did. And I feel like Kyle had that really good blast cone flash engage angle, and he decided against it. I think
that should have been it.
You should have just gone for it, because I think at that point you end up losing the dragon, you end up failing the Baron
And
play
he
afterwards.
he ended up getting both carries with his ult, but the Zhonya's already there. Of course, your root doesn't stop the thing coming there. I wonder whether it was an imperfect combo. I wonder whether you lead with the ult because you can't Zhonya's that, and then you go for your damage afterwards. Maybe a mistaken combo there. Of course, there wasn't as much follow-up either. You had Ambessa there, but no Shanks into the backline. Shanks had a fantastic early game, but it was so hard to play it into the late game.
Yeah, it was a fun game, and it was back and forth, and it's showing that both these teams are certainly at the upper ends of our talent meter right now. I think it's fair to say that meter has gone all the way up to 11. Spinal Tap have turned their amplifiers up, and it led to an absolute banger. I thought it was going to be 2-0. Look at that goal grab.
Oh my god, Kanavi damage. What? Insane.
I thought it was going to be Tarzan after all those big team fight ults.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Everyone else was pretty it was pretty even.
Well,
but
Kanavi, play for the resets, I guess. Jesus Christ. Yeah, as an AD jungler, getting that kind of damage, insane.
That's really good going. And I think after the early game as well, and then those late game fights, I suspect we know who the MVP might be, and I suspect it might be Kanavi.
Okay, so,
do you want to take a break?
Yeah, open the door as well, because it's getting quite warm in here.
It's quite warm. Do we need a fan in here?
No, I don't want to use a fan.
Yeah, it's alright.
Cool. Oh boy. Well, matchup's delivering. If that had been a 2-0, then I'd be like, god damn it, it's going to be a 3-0 for a really hype matchup. But hopefully this will be really good now. I'm such a Hui stan. I think he's one of the best design champions in recent years. Fox, thanks to follow as well, and Zagel. And Outcast Moth. Appreciate all of the follows. And the gift subs as well. Mecha, once again. Or the Oiler in chat. God damn, some of these fights were insane, but I think after you threw the Atakan, you gave too much time for the carries to come online. Shanks is very good at League of Legends, but also, you know, this was the fight. I actually didn't. Oh, I should have checked that fight because that's where the fight went. Everything went wrong. The blindfold.
They should have won the game as well.
Yeah, especially after they cleaned up all the Baron snacks. I think the thing which kept Toppies was in the game for so long is they are very good at vision control.
Yeah.
In game 1 as well, they were much better at vision control.
They were. I think anyone's legend will need to have a look at that because it has been their weakest point in this game. They've actually played, I think, a lot of the flank angles better than Top Esports. They've actually been very creative with their target selection, how they get to the correct members, but it's not been easy for them either. And as the game got on, it was increasingly difficult because the raw damage of a basic combo from away becomes madness, and then you've got the Viego and stuff who's going untouched because you're threatening backline.
Oh, this pick from 369 was insane too, because, you know, Akali can't fight Xante unless you go for a Leandri's build. So that was, yeah, insane. These team fights are so fun. I've missed LPL, man. AL had Baron and didn't take a single turret with it. They were playing multiple melees. Taking turrets as melees sucks.
Yeah, Jhin was your ranged option.
Yep, very hard. Even this should have been a... Well, I guess you got away with a bit of an even fight here. Kanavi was doing really good work at marking Shanks as well, just saying, if you end up melee range of the Viego actually will kill the Akali at some point. Especially if they've used their combo onto someone else in the team fight. Wait, what? Guma UC will be replaced by Smash for the Telecom war against KT today.
How come?
Guma is sick. Right?
Ah, no, unfortunate timing.
Well, did you hear that Teddy's been hospitalized?
Yes, I heard.
Now, I know that sometimes can be codename for, like, there are other issues, and it's just the easiest way to kind of, like, do it without, like, PR way. Not that I'm assuming that it is, but it often is. Yeah, it feels bad for Teddy, because he's had some hard luck recently. Okay, right, I'm going to go take a quick break. I need to put on a break sometime.
Do that. I probably would have a chat about EMEA Masters format too.
Oh, yeah, you do that. Yeah.
About that. So, to those who don't know, we are...
Guma's in the audience, I guess. Not good enough to play, but not well enough to... Yeah, not well enough to play, but good enough to still be happy
I mean,
about
fair to Smash and Reckless were a fun lane last year, so I mean, potentially a good opportunity for Smash to get a bit of top-tier experience.
Oh, MVP?
Oh, drum roll.
Those two in the middle change between scenes. That's obviously one says no cam is no cam, and the other one is the regular one which you're using.
Turned out, oh, it was crisp in the end. Huh. Interesting.
I think the champion was good. I don't actually think his ultimates were
No, I was... maybe we just missed something, but I feel like Kanavi got more value out of the early game and then into the late game fights. It was a little bit dicier in the mid game. Okay, well, that's a decision. Maybe let's look at the replays now. Maybe there was something here. Okay. Hostile takeover. Yeah, it's solid enough. Gets 2. Locket was alright. Did he do something at the end of this that we just missed? No? The hostile takeover here is okay. I mean, it catches Shanks, which is important there, in fairness, but that's about it. There's... Am I missing something here, guys? I don't think I'm seeing anything particularly spectacular from Chris. Always a world where I'm missing something. Alright, Chris. This is a good hostile takeover. That is an excellent hostile takeover. Denies the follow-up on that pot loss. Okay. No, it was a good hostile takeover. I mean, it was solid enough. Okay. You know what? Fine. I personally think that I would have given it to Kanavi. I'd be interested to see who the votes went to, because there's always a world where like observers saw stuff that we didn't. 5 out of 8. I mean, 369 had a good Cassante game design. For me, I think it would have been Kanavi then. 369. Okay. I mean, Cream had a good late game. I think his early and mid game was a bit dicey. He died a few times for free that really should have cost him the game. Like, he died once in mid lane to give Baron over and then respawned, and Shanks killed him again, which at that point kind of precludes you from MVP in my mind. But hey, we're now in an even fight. Yes, EMEA Masters. So, Limbani, who is Roddy Sachs, Roddy Sachs creative, manages, does a lot of their graphics. Was asking what I thought about that a little earlier, and I said I do after the game. So, basically, to those who have not looked, it is a 16-team format. It's the one they tried to bring in last year, and there was a lot of pushback saying, what are you doing? It looks very reduced and a little bit sort of mediocre, and like, we're seeing like most regions only get 1 slot. LFL's getting 3. I get that LFL's been very good, but I think if you're going to do a smaller number of teams in the first place, giving 3 to one region and 1 to most others feels a bit underwhelming. I also think realistically they're trying to do it in a very short time frame with a very limited amount of teams for what is actually a lot of regions you are trying to cover. This is not 2 or 3 regions coming to a tournament. This is, however, you're getting like, what, 8 regions in the ERLs? I'd have to think about it. I think it's been a little while. And I personally think it's pretty disappointing. I'd like to have seen an extra stage. I'd like to have seen an extra team at the very least from a lot of our unaccredited teams, or at least the opportunity to play for another slot. Like, okay, here's the additional play-in stage for EMEA Masters to get 4 extra teams in. Would have been nice. I realistically think they're missing a play-in stage or just an extra seed and a slightly longer tournament. I don't think it would have realistically affected the time of the tournament that much more. Realistically, a day or 2 more, if anything, if you really wanted to be ruthless about it. So I think it's a bit frustrating. I think especially when you've got a lot of hype around regions like the NLC, we're only seeing one of the NLC teams go forward. So we're only getting one out of your Nords, your Los Ratones, your Ruddy Sacks, hell, the Rich Gangs actually had a pretty good split as well. Only one of those teams is going forward to a Mere Masters in Inter. And we're finding this out in what? January? It's nearly February. That's, we're already, halfway through a split in a lot of ways. Decisions about rosters, decisions about spending have already come on through, and Mere Masters is a big deal for success, for money even to some of these teams and all those kind of things, even if like some of these teams are content teams and so the streaming is the value, but that's still very, very frustrating, I think, and that news coming so late is problematic, I think, as well. This should have happened in December, realistically, along with the rest of the announcements. Hell, it should have happened in November, and Mere Masters has been a long time ago. And that's really annoying. So I personally think it's a little disappointing. It's nice to have 3 Mere Masters. That's good news. And I get they're in slightly smaller windows, but I still think that's a real frustration. So yeah, that's the long and short of it. I think the announcement came late. I think we should have an extra stage or some more teams in some capacity. I am a little disappointed with how it's treating a lot of the other ERLs, and I think the balance there is a bit frustrating, especially if you are going to do a smaller scale tournament with less teams. Then don't just wait, what is it, nearly a quarter of the teams to one region, even if they are the best region, when the team slots were already so limited in the first place. But hey, here we are. That's a relatively extended thing to say. I'm a bit frustrated with it. It'll be a cool tournament nonetheless. There should be some amazing teams going, but I think it is not what I hoped. The folly of the LPL English cast might be a blessing in disguise to get more of the broadcast. Well, thank you very much for giving us that. I mean, I'm still obviously very frustrated because I think it was a lot of the storytelling, a lot of the narrative. It was also a massive part of the community. I think you are relying on unpaid people who aren't guaranteed to be there to cover all the games. What happens when your streamers go, well, actually, I'd rather cover LCK, or actually, this is a 6 a.m. start, I don't want to be there. Like, let's be real, me and Alex are going to have stuff on the weekends. I don't know how often we'll be able to do 6 a.m. starts for double series on the Saturdays and stuff.
No, there's only one day of that.
Okay, only one day of that, but you know what I mean? That's still a... You are asking quite a lot of streamers to do this unpaid, really, and I think it fractures the community. And yes, of course, like, don't get me wrong, we're on an individual level, this is great, right? We're getting a growing community, people are supporting us on an individual level, this is great, in a lot of ways, but I think for the broadcast and for the region, I still think it is a pretty significant downgrade, yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure, yeah. And yeah. Obviously, like, there are a bunch of us doing this too, where we're all cannibalizing each other's viewership, which makes it harder for us to support each other. And I understand the, understand the negatives of that, I suppose. But also, I've cast LPL now for 2 years. This is my third year one. I really enjoy doing it. I love the region, so I'm not going to stop doing it. I want to do as much as I can, but it's just doing it in a way that you guys enjoy, that we can get some support doing. And obviously, Oilers like Mecca are basically just funding our fucking project right now. This might actually be the. I'm trying to. Is this the record subscribers I've got? Hang on, let me check. Let me check. Let me check this. I don't know, but either way, there's like, yeah. I've got more emotes I gotta fill. But yeah, no, there's a bunch of problems with it. Because from a good month of streaming last year, I'd get the same as like 2 days worth from doing broadcasts. And that was with LPL, which were lower rates than other broadcasts which I've been on. So obviously the earning is quite different. And so for instance, if you've got, we're going to game soon, I suppose. But yeah, if you've got like, I don't know, like a dozen or more people involved in a project for like LPL English or something like that. And I talked about this in my own YouTube video, but if you've got like a dozen or more people involved in a project, that the earnings get split into stuff which is like can support no one, which is kind of why I wanted to make this an individual thing as well. Well, not individual, but like less people involved, I suppose, just because it's more likely to support us. And while that does feel a little bit exclusive, I suppose, it's just hard to like have enough to go around for everyone right now because of the nature of the industry and stuff like that. It becomes quite difficult.
Anyway, that's a lot of depressing stuff about the nature of casting and life and stuff like that. Anyway, if you're here, you're watching, and you're subscribing stuff, it helps support us. It helps us keep doing what we're doing. Right, we're into game. Well, not game, the other one, draft. That's kind of important. Game 3, Endless Legends Top Esports, AL on blue side. Top Esports have earned their Game 1 Cassante win. Like I said, it wasn't Game 1, it was Game 2, but still, their first pick, Cassante. Jace, Skarner, I'd imagine Kalista could be the last man for Top Esports. Don't really want to give Kalista over. Too many teams way too good at using that. Nautilus ban away. Does that mean that they want to ban away something like a Ziggs lane? Why would you not ban away something like the Leona instead, though? Leona's better than Nautilus on the whole. This is a specific Nautilus lane that you don't want to be playing against. Varus banned away. Now, what that means is that if they were given a first pick Kalista, they would have traded it for a Varus, which would have been a bit annoying. Gotta be the last ban Kalista, right? On the other side, I suppose you could go towards something like a AP jungle AD mid. That's been something which is banned away. I think at this point in the draft, AP jungle AD mid becomes quite important because it means that you can go towards something like a Yone or something like that. And the Yone's banned. So Kalista up and available. First pick Kalista. Does that change anything? Speaking of LGL, why did SHG drop Dasher? I think he just wanted to retire at that point. First pick Leona over the Kalista. Wow, that changes a lot. Remind you that there were some changes to Kalista, so she's not as hard countered by slows now. I can't remember the exact changes, but I remember that being the case. Do you take away the MF away from the Leona? Because Leona MF is very, very strong. You also don't have something like... But you don't have something like a Rel to be a similar MF combo. You could go Rakan, I suppose. And Kalista's just being passed. Are we just passing up Kalista? What? What is happening? Why is Kalista not being picked? Strange as hell. MF locks in for Jacula. One of his best lane dominance picks. This guy's so lane dominant on this champion. Victor also not featuring the draft so far as well. Very, very popular in Europe because it's very easy to play as a backline disengage comp. Harder to play those champions against the Leona, especially if there's something which can follow up with it. Of course, there's no Rumble or Kali now to go backline access with the Leona. So Leona pings an ult, and then something like a Rumble goes over the top. Obviously very, very powerful. Less things which can really go into the backline. Now he's knocked Nymaera and Hysterics into LEC. Hopefully we can get some pseudo LPL representation of Worlds. That's why I'm doing this stream, partly. Because it helps us keep up to date on LPL and not just be fraudulent LPL representatives. Helps us kind of keep up to date with that. Ziggs Leona. So we will have no Kalista picked and banned. That is so strange to me. Ziggs Leona, very, very powerful. Suppose that Crisp might be going towards something like a Rakan now. There's no Alistair, no Rel. Nautilus banned. A lot of your tanky engaged supports are gone at this point.
Very different drafts again, actually. I mean, understandable, right, 'cause it's Fearless, but that is with the Pantheon coming in now as well. You have got really nasty single target. Fuck you. You get hit with the Shield Vault or the Zenith Blade.
Yep.
Everyone else piles some long range ults in and you just cry a bit.
Yes, that you do. Can I just shout out as well? Zillianderthal, fantastic name. Thanks for the follow. Sillinix as well, and a bunch of other people follow too. But that Zillianderthal, it made me chuckle, the name. I like that. Me bomb. Me cast ultimate. Me bomb again. Maokai locked in. That can be a support pick for Crisp. I think you're pretty happy playing that in jungle too, though. Gives you something to...
369 too at that point, thinking about it.
Yeah, it's triple flex. It can allow you to engage from any of those, and it will set up for your combo for both the Victor and the MF. Don't think it's the best lane into Ziggs Leona, we'll say. Is Maokai not the most notable laning support pick? You'd be preferring to go towards something like a Rakan for that.
Might well be. Still got a lot to figure out here. I think Top Esports have once again drafted two big team fight comps with a lot of power when you are playing with the right structure, with the right angles, with the right sort of formation and vision control angles. And in fairness to them, they have been able to set up those ward lines pretty well. I don't think it has been an easy job for them in either games 1 or 2. Realistically, I think they were deserving losers of game 2 at certain points. They managed to hold on through sheer force of will and some critical picks, but it's not been that easy to make these death ball comps work in the face of anyone's legend. Just a little bit more dive comp-esque slash, flank angle style compositions. Sejuani is hovered and locked.
Okay,
that
right.
reduces a little bit of the flex opportunity for that Maokai.
And it does mean that you have like melee synergy with the Maokai too, who's often tanky enough to stick in range to get a auto, which can help with that. Very heavy tank frontline. Ziggs will help in terms of the tank killing. I like the idea of a Gnar because Maokai does not like playing against that in mid late game. And Victor doesn't really want to be side laning that much either into a Pantheon who can ult into your lane. I like this. This means that AL, if you go into a straight up 5v5, look, if this is played in Europe where you have just everyone 5v5ing at every objective, I think that top esports are very comfortable, even with the last pick not decided just yet. However, I think if it goes to a wider map state, Leona roaming, Pantheon ulting, Gnar getting sideline pressure, very, very powerful for anyone's legend. Orianna could get locked in as the best laning option into the Victor, and it is. Not the best combo ball carrier for Orianna, but still very good laning presence and ability to threaten the Victor in the laning phase with the way that other champions don't.
In fairness, it's another massive ult to push on someone who gets hit by that initial bit of pick, right? So you shockwave with the Ziggs ult, and whoever's caught by that initial CC should die. Last
pick, Redacton, I think is really important because you see the Gnar come in, and they say, all right, the Maokai doesn't want to play side lane into the Gnar at any point in the game. If you flex it down to the bot lane, yes, worst laning phase, but it gives a better Renekton Sejuani combo, for one, but then also the ability to play out side lanes a little bit more potently to stop the Gnar Pantheon being just ruling the side lane at some point in the game.
And when you've drafted the Ziggs, well, yes, you've got some decent combos in lane with the Ziggs Leona kind of just full rotation combos, but when you're expecting with the Leona to be able to roam because the Ziggs can just clear waves kind of from a mile away, and it gives that freedom for the support to leave and go elsewhere, having something like the Maokai that can match that roam and try and kind of follow and mirror the Leona moving around the map can be important.
Also, hi, all day, hi, hope you're doing well. In terms of who we think will win, these compositions don't, I'm not going to say one counters the other. I don't think it's easy enough to say who wins in draft. Last game, I thought that top east was to win handily because it was very difficult for AL to dive into them. For half the game, they did lose, and then they won through some very clutch team fighting later on to it. I think I'm going... Oh, this one's really hard. This one is really difficult to judge. I think that top esports are better in the 5v5, but I really like Ziggs Leona as a combo, especially into MF and Victor. It's very hard to defend against that. And I think that Gnar Pantheon is very good in the side lane, despite the fact that you're against a Redacton Sejuani. Slight edge to AL for me, based on the way that they've been team fighting so far. I think it's less of a draft gap in team fights later on, and they have a few more options. However, in this series, we are playing with some of the very best teams within the LPL, some of the very best players in the LPL. It's a knife's edge. I'm not in good conscience going to say one team's going to be winning from draft, and it is going to game 3, so we'll let ourselves take a bit of a back seat while the Joyos ring out.
Once again, very passionate fans, and understandably so. It's been a very passion-filled series, I think it is fair to say. I'll note as well, when you're running something like a Pantheon, you're going to want to start getting value from early to mid-game pretty heavily, because I think if the Pantheon doesn't get stuff happening, it can get a lot trickier, and I think that might be more of a litmus test than necessarily the comps by themselves.
I think if we get late enough into the game, well, once we get late enough into the game, after we get, past first items, second items and stuff, if you kill the Victor or the MF, pretty sure that AL just out-damaged, because when I look at the comps coming through, right, the grand majority of damage is coming from these two, whereas actually Pantheon and Gnar
are not bad.
They're actually okay at extra damage, and Gnar can kind of be a secondary AD carry, while an individual member like the Ziggs or the Orianna might get out damaged by an MF or a Victor as a 4-man unit without supports being included. I think AL win on that. We do have ourselves a lane swap. 369 going to be standing up far in this brush, trying to stand up and get some XP from the first wave. So they don't see him right now, as long as he can stay here, he might start E and go through the minions back to his tower. He's got the 3 minions of XP. He's got what he's come for. They should be able to see him now. He'll start E if he needs to. He's completely safe. Great stuff from 369. Gets himself some good XP in the first start of the lane phase.
He might be in a spot of order there, but Cal will not throw the Zenith Blade until right now.
There's no bomb cooldown. You don't have the cooldowns for this. So he gets himself the first few minions of XP. He's got himself a pot. I think he's actually very happy with that one. You don't often get XP from the first few minions killed on the wave. You can see that Flandre
did not.
Hasn't got all of that. Does get some. It's not the end of the world, but still, nice from 369.
Yeah, decent job there for sure. I will say as well for Top Esports, as they are debating
level
dive
1
on the Flandre, got the level 2 up, and that's fairly decent. I think Crisp's in danger here. What did Flandre level up? Gets the
Tarzan's here as well. He's got down here early. He's gone for a bot side clear on his weak side. Oh, I don't think they expect this at all. He could have gone from bot to top. He's here now. Crisp has flash, but I think he's completely dead.
Doesn't even get over the wall with a W. Tried to time it out. Doesn't happen. First blood to Pantheon. Top side 369's in danger. Excuse me. Flashes away from the bomb.
That is an odd flash. He might be able to get a kill back here now. The satchel comes through. Hope snuffs out 369. It's a massive win in the lane swap for AL. This changes an awful lot from the early game.
Look, he had the inflatable inner tube. He was not being able to save from drowning there. He got drenched real fast.
369 is going to teleport onto the minion. Hope will lose like 1 minion, I suppose, or 2 out of this, but he'll get the XP from it. So 369 on the Renekton, going to be behind in terms of gold and XP now because Flandre survived. He hasn't had to recall and go back towards that that turret down on the bot side just yet. The fact that Tarzan's early pathing's so good, right? If you look down on the mini-map rather, goes through, because typically, I won't do that because it's going to be in the replay instead. I'll do it when we come back out of it. But this dive which happened up here, 369 was level 1. E's onto the way, started the E, of course. Gets the level 2, so Kyle goes out in case he was stunned under the turret without the Q being leveled up. But then, of course, 369 has no E and no flash. Extra extended auto range from the Q allows him to stun him from the other side of the turret. And luckily has target champions only on, doesn't go for the turret.
Yeah,
kills the Renekton.
I've definitely done that a few times on the internet.
But talking about the... Hang on, Kanavi's going to mid lane. We'll have to leave the jungle pathing point.
here as well, though. Shanks with the flash. Could bait this one out yet. There goes Kanavi forwards. Now we can go for the shield vault in alongside the Comet Spear. There's the gravity field and the passive coming on forwards. And with Crisp here too, can't chase any further.
I'm just going to say this. If that had been an empowered W, I think Kanavi dies. He didn't quite have the stacks up. Very lucky that Kanavi doesn't have that. What's going to be put down now? Tarzan's stacking up his passive by auto-attacking the camp. If you get that empowered W, Conqueror pretty much insta-stacks his empowered autos, 3 of them in a row. Instantly procs press the attack 2. Jumping forwards, but the Zenith Blade cancelled by the Bramble Smash.
That's a nice little interaction I hadn't seen too much of before. Good to know you can do that on the Maokai.
Well, you're rooted, not stunned, so you can cast abilities. So the Q does come through into that. Tarzan has the empowered anything really, but the empowered W very, very powerful to damage. The empowered E gives you more move speed, importantly, which is quite nice for good disengage. Good damage coming from Hope, actually.
Yeah, did not enjoy the short fuse passive a lot there, and walked across a lot of the minefield too. So Jackie going to be resetting shortly anyway. Hasn't actually had a reset, so happy to trade out his health bar for shove and damage that will stick around on Hope that bit longer.
Dude, this is the kind of series where you can review every individual level 1 to different ways. Last game, Top Esports, their level 1 in the early game was much better. Kanavi got very far ahead of Tarzan's Wukong. A lot of that was through their early lanes coming to assist their jungler as well. But, you know, we're against teams, we're judging top teams in the LPL now. It's not like one early game is going to be the same early game for the rest of the series. We can see here, AL much better in the lane swap, outplaying, even though the Gnar in level 1 mini Gnar does not survive players like that very often. Gets enough value out of it. Tarzan's early pathing gets him towards bot lane in a very unintended way. Typically, you go clearing towards your strong side. Didn't happen there, and AL reap the rewards of it early.
They do. And again, we've got 2 of our very best early game junglers in the league here. And very best junglers in general. We saw a really good team play oriented one the last time. This time Tarzan greeds a red buff clear, gets the gank off bot lane as a result of it. It's just been good game plans in the early game to get value from both of these junglers.
Growth being started. We had the top laners go individually into this. Might see the Dominus come through early. 369, a little bit dangerous spot now. The Mega Gnar comes through. Has his Dominus. Mega Gnar used by Flandre, knowing he can't really use that for the Grubs fight, but he does chunk out 369 a little bit and delays him from coming down to this fight if something is going to come through.
Doesn't manage to secure a grub either. Has to back away. There's a lot of ultimates flying. Shanks just hit his ult, and that shockwave could prove deadly here. In they go. Kyle into the backline. There's the satchel, but it's a very low Leona. Shockwave isn't enough. Damage massive. Tarzan stunned up, but gets a good shield. Puts Kanavi in a dangerous position, but the bullet time will bring them down regardless. It's a 1 for 2 right now, but now 3-6 down to the backline. Could be a deadly threat with the dominance rolling. He's not going to get too much further. Shanks still has the flash, and AL have to split from the fight.
So, awkward moment there as Tarzan misses his empowered Q onto Kanavi to secure a cleaner kill. Means that the bullet time is able to kind of really threaten in the pit. It means that top esports walk away with, well, they lose the feat of strength for the first 3 kills, and they might lose Jackie to his flash minimum, I think, here.
Yeah. Crisp is around alongside Creep, so they won't be able to get anything more, but he is taken down to 20% odd HP as Kyle will go on forwards and just see what's happening there.
Kanavi was caught out at the start of that Grubs fight. Thought he would go down a lot easier, but the aftershock came in absolutely clutch for him. So Grubs still taken by top esports. They had themselves good positioning on the red side there. 369 might be able to punish here.
He doesn't have dominance, and Flandre's got Mega coming, so I don't know how much further he can go. Gets a decent jump before the Mega comes on through at the very least. There's a ward in that bush that's been there for a long time.
Denying the Grubs away from the Nara is going to be really important. So the initial play comes down to Kanavi. He gets an instant melee range Q. This is fine. Empowered W comes through from the Pantheon. Shockwave flashed away from, but watch this. Empowered Q misses onto Kanavi. It means that he loses a lot of HP. Yes, the E blocks a lot of the bullet time, but it lasts long enough that it times out the E. If Kanavi had been hit by that Empowered Q, might not have even been able to get the permafrost down. So unfortunate skill shot accuracy, even if it's the melee range skill shot of that Q.
Pantheon is one of those champions that has seriously good base values, actually can do a lot of damage with a couple items, but does hit a point where it gets quite hard to team fight at points because you are quite single target, you're quite one directional.
That's a level 6 from Kanavi.
Kanavi has a phenomenal gank angle over the Raptor pit wall, gets the flash out of Shanks, and about 2/3 of his HP with a little bit of assistance from Creep.
Nice. So, good play from Kanavi. Slips over vision there. Crisp now being the kind of warding plus bot because you get the saplings as well. Helps you to have those, again, extra spots of vision. Hop over the stun, but the Meganara is there. Get some extra damage from the boulder toss. The Kaiju fight on the top side of the Meganara versus the Renekton.
Jackie and Crisp here in the bot side, which isn't necessarily a surprise considering they are, in fact, the bot lane. The Dragon's up and available, but neither team has felt super willing to start it as yet. Tarzan throws a spear over the wall. Doesn't really get all that much there. Back towards the mid lane we go, and it is a little bit of a quieter period in the game. Shanks on your screen right now is down that flash we saw from the mid lane gank earlier, and the game remains a relatively even affair. Gold dead even. The only real difference right now is the fact that we've got that initial set of grubs going away with top esports after that pretty nice fight. Still, we're sort of saying that you've got a Pantheon, you've got a seriously nasty pit comp, you can do a lot to isolated targets who are caught in rotation in this game.
Well, yeah.
But if you start getting towards these big team fights, Victor and MF with all of the team fight ults from top esports, I don't know how easy that'll be for AL to navigate those fights on a consistent level.
If it's a straight up 5v5, if Ziggs Leona doesn't hit a really clutch combo and just deletes Cream, harder to do that to Jacklove because he'll have the cleanse. But if you don't just delete one of the carries,
the consistent damage is not the same.
So what's going to happen is similar to the last couple of games. AL will have to find different flank angles with Anar, Pantheon ult, Leona coming in from a flank to make sure the top esports can't just plonk 3 tanks and, well, and Maokai, even as a support, does somewhat counts that. His ultimate is more of a tank than him at that point. It's just it's the screening ultimate, right?
A few champions like this, like Lissandra, right, like is pseudo tanky purely by the ability to press R and Zhonya's.
So it's not. So the way I phrase it is not that they're tanky. Hope just satchels forward. Here comes Tarzan's ult.
It's out of the gravity field. There's the Mega Inferno Ball. Now Cream's in a dangerous position. Remember, has no flash, and Shanks is coming on down. There is a blast cone, but will he get there in time? The Shockwave will pull him away from it. And Tarzan's the one that picks it up with a shield vault.
So Tarzan uses that first ult of the game to find another angle. As we were saying, the map play from AL, much easier to play at the top esports. Big dive potentially coming in top side. Flandre doesn't have ult, but Kyle is here with level 5. Has Ignite, has Flash. Ult comes in from 369. I don't think they expected Kyle to be there. Flandre holding the wave outside of tower, which means that the tower grow actually goes into the champions quite early, but now the minions are under tower.
Kyle does his best to buy time, but actually the Flash on over won't quite secure Flandre, but the Ignite does its work eventually. Kyle played around the vision so well, but it wasn't enough to entirely dissuade the dive, and Top Esports execute, even with the additional difficulty.
Great flash forward from 369. If Flandre stayed a little too long, I think as soon as the minions started hitting the tower, he needed to just immediately back off, get closer towards Kyle, so that they could at least drag Top Esports closer under that tower. Grub's now being started up. They don't have the Gnar, but I think with the delaying action of Kyle being under the tower at the right time, it will allow AL to get probably all 3 of these. Kanabi's running out of base. Not the quickest grub take from the single target specialist of Pantheon, but Ziggs coming over here will at least give something for Gnar to play around in the side lane. Gnar with grubs, one of the strongest users of it in the game. Tarzan still has Smite. Might actually come down for a Smite fight. I think Hope might have left a little too early. No, should be fine.
Got flash, he's gonna have to burn it. He's actually straight into the Sejuani ultimate too. Gets a decent chunk onto Chris, but not quite enough to follow up. Need another auto or two there, and yep. Did leave that touch early. Tarzan refused to flash and got caught out.
That is Top Esports knowing exactly how long a Pantheon, even with a bit of help, needs to take grub. So, Chris, great flash forward there. The Ziggs bomb might have been able to kill if it had tabbed onto him, but the extra mattress maybe wouldn't happen. Well, he's very much in danger. He might just be into the death zone.
Gets a Mega Infernal to clear the wave, though. Hope has no mana, and that'll be Jackie Love donated the kill. And that puts him at 2-0-3 quietly in this game on the Misfortune.
It's one of his better champions. You know, I think MF's had a bad rap from LEC, the MF Ivor not being great here. Misfortune has been really good with an LPL. I think it can be very hard to set up for. You need to be quite careful about how you combo up with it. But Jackie Love's laning phase, his ability to use that ult in skirmishes has been very, very potent. And getting a gold lead here on the MF, where you can just kind of shred the first person into the fight if they're caught out, very, very powerful for Top Esports.
And I think for our more aggressive AD carries, and certainly one of those who
Which is most of them.
Well, in very true. But you're looking at like your Guma UCs, your Jackie Loves, who've got a bit more veterancy, who know where to be on the map when. Misfortune with her teamfight ult and also the ability to just get around the map
quicker
with her W and the passive move speed on the strut is so valuable and incredibly underrated. That's the one, not unrelated.
Yeah,
very related.
No, Dragon's up and available now, so we don't have to talk about that. But yeah, it's not a semi-global, but much like Bard Portal, it's sometimes helpful to think of it in the same category of, oh, things will be in places before I recognize they should be. And the strut from MF does, I think, count as that one. Good damage onto Jackie Love. Does have the Bloodthirster, so he'll be able to heal off the wave coming through. Hope has himself an ult coming up in, what, 15 seconds or so, but might not be in time for a big skin. Well, whatever. There's no contest coming through Top Esports anyway. They choose to put Cream in that top side. I think Top Esports needs to be a little bit careful now. Well, actually, there's a bonus here. They know that Dragon's being taken, so Pantheon is not in range for an ult on top side, which is one of the big things they need to be careful of. He is in range for mid lane, though. There is a chance of a big play coming through here, so Jackie Love needed to be a little bit careful, but with the recall coming through from Tarzan, no play made.
Also, just keep an eye on that ward in the mid lane there. I really value wards like that into things like MF, especially when you're playing a Ziggs and a Pantheon. Yes. Knowing whether the mid laner is, whoever's in mid lane is overextended or leaving is a really nice place to put a ward. Supports, consider doing it. If you get a roam into mid, you can get a lot of value out of those ones.
I like the little flower trackers at the top. 3-3 right now. Not the most.
How much value is it per rose?
Hang on, that's an ult on top side. I might have to talk about it a little bit later. No, it's a nasty. It has to flash out because Leona, don't have that. That was an ult to mid lane from Tarzan. Jackie Love cleanses, moves away. Ult from the Tarzan.
Surprise! That's a big amount of damage into the root afterwards. Chris, beautiful follow-up and a dead Hope who does not spring eternal this time.
He didn't use flash. He greeted away from that, could have flashed and then satchel, would have gotten out of that for free. Ult used to clear the wave, knows that there's a threat of a dive coming through, but the minion's being completely killed before turret comes through. Good awareness of Cream that he's on the weak side of the map, survives. Not great play in the mid lane. They do blow the cleanse, that is fine, but you need to make sure that Hope doesn't die in the return of that, which means that Jackie Love gets a bunch of damage now on the mid lane turret. Does he full take it? No, of course not at this point, but still, good damage from there. Hope really should have just used the flash and got out for free.
Unfortunately, we've seen that a couple times. Tarzan died to not pulling the flash after getting out of the grub as well. Could have flashed away from the Maokai, didn't. We see it again in the mid lane. That's another kill to Jackie Love. He's 3-0-3 now on this MF. 1,400 gold. Yeah. We said that this game might end up being, well, can AL get value out of the Pantheon early? Because if it comes down to team fights, it's
one
tricky.
Thing which is helping that is look at all these wards on top side, because if you knew that Victor was on top side, you know that first rank, well, Pantheon isn't going to be ulting from his own jungle really, he needs to ult from kind of top river. These wards here, which I've circled on the minimap, well, one of them's obviously not on the top side, but it helps you just make sure that Cream knows that he's not getting immediately ulted onto. By process of elimination, you know that's likely going in mid lane, so Jackie can be playing with that in mind and have the team kind of play towards him anyway. Herald is now spawning. AL have the ult from Hope coming back up, but they won't have Pantheon. Top esports would like to get beyond this choke point of mid lane here.
They really would. I don't know how easy this can be. Teleport's coming on in. Stun onto Hope. Remember, he's still got the flash. Can look to put some damage back with the Mega Inferno Bomb. Doesn't really get that much value. It's only onto Chris, but now 369 is there with the Dominus.
Oh!
And somehow Tarzan steals that, I think, with a Smite and a Q combo. Now they go into the backline with the damage kind of missing from top esports. Cream is a little out of date. That is rancid stuff. Top esports lose their mid laner.
Yeah, no flash on Cream. Jackie didn't have the ult at the start of that fight either, so AL walk away with the Empowered E plus Smite. And then to get the Herald, they're going to walk up now. They do have the Herald if they want to really force this onto mid lane, choosing okay. Shockwave!
Onto Jackie, but he's tanky enough to survive. He's taken down about half HP though, means it's not going to be very easy for him to sit here and press R on the wave. He would probably die to do it and can't afford to clear the wave. Grand Starfall available for Tarzan here. Now gets that off, but Tarzan just says, you need to back off regardless. I have my E, get out of here. Still, that's AL with feats of strength because they've gotten the kills and the objectives. They got first turret, though I will note that 369 claimed a response in the top lane.
Yeah.
It's still AL with largely a win there.
Yeah, so first turret doesn't give you extra gold now. It only applies to the feat, so actually it's just a 1-for-1 turret trade, which is helpful here. This is what happened in the mid lane. Jackie dodged out on the Ziggs ult. Knew this was coming. Look, they had the vision to know that Tarzan wasn't going topside. Jackie knew he was going in mid lane and chooses to say, all right, I'll bait it in. I'll play aggressively. Uses the ult there. As we said, Hope didn't use the flash. Probably worth criticizing him for that one. And then we have this Herald fight here. Tarzan has the empowered ability. Very surprised to get in that.
HP.
Very, very close. As 2 smites came in, goes down to 9 HP. And then the turnaround comes through. Top esports maybe thinking they can get the easy contest. Very much not so.
Victor Nation, how you doing? Not very well there, I think.
Marvel Rivals MF skin. I couldn't possibly comment on that.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah. Needs Seraphine, not Emma Frost, Luna Snow. Why did they have Emma Frost and Luna Snow?
They've not got Emma Frost in quite yet.
No, but there's comic characters, you know?
That's true.
Like, why would you do this?
But there we go, Misfortune. Proving that the value of controlling vast tracts of land. You just have much better control over the map with that.
So folks, what happened was we watched Monty Python and the Holy Grail a few months ago, and then there's that one scene where the dude's trying to do a political marriage to get some tracts of land. But there might be a death there. In New Yorkshire accent. And then the father dies. The guy says, "Hope you consider me your father in a very real and
very
legally binding sense."
Which is just...
So that's your context. That's something which Sam will just occasionally say.
It is true.
For any time in the last couple of months now. Anyway, great scene, great movie. Top East was going towards the Dragon. Are there any big ults missing? No, they're all available, but Dragon is going down. Hope not in the best place, but he does have his ult. Tarzan's just walking up again.
Oh, never mind legally. That's just physically binding. And he stole the Dragon into the ult for the Mega Inferno Bomb. Cream ignited, but running away. He's got the Chaos Stalk rolling. Shanks has got a Seraph so to keep himself alive, and actually now secures the victor anyway. It's a 1-for-1 right now as Dracula picked up another kill. Crisp had to flash out for a big Dragon under the turret. Permafrost onto Tarzan, who times his Aegis Assault so damn well. It's another 1-for-1. Shanks flashed on. Bullet Storm comes on through. 369 takes a turret shot and goes down. In the end, it's a 3-for-3, but now Kanavi in a dangerous position. He's getting run down by Flutter, who's building back up towards a Mega Gnar. How much further does he want to get? Gets the Boomerang slow. Jackie with Flash and Cleanse will not be the easiest target. Not much mana on Hope. Gets another slow just avoided by Jackie.
I can't believe Tarzan just walked up and spoke to objectives while Top East was just completely failed to keep him away from the objectives. Jacqueline 5-0-3 doing a bunch of work on the MF, but the team fights haven't been about the big wombo combo from the side of Top Esports. And once again, AL are taking fights in such weird ways that the big wombo combos in this series haven't really been all that. Powered combo comes through, uses the E to stop Jacqueline getting a bunch of damage, and Kanavi just doesn't win the smite fight. Sejuani, not the best smite stealer, but has been on the objective twice now, loses 2 of them. Cream just about survives, but he's not there to... Well, okay, doesn't survive. Yeah, I forgot about that. Flandre came in. A couple of really interesting things happen after this point. Flash under the turret from Maokai. Oops, has to go out immediately.
Nice.
Flandre starts to, you know, chase down some kills because Nara is effectively a second AD carry at this point, and with the kind of the minefield stopping 369 from immediately kind of getting out of the turret towards his team, he has to trade 1-for-1 though.
And it ends up being very, very messy, but as it has been this series, very, very even. It's Top Esports with a slight gold lead, but Dragons, feats of strength, all going the way of anyone's legend right now, and that is giving them an additional advantage. We're seeing, from a bit of a stat spot, courtesy from JD Esports, a slight edge towards AL in the current game state.
I think a big thing which is going to come into fruition now, well, no, not come to fruition. Yeah, no, it is, yeah. So the gold is obviously quite even at the top here. Grubs are more useful for Gnar, and the 2 dragons mean that AL can play through side lanes more. You have decent gold lead for Pantheon, which does mean that you can just play towards side lanes if you want. You don't have to just hard focus on kind of the dragon fights because you think that a soul is coming up. That's one of the reasons why split pushing was less popular, I think, in the last few years. Cream is going to take the spot lane turret, which will help him get some gold from that. But just watch to see how AL play around Flandre and Tarzan to stop Top Esports from just kind of grouping up and using a 5v5.
I also think that base Chem Dragons for the additional tenacity when you're running a CC to set up my Wombo combo comp could get really frustrating here for Top Esports because they've got Maokai, they've got Sejuani. Very much I want to root someone in place for that Misfortune ult in particular with how much damage and gold that Jackie Love has got right now. That's hard to pull off when people just get out of the CC that bit quicker.
Okay, so anything else worthy of note? Oh, it's a Heartsteel Sejuani. Don't know if I agree with that one. I mean, it's good in terms of base. There aren't that many. Well, I suppose on the side of AL, if you got double mages, hard to cut through a load of HP. If you do get stacks on it, very, very valuable, especially if you manage to get towards good items later on. Tarzan walking up here has himself Black Cleaver, double Black Cleaver between Tarzan and Flandre. If you get the empowered W rather from Tarzan, that's effectively actually I don't know whether it double stacks on the empowered auto. Sometimes it does. There are some champions where Black Cleaver was changed for, so like Senna applies 2 stacks of Black Cleaver now with the auto and Q, which means you pretty much insta
stack it. It's very
you know, Pantheon was really good in Arena because of some strange interactions between. You would go Black Cleaver, but then also go for an item which is only in Arena, which would be very, very broken in Summoner's Rift, called the Hellfire Hatchet.
Oh yeah.
A lethality item which has a DOT burn.
Oh no.
So if you have that and it does a physical damage burn, whilst also giving you some Omnivamp as well. So it's
Jin salivating with the return of Deathfire Touch.
So that one was obviously quite important. But if you have any auto, someone like Darius or Pantheon, just in the case of Darius or his pass already does this, but with it just insta stacks Black Cleaver. That is not really where Carol wants to be, but a good center played.
Yeah, I know.
Out, and of course, any time a play happens now where Top Esports think they've caught someone out, you need to be afraid of Pantheon just counter-ulting you.
You very, very much do. And 2 items across the board for anyone's legend. We're pretty much there for Top Esports too, though Kanavi not quite themselves. Well, Andre just ignoring 369 and clearing the turret out, does so. And 369 sidesteps will be generous. The ult. It was just a miss from Flandre. Was expecting.
And as we said,
to go further forward.
3 grubs, side laning Gnar will be a problem. Flandre does have teleport. He can get towards Atakan as and when he wants to. Dragon has spawned. I'm always obligated to mention this because I think it's a massively overlooked thing within League of Legends. Base Chemtech Dragons are really important. They are one of the very few sources of tenacity within the game. They give you, I think it's 6% per stack. They also give you heal and shield power as well from wherever that's relevant.
Al,
yeah.
Do you remember me talking about this one too?
Did you do that earlier?
I did, yeah. It's a really good point, though.
So let's talk about Chemtech-based dragons. Tenacity and heal and shield power. Sometimes active listing is a hard thing to do, especially when we're doing it from a bedroom on our own co-stream. Atakan started up. Dragon is available for Top Esports, so they're not threatening a solid point or anything. Top Esports now will have to go into the Atakan pit. You do not want to tank this that well. One of the most important things about Atakan is... Hang on, that's a good Captain Jack.
Gets away that Kyle now into backline, still regarded as Jackie Love trying to stay alive, flashes away, but there goes Pantheon! Takes out Jackie Love, first death of the game. Kyle will be traded back, but I think the damage is already done. 369 to the backline, onto Shanks, trying to get some damage down. The permafrost there as well means even with the shotgun, I don't think he's going to stay that alive for long. Tarzan, desperately trying to come and save. Kanavi flashes away from the Comet Spear. 369 in a 1 versus 2, has nowhere to go, but roll in a 3 or 2, because he is left out to dry.
369 can't do the backline duty that every everyone else is doing on anyone's Legend. Jaculov has immediately 3 people just pouncing on them. We did say that top Weasel needs to be so careful about the counter ults whenever a play comes in. Kyle finds the first action into this. Jaculov can't do much about it. Cream is walking towards topside, has flash and has HP. Atacon does a lot of damage and shreds your resist, but I don't think it will be enough to really mount a proper offense. Atacon will go over to the side of AL.
Tarzan taking a little low, but he's got, fortunately, a command protect from Shanks to give him a bit of extra shielding. Not even close, baby. There's the Atacon, there's the team fight win, and that should be the game.
It's very likely to be after this point. So what happens here? Slight tap onto Jaculov, walks up and dies for a ward. Frontline goes away from him, and Pantheon has the range to get towards it. Jaculov cannot be that far up against a Pantheon. It's so easy to combo onto that, especially when everyone has flashes. He flashes away, someone flash follows you. Jaculov, a little bit disrespectful there, thinks that his frontline is in better position, and they just simply aren't. And yeah, 369 does a decent job trying to, 1v3/2v3 with Kanavi in the backline, but the damage is done. Your massive gold lead in the Misfortune doesn't even get to cast ultimate, and that's effectively team fight over. AL, I think at this point, well, they lost with Atacon before, but at this point, getting themselves the extra dragon, stopping Top Esports from using one of their strongest power spikes in the game just as Jaculov hits 3 items before anyone else is close to that. Everyone else is stuck at 2 to 2.5.
How much of your gold just died there? You just didn't get to use it.
Didn't get to use it at all. So now AL in a great position.
Of course, it's still a very threatening Misfortune. It's still a Victor that's scaling quite happily up with that empowered ultimate that sort of evolves into that really, really deadly late game Chaos Storm. Actually, is it still the Chaos Storm or has it been renamed?
Arcane Storm, but I'm going to call it Chaos Storm because
it's just kept being Chaos Storm for me for many, many years.
Yeah. Look, my problem with Victor is that, look, I don't
like him. Is that the problem?
No, that's not a problem. That's actually very useful for me if I ever want to make content. I did a like an LEC 101 lecture style segment. I was like, I could just get a Victor cosplay. In fact, that was kind of the idea. We just didn't get one in time. But anyway, I digress. But the thing is, I don't think this version of Victor gets close enough to the body horror of the Victor that we see. Well, you haven't watched the season, have you? Anyway, there's a lot of body horror involved in like the design of it. This design of Victor is not actually as close to the design in the show as I would like it to be, and it doesn't keep enough of the original design. Anyway, this one might be a horror show for Top Esports. They have to fight against the Baron against the Atacon as well. Good damage coming through from Baron onto AL, though. They're not the best placed to tank this one.
Take it down to about half HP. Shanks and Hope taken a little low by the Baron. But they got the withdrawal, so they can afford to turn this into a fight. But Top Esports, particularly with the Misfortune and the Victor, can really threaten over the wall with the ultimates, even with Atacon withdrawal buffs, and they can't force the Baron.
No, they can't tank it enough. Really hard. I mean, with both Atacon and Baron, it's been a big thing in terms of the damage that they do. Because partway through last year, we just saw that Baron was just being taken at 20 minutes by everyone because of the AP junglers. And they're like, okay, we should probably make a tank here and do more damage. Which has stopped that from being as much of a rushed objective. The thing is, the way Atacon came about was, hey, we don't want people doing Baron at 20 minutes. Let's buff it. No one's taking anything at 20 minutes. We should add something else at 20 minutes because, well, I guess you can't take Baron at 20 minutes if it spawns at 25. So they've added that in. That's largely how they came about. 3 items now hit from Gnar. Can be very happy with the Witzer.
Also worth noting that none of the withdrawals really used, and anyone's Legend didn't get that much value out of it. They got themselves a dragon, they got themselves a bit of a shove on forwards, but it hasn't really ended the game. Only 2,000 odd gold ahead, and Top Esports do a good job timing out the withdrawals. Now Kyle in danger here, gets permafrosted, flashes out of the bullet time, and it's not a great combo from Top Esports. Kanavi in danger, but lands a great glacial prison that will still lead to the death of the jungle support. They lose Flooder now. 369 looking for an angle as Tarzan in danger, flashes on out. Hope in danger, flashes the death ray, gets the Victor. Now Cream, dead, can still be dangerous for Top Esports as they've gone quite deep here. Get out to safety, but not before losing 3 members in trade for only Flandre.
Hey, Al, they managed to get away with that play. It was initially Kyle who was caught out, but Top Esports, they bit off more than they could chew. 369 didn't teleport in that early, and for what, well, given the way this game has been going, for once Top Esports don't have the vision control they've had around objects the rest of it. It's another ult into mid lane. There's no outer turret this time. It's going very deep. No flash for Tarzan. It should be safe. The Strut getting Misfortune out to safety, especially with the extra Swifties. Could have been very dangerous. Jaculov playing actually quite well around the Pantheon. 5-1-5 is the core of this composition for Top Esports, but can't get enough done. This play starts with Kyle getting caught out by the Winter's Flail and the Sapling. Walks up a little too far there. Not a great front step, but the extra CC coming through from Leona to get the get the aftershock and then flashing out with tenacity really changes things. Flandre, if you're a little bit too far, they're probably looking to get away with his life, but hey, that's the tenacity for him definitely helps on the wit's end. Does die to Cream. Cream uses his flash. But 369 comes in. Yeah, but Hope says no. Gets a great outplay onto Cream. But, you know, if you'd had the vision control and a flanking ward for Renekton, maybe that changes. Now, Renekton does have flash, does have dominance, uses the flash immediately off cooldown.
He's down to no HP as well. He's had to flash cleanse while we were in the replay by the looks of it. Kanavi also down about 20% HP, and that could prove problematic. Jackie can heal if he can get to a source of minions. I think Krugs are up, and you can see on the mini-map will be healing up there. But the problem is, it means they're not in position to save a turret, not in position to stop this shove in mid lane, which should now lead to the tier 2 falling in favour of anyone.
Navi around the corner has flash, has ult. Of course, Atacon gone now.
While, yeah.
Fell off for a little while, so I'll not able to force that one.
Get the turret.
Don't get the Baron, don't get the turret. So not the best use of the Atacon from anyone's legend, and as Sam's pointing out, Soul will be available in 20 seconds or so. That'll be 2 base Chemtech Dragons. We talked about the value of them. Well, I talked about them. I don't know about you, Sam. Don't know whether you... Do you know the value of base Chemtech Dragons?
6% tenacity,
yeah, it's really good tenacity and healing shield power. I know you haven't mentioned that this game.
I've not.
So obviously I have to because... Of course I have to because you haven't.
Yeah.
Team Blue have taken from AL. Now, this dragon would be Soul. Top East will say, alright, well, we don't want to face you around the area. You've got your vision control. Loads of blue wards littering their own jungle, but they can go towards Baron. Pantheon up in 5 seconds. Top East could force a better fight for themselves, though, if they force AL to not take a multiple directional fight.
I'll point it out on the screen as well, because Jackie Love in that replay lost both summoners, and with the catch-22 of Baron and Chemsoul up.
Chris.
Position. Chris with the flank angle, but not the best ult. Tarzan's the one who's hit by the Glacial Prison. Cream down to a 3rd HP as well, as Kyle and Flandre do a lot of work to chunk out multiple members of Top Esports who go looking for the engage, find nothing, and will lose the soul.
Every time Top Esports try and go for anything, Hope just flings the whole fucking arsenal at them, and there goes like 3 bombs, and suddenly someone loses half their HP. Chris goes down to half HP, and will respawn, reset to recover that back, but big damage coming out of Hope, and Shanks just saying, okay, Top Esports, you want to look for a fight? You have to do it at half HP and 1 big member. Normally you'd say, well, they're running out of consistent DPS. Hasn't been a problem so far. The double Leandries has really helped them. Soul now claimed from AL. Top Esports, their gambit around both objectives not really working out for them, even though typically in this series it has been Top Esports controlling objectives better than AL, especially in a vision control sense. AL getting the leg over them in this game 3.
Also note that Flandre at 3 items, that is not a tank Gnar, there's no Sterex to be seen, that is raw on hit damage from the Gnar. Black Cleaver Wit's End to follow up the Trinity Force means if he gets time, he will shred down a lot of backline.
He used the already
3 items too. You know, you aren't as shy on damage as you might be in another composition with an Orianna and a Ziggs.
Yeah, Flandre is effectively your ADC. Now, he's not going to play backline in the same way, but he can kind of jump forwards and be like this really good brawler, bruiser ADC. He can close out one of those kills or 2. Now, what is the hope here from Top Esports? Because they don't have hope.
He's on the other team.
Yeah, it's always a bit disconcerting. Hope is on the enemy's side. Kyle, level 11. I guess the level 2 ultimate. He's pretty happy with that one.
The power of love, Jackie Love, might be.
Maybe.
Just hit a 4th item, converted the Mercurial Scimitar into, the QSS into Mercurial Scimitar. That's the correct way of phrasing that. And that does make him a little bit hard to get a hold of when you've got a locket behind him too. He's got his own cleanse. Should be a relatively tricky target to lock down consistently. The issue has been that ever since the early game, he's not really found a great ult angle for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, and Chris ult there also not leading to that much inspiring stuff. Top Esports feels like every time something happens, they're just blowing cooldowns that they desperately need for a big team fight. So Chris ult's been going down. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be doing this. They still should. It's just hard to play this from behind in terms of a map and objective standpoint. The goal's not completely blown out, but...
Yeah, I think the term here is cooldown hygiene. It's like, are you actually using your cooldowns and summoner spells in correct ways, not blowing them for free, not making those kind of dirty plays, those slightly scrappy ones.
Yeah.
You can't be burning your ults 50 seconds before an objective and not getting value and not getting the objective afterwards, because then you've got AL who've got full combo and the ability to do something like this. Jackie Love's got a decent angle for once, but the Aegis Assault completely invalidates the bullet time. It wasn't time enough, and the time is AL's. The age of the man has ended. The age of AL's orcs has begun. We'll go back to the Lord of the Rings references. Maybe Yordles or Orcs in this particular example.
Kanavi makes it out.
Does a lot of damage.
369 on the sideline. You know, as much as it looks hypey, I don't think AL get really what they want out of it. Top esports managed to push out the bot side. Crisp dies, but Kanavi lives. He'll be able to reset. Teleport into the mid lane. AL, I don't think they can even finish off the Baron. I think Top Esports, I don't think, so they will be able to now, but Top Esports get themselves the inside lane on the mid lane. They're losing 2 inner turrets. Top Esports, given the scenario that they're in, I don't even think this is that bad. 2 inner turrets for a Baron, which they were likely going to lose anyway. Sure, I'd take that as Top Esports.
That could have been a lot worse. It looked fantastic, especially after Jackie have got not a great value ultimate. Didn't do very much there. I thought, well, that's surely it. But no, they get 2 turrets. Well, they get multiple turrets because Tarzan 369 gets the tier 2. He's talked about the mid lane push as well. Yes, you got Baron.
It's like if you killed Kanavi as well, yes, the much better play for AL. You can kind of run across anywhere. There's no tank really left for Top Esports to play around. Elder's now in 2 minutes 30. Top Esports will have to play a wider map against the Baron buff from AL over the next couple of minutes, which is going to hurt their setup even more.
I kind of wanted to muse on that one as well, because I think there is something to be said for the AL are requiring Baron to break the tier 2s because they've not been able to touch them in the face of the front line.
No flash on Chris, this can be very dangerous.
Crisp, chunked out very low by Flandre, just autos him down. Now Jackie's in danger. Gets some healing and voices to back away, but that will be a dead support. Not tanky in the support role is this Maokai. There's a ward behind, but it will be a 4v5. And with Baron, that wave clear that has frustrated for AL. Yes, they paid a price for it, but finally they can attack these turrets.
It's really hard for Crisp in this game because you just don't... You have to be the setup, but you're not tanky enough to really force that setup yourself. You're not a Rakan that can get out of any warding mission. He ends up going down very, very easily as Flandre is a late game carry. Here comes Tarzan.
Oh, QSS and a flash gets Jackie to safety. Surely, Flandre now in danger, does die as Jackie got out. 369 buys time at the backline and prevents the base being broken. Kyle now in danger. 369 is zoning off 3 members, stays alive. Hope gets out, but not over the wall. Gets the flash on out to safety. They lose 2, don't break the base, and Jackie stays alive.
And this is huge because this Baron was the only thing really carrying AL to the enemy base. They were struggling to break up in the map despite the fact that they had this such powerful Nara in a side lane. We saw right there, Flandre goes too deep on his own individual dive. Top Esports stave off the Baron. Yes, they lose some turrets, but again, you took 2 inner turrets earlier into the play. You give it the Baron, but you managed to take some kills and stop the Baron from breaking your base. You're very happy as this from Top Esports, given how bad it could have been. Tarzan goes really, really deep going for this. Can't really get himself the best E placing. He ends up tanking the turret, and Jackie ends up surviving through this. Cream's gravity field helps Flandre, well, helps him take down Flandre here as well. The double carries from Top Esports, able to finally play through disengaged long-range teamfight that they've been looking for.
We saw Cleanse on first stun, Black QSS flash the other. It is about as literally everything. There's a Mikhail's now as well.
So I will say
3 cleanses for Jackie.
Yeah, no, and shout out to white people. Getting Flash, Cleanse, and QSS. I mean, the QSS is coming back up. Like, if you can use that window, I think it's okay. Cleanse gives you the extra tenacity, which the QSS doesn't. Elder now spawning. Top Esports do have better setup for this. Deep teleport coming in. That's not a great teleport from Shanks. It's going right onto the... Well, we'll see whether it is a great teleport. He's completely off vision. But
going to get
onto mid lane now.
Wave with it, I suppose, which is the thought process, I guess. It was a bit of an awkward angle, but still gets there. Janky or not, still does the job in the end. Kyle, though, taken a little bit low. Chunked out, I think, by a bit of a death ray and a sapling, if I saw correctly. There is still some empowered honey fruit.
Ooh, they missed that ward.
Flandre gets the double hop for the attack speed. 369 shoved into the wall into the Mega Inferno bomb. That Renekton's not having a good time. Bullet time in the backline interrupted, and there goes Tarzan trying to get the damage down. They have not finished Jackie, but they have now. Massive shockwave. It binds them all. Captain Flower's call will live on in infamy. Full screen on the mid laner. It is a class act.
Full screen on the jungler as Tarzan gets the quadra kill on the Pantheon. But Cowabunga, baby, I think it's more about riding the shockwave onto shore. Fantastic extra play from Shanks to clean up the play. Top Esports, they go a little too deep, looking to set up for the Elder, and they finally fall into the jaws of the multi-engage, semi-global combo from AL, Ziggs, and the Pantheon.
The shockwaves haven't been all that big a factor all game. Was there I may have got the player cam wrong.
Yeah.
I went on the hype after the shockwave combo. It felt right, guys. I'm sorry, Tarzan.
Yeah, it turns out one of the most famous players of all time is on screen, and you call him the wrong king player, Sam.
know.
Everyone,
Yeah.
look and shame this guy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Tarzan. That one.
Yeah, Tarzan with the full screen for the quadruple on the Pantheon. His Pantheon was fantastic.
It was a
I
great
really
Pantheon
enjoyed
game,
watching that. Anyway, folks, jokes aside, hope you're enjoying yourselves as we're yeah, you can berate him all you want. That's Sam. I'm Alex. We're brothers. We cast LPL, and either way, from stuff like that, I hope you're enjoying the experiences.
Professional, by the way, over here.
Yeah. Yeah. AL, hard comp to play. I think it's fair to say. I think Tarzan's empowered ease that game, incredible. Basically using it as like a budget Shinsei ultimate. It's really hard to play that.
Interesting seeing the MVP voting counting on screen. Now, a lot of people going for Shanks after that last play there.
That's in chat, I think. That's the vote in chat, yeah.
And it's interesting because I think Shanks actually did have a pretty solid game. I feel like Tarzan was probably more valuable to me personally, but Shanks did have a good game, and some of those late game shockwaves were actually really important.
Yeah. Man, I have missed LPL like this, where it is just full aggression, no holds barred, all inning all the time, but some fun macro around it as well. Because top esports, I still do think have had better objective setups than AL. I think AL have had better engage execution. I think they're way better at catching out JackeyLove when his front line. Look, I'm not saying this is just JackeyLove. I think JackeyLove has been caught out without his front line near enough to him, and I think that's a problem with both of them. JackeyLove shouldn't be walking up to clear a ward in River like that in the way then when everyone jumped in on him, but also there should be a tank there stopping the engage coming to him. This whole composition is protect your MF when they're fed, and the Victor as well.
Yeah.
They couldn't do that.
I mean, at that time around, they jumped on 369, right? It was a double hop over from Flandre, who goes, well, I'm going to knock him into the wall, and they try to play out the team fight afterwards, and Jackie thinks he has a good bullet time angle, but this time he doesn't have the flash or the like barrage of cleansers available to him, and then Tarzan goes, and then the shockwave comes in, and this time around there aren't the tools available to keep Jackie alive, because you saw how much it took to keep him alive in the base the first time.
Yeah. Well, folks, they've got themselves the traditional Chinese dress on for Chinese New Year as well. I can't remember this one actually. I don't know the jacket actually. I know that there's the
Qipao is
the dress.
Was it Qipao?
I think so.
I'm not quite sure the pronunciation is on that. Ooh.
That's
Ziggs damage is Ziggs damage.
But like, again, every time that top east was look for an engage, Hope would just fling this whole rotation at them, and someone would be on, like mainly Chris, but Chris with 369 would just suddenly be on half HP, and it's really hard for them to play the game. So Hope farming DPM, but it did work out.
And it's a good Pantheon game when you are doing 5,000 more damage than your mid laner. As we said, like the Orianna was not the core of that composition until finally the clutch ultimate at the end did a lot of work. There's our team stats up and about. And in a surprise to no one, it is Hope who can just throw out lots of poke, gets a lot of the kill participation there. But hey, that be it. And in fairness to the likes of JackeyLove, was doing really, really well there to be a genuine threat. But the MF doesn't quite get the value in the late game fights I think they were hoping for. Especially when they were the sole threat. You weren't able to say, well, if you attack the MF, the Victor's going to kill us. Because I think Cream, unfortunately, didn't get as much value on that Victor as I think I was kind of hoping for that game.
Do you want to take a break at all? Do you need a drink? I probably should get one at some point. Probably
I'm going to get some more water.
Yeah, anyway, thanks for all the follows and for all the subs and everything else. Yeah. Been a good day of games. And tomorrow, what are we doing tomorrow? Do you want to do any of the games tomorrow? I'm on desk for LEC tomorrow, so I can't like say I can't do the early one. I probably can't do.
I'm potentially have to do second series.
Yeah, maybe
when
we do second series
start
around the same time as this one.
Okay.
So what I might need you to do is either I set you up on here, and you just run things from here, and I'll just leave at some point because I gotta go do LEC stuff.
That's fine.
Because I'm on desk, it's an earlier call time for me as well.
That's fair, yeah, well, understandable. I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, anyway.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure that one out for tomorrow. What series do we even have tomorrow? I should probably check that out. What do we have tomorrow?
Oh, do you want a drink or anything else?
LNG, BLG, well, that was probably going to be... Well, I do like watching BLG play, but it should still be a bit... I'll figure it out in a second. Then we have RNG, IG. I mean, that should also be stompy as hell, too. So at least they're not the biggest series in terms of closeness, but also... They're really big players, so I always like seeing Knight and Ben play. I don't think I can get up for the 6 AM one, especially if I've got a full LEC day on the start of a full day weekend for LEC. That's probably not great. Do Do you think AL will fall off before summer? With Tabe and Tarzan, I don't think so. I think last year when you had Croco and Kyle, yeah, I think that some of their macro tricks and their early game tricks ended up falling apart. People kind of figured them out a little bit. It's much harder to figure out Kyle. This is such an insane engage from Kyle, actually. Oh, what an engage. But also, you can't walk up like that without your front line in place from Jaculov. Thank you for the follow. Deeds nuts. Yeah. Yeah, and I think what we're seeing is that Hope and Shanks are of the caliber they can be top tier LPL, I think. With a team like this, they can be. You know, are they going to be like Kingmaker solo laners like Bin, Knight can be? Probably not. No. Scout as well, I think falls into that list. I'm sure there are others. But they are good enough to be top tier when the platform is good enough for them. That was nice for Shanks. Almost catches Jaculov. Can't quite get it. Nice. 369 only participated in 4 kills this game, while Toppy still had 14 total. Oops, that's not great. But also, he has to be diving the backline, trying to like stop the DPS. It's not really his place to have high kill participation, because the kills they got were onto frontline who've gone a little bit too deep. AL Panda Worlds. I should leave this off for this as well. Great count. Kyle had a fantastic game. Oh, great Leona game. Isn't that just the Tarzan passive in LPL? Tarzan he is a team warping player. This guy is so good. This guy is so good at League of Legends. Do you like the little camera bar thing I have now, by the way? I like this thing. Do you like this thing? I like it. Chris helped us make that. Well, he made it. I say helped. He just made it. Yeah, at worst, he almost makes the finals. Yeah. Although he hadn't won a finals in... Well, still hasn't won a finals in forever. What is his finals win rate? He makes a load of finals and he loses them. Same with Tien. Tien and Tarzan both have... What happens if Tien and Tarzan both make a finals? What if we have like Weibo versus Annual's Legend? MVP, it's Tarzan or Kyle. Yeah. Quadra kill Pantheon, let's go. His E's were insane. He still gets that, that's true. He's been in a bunch of finals since, when was his debut? 2018 summer at top level. Tarzan clears Tien. Forgot I had that 70 emote for Tien though. Dude, his smite steals, his E's were incredible. The amount of if you could get the damage reduction shown by how much he'd gotten damage reduction from E, goddamn. Taz and Kyle were carrying this game? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely they were. I should probably get myself another drink or something, shouldn't I? Should do that. Yeah, all MVP votes. I'm surprised that Kyle didn't get any, actually. Surprised he didn't get any. I got pinged by someone. Who did I get pinged by? Oh, well, I'm gonna go put an air break on. I'm gonna get myself a drink and we'll let you chill for a bit. Who's shot calling on AL? Is it Tarzan? A lot of the time it's Tarzan. It's shot calling for his teams, yes.
发在西作业很大块，哼，多一下西下嘞。
一万。
刚， 搭上花，轻易噻，练成好运体质，打出杠上开花。
把生活玩出新意，
自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
激动。
Is that Rookie? Oh, Jackalov. Hi, hello. Rookie and Jackalov. Oh, that's cute. Oh, this is for Chinese New Year stuff as well with dumplings. There's a lot of dumplings around here, which I appreciate a lot.
春风迎着面吹过来，是时候迎接客人来，亲朋好友们快过来，欢迎着新年的到来。孩子们舍得乐开怀，一起蹦蹦跳跳去团拜，祝贺大家在新的一年好运连连来。再把红灯笼挂起来，新春年写满了期待，全家一起做团圆菜，聊一聊未来多精彩。再到天龙宫去参拜，祈求今年平安幸福来，祝贺大家鸿运有当头，天天也愉快。该把旧东西都抛开，准备好面对新未来，重新收拾好旧心态，装了就要手新姿态，新年要迎来新时代，做好准备面对新舞台，祝贺大家在新的一年长生又不败。
在这里祝大家看着我举步不负未来，准备好明天飞起，寒人的际遇，无助的对白，全都算经验累积。这几年厚积薄发，哥以前从不拖拉，这今天和今年的金钱由我加。过年后，过年后，过年后，过年后，恭喜发财，叔叔阿姨快来给我发红包。过年后，过年后，过年后，过年后，新的一年新的起点，祝福大家新年好。过年后，过年后，过年后，过年后，新的一年新的篇章，祝福大家新年好。
I've returned. Hello. It's me. I missed you all. Talking about Chinese junglers, where is Bo in the LEC? Yeah, I think Bo's still got it. I think teams don't want to pay his wage because I don't think he's particularly cheap. And I think people are wary about giving him another go, but I think we saw he never really got to play his style outside of the very early parts of the splits where people trusted him. Hey Yoda, good to see you. Miss you too, Sam. Nice to see you, Mecca. Who is shot calling on AL? Is it Tarzan? I think Tarzan is part of it. I think he's a very vocal jungler. And generally speaking, it's partly why when we see Tarzan teams fall apart in playoffs, normally when he is... He can reach, yes.
Yeah, the laser going into draft.
That's fine. Cool. I shall turn the camera off as we're heading into draft. Bye-bye for now. I'm still here. You'll be just left with the dulcet tones of me, Samuel Initialize Hatfield. Aren't you a lucky lot? Goodbye for now. as we are heading into what could be our final game of the series. Anyone's Legend and Top Esports have been fighting a very back and forth series. In some ways, this could have been a 3-0. Anyone's Legend were in a great position in game 2, even if the goal was quite close. They'd won some critical fights. It was looking fantastic. They got the Atacard and just didn't get out that much value. Top Esports held their nerve and won game 2. Game 3, again, it was close. Jackie Love was scary on the misfortune, but he was the only real threat. It felt like Cream never truly came online on the victory, and I think Cream as well is another one of those players who... Some questions were asked after last year. He moved up to Top Esports. He was replacing the majesty of Knight. Or no, I suppose it wasn't that one at that point, but he's still a rookie, wasn't it, last year? Good lord, having a bad moment. But he didn't really deliver in the way, having had such a good year on OMG in 23, and we saw the hope, we saw the potential for him to be the next superstar mid laner, and had an okay time. He was great at Tristan, he was great at Yone, everything else was a lot more middling, and we're coming into another year. We stuck around, he's still here, there's still the belief from the organization in him, but is he truly top tier caliber? In a way that I think Shanks has been proving across this split so far. It can be 2 series deep, so it could all change as yet. See Cream step up a little bit. Very middle of the road Victor. But the Orianna on the other side was that great outside of the one ultimate at the end of it all. Here we are, regardless, into our game 4. We've already got a significant amount of bans in Fearless to deal with. Skarner is still off the table. Varus off the table. It's the Nocturne away from Tarzan, interestingly enough. Karma as well. It starts to rise in priority this far into a game when some of your easier engage options disappear to really threaten her. And interestingly enough, it's Top Esports banning the Yone. Not that Shanks is a bad player of it, not by any means, but I would have felt that Cream would be someone you consider having it, but maybe you don't want to first.
No, both are fantastic. And once again, Kalista left open. That's so weird to me. Draven was banned. Okay, so Draven was banned earlier in the series, and does well into Kalista because you can't hop away from whirling axes because they're point and click. So I was so surprised that Kalista was let through last game. I picked all banned. That, yeah. It's so strange to me. So that's a thing.
I think I just assumed it was gone. I'm just so not used to seeing it.
Kanavi lately in first pick. So I mean,
is it going to be mid lane? Doomby's already played it.
Potentially. No. There's sorry to that.
Well, he's an AD mid lane specialist.
However, I will say there's very little early. Early skirmishing AD junglers left. Shinzao, Pantheon both gone. Vi gone. Viego gone. I mean, you have so you have like Volibear if people have practiced it. Yeah. Now I keep talking about Volibear because I know it's not going to get picked much, but if you're deep into Fearless Draft and you want an early game jungler, Volibear is Volibear. And we get Shanks. Oh, we get Shanks Silas. Let's go.
Tarzan still has Vi available for the record. He could look for the Vi here. It was only on the side of Top Esports that was played. I believe, hang on, just checking with the Fearless rules here. Is it full Fearless?
Yes,
every
region that is playing Fearless is playing full Fearless.
There we go.
And there's no reset for Game 5 region, and we do get the Volibear!
Okay,
let's go. I knew if I talked about it enough, eventually it would happen.
And they're debating an Ahri here for Cream. An Ahri Lee Sin is not a bad combo at level 6.
And I know a lot of the time, look, Silas is one of Ahri's worst solo queue matchups in some ways, because Silas uses your ult better than you, especially with the changes to Silas where you actually get the reset on the ult as well. Anyway, Ahri's not going to be there. That's one of the reasons why you don't do it, but you basically right there, you wanted a mobile mid laner that can get away from Volibear and Silas.
Yes.
So we do get the Azir, which is also mobile, and now we get one of my very favorite matchups in the game, Macedonian Warfare. Silas stealing Azir ult, Azir casting his ult, you have phalanxes on both sides. I promise I won't talk about the 256-man Macedonian phalanx. 3 drinks later, Silas and Azir both ulting at the same time. It's going to be incredible. It will be beautiful. If that does happen, I'm going to scream. It's going to be great. Anyway, there's an Urgot too, but Macedonian Warfare.
And of course, you know, we're hitting the point now as well where some of those easy answers into top lane are kind of gone. A lot of your blind pickable ones aren't there as easily. And the Urgot and the Jax are 2 ones that can still be okay in a lane swap if you manage it well.
Jax is one of the reasons why Jax has been so high pro is that he's very good in a lane swap with Counter-Strike at level 1. Urgot, less good at that. You can disdain level 1 to get yourself the CC and the shield, but realistically you want to be using that to be dominating lane, because Urgot is a bit of lane bully.
Very much so, particularly into ranged v melee matchups, he can be pretty obnoxious in those ones. Draven bans and Rakan bans on both sides respectively. Looking to see what the final bans are. Kalista still up for the record, but remember, it is AL with the 4th pick, so they could just lock in Kalista for hope here early. When you've got a volley bear already alongside a Silas, you can definitely look to dive.
Are we just not picking Kalista?
Well, I'm just saying they could 4th pick it here. Are they going to try and force top esports
Did
into
Kalista get hyper nerfed or something on the new patch? I don't think that was the case.
That's true. I don't remember it being the case.
Surely
is this not a Kalista pick then? They're thinking Jinx?
Jinx instead. Well, AL, now they have a hyper dive with a Jinx all over the top. Top esports once again have themselves a ranged peel back for an Azir plus X AD carry team comp.
There's just not that many good Kalista supports available still. Maybe that's the question.
You could do whatever Kalista. Kalista unlocks a whole different class of supports.
I know, but you're losing. You've lost the Nico, the Renata's down, Leona's down, Rel's down, Alice's down. Like a lot of the stable ones aren't there. There's a Zeri hover by Jackie Love. It wasn't locked in, and again the Chapel bot lane.
Well, Lulu's there. I think. I mean,
Cogmore?
I think you can go. Yeah, Cogmore's not a bad idea. You can go to Wit's End and get some tenacity that way. You can go Aphelios. You can go Sivir, maybe. Sivir might not be bad here if you want to really dip into the champion pool. A lot of different options, in fact.
I don't think Asena's the option. Tristana would be interesting. A lot of mobility.
And
does
also
hyperscale as well.
And also the ability to punt people out of the fight. Volibear, Silas, Jax go in. They get punted out. I like this a lot from top esports. Once again, every game in the series has been AL playing dive or something that can reach the backline, and top esports trying to protect Cream and Jackie Love on longer range carries. This time, Jackie Love gets to protect himself a little bit more.
Seraphine is something of a Kyle pocket pick in memory serves.
It is, you're absolutely right.
And you can match the enchanter here. It's a big ult to go across your divers, and yes, you can punt people out, but if you're hit by the encore before you do, or even after you do, you can still be caught out in a dangerous position. I think you potentially win that shove bot lane, especially early before the Tristana really comes online, even with the AoE she gets passively.
So, AL, once again, their identity is, we're going to make Cream and Jackie Love's lives hell. This time, you have Buster Shot, you have the Dragon's Rage, and you have also the Wild Growth as well, to say, okay, you're either going to get punted out, or the person you're diving onto is going to get a lot of HP and much harder to kill. So top esports, I think it's much harder for AL to reach them with this kind of composition than sometimes some of their previous compositions. And once again, I'm definitely not going to leave the room to get a coffee I definitely made earlier. And
that's fine. I've got you. Go on. Yeah. He's just saving himself and giving me an opportunity to talk, which, you know, is a valuable thing, obviously. My words in your ears. What an exciting time for all of you is. There's a Mercedes electric G-Class driving at the screen in horrifying fashion. There are our two teams. Tarzan, who was full screened earlier, and I definitely didn't say it was Shanks for no reason at all. But that is fine. And again, this deep into the draft, we do end up with some slightly more unusual compositions, and we start getting to these points where the main deal is getting functional compositions, and both teams have got comps that make sense, that are once again on theme. Anyone's Legend, huge dive, got big follow-up over the top of it with the Encore and the Jinx Rocket for resets for top esports. It's a team fight. Wombo combo, they've got 369 on the Urgot, there's a bit of spice in there. Try and play it out from there. Still waiting to load onto the Rift. Prepare yourself some gyros. This could be the decider. Can anyone's Legend close it out? We go to game 5.
Which means it's not actually a decider. It'll go to a decider.
Well, it is a decider if anyone's... It's still a deciding match.
Every match is a deciding match if you decide hard enough.
AL win this and the series is over. That's a decider.
Yes, but if it isn't lost, the series isn't over, so it's not decided.
It's still a decider.
The decider is
the game over or not? Is the series over or not?
No,
that's a decision.
If top esports win, then no, it's not. So therefore, it's not a decider. Game 5 is the decider.
Okay, it's a deciding match. It is. If you win. I'm fairly certain we've used that terminology before in League of Legends. Am I just wrong? It's always a possibility. Very rarely happens. I feel like we'd call this a decider. Because AL at series point.
Say it could be a decider. Hang on, flash.
Oh no! That's the flash down and the rocket jump used at level 1. AL though aren't able to chase any further. They didn't use any summoners, but Jackie down the flash at level
also
1.
Started W and had it cancelled, I believe, by the chains. He wanted to get out of the Counter-Strike, but Shanks really good timing to make sure that the chains hit as soon as he'd like to bust a shot away. Jacklef starting with no flash, starting W in standard lanes now, where Lulu does not like other enchanters. Lulu bullies melees, but suffers against other enchanters.
And Seraphine is one of the biggest bullies as far as enchanters go in the game. Yep. She is really obnoxious.
Is this the new Seraphine skin?
Oh, it might well
Is this
be.
the dumpling? Is this the dumpling one? This looks like it's the new Lunar New Year skin.
Cool hair. I appreciate the ribbon in that. Good detail, Riot skin team. She started the beat drop at the level 1. It often is seen. And of course, remember, when you've got the zap from Jinx landing, it will allow for a route.
Yes.
For the side of Seraphine. You tend to a
so,
as well as double up.
For those of you that haven't seen as much Seraphine for a little while, or just haven't played Seraphine that much, so the way it works is when the E hits, if there's no CC attached to the target, it will slow. And then if there is a second thing which hits, because it can double up, then the slow will go to a root, and then if they're rooted, it will go to a stun. So if something already slows them, so if you have Ashe Seraphine, they've been auto-attacked in the E lines, or in this case, the Jinx Sap, it will already be slowed. First he hits, roots them. Then if the second he hits, it goes to a stun. So it kind of ranks up in terms of CC the more CC
you've got
was
things
applied
like
before.
Chompers and stuff as well. You've got surprisingly high kill combos there.
Oh yeah, true.
Line, yeah.
I think technically if you're rooted, it goes immediately to a stun. So if you hit these Chompers, E will go immediately to a stun after that point too, which is kind of cool.
So you've got to be a little bit careful there. Of course, Jackie and Chris should be relatively mobile, so not going to be that easy to land the combo, but worth keeping in mind. A bit of a cross map happening with the jungle. Tarzan will not be able to get towards his blue buff as Kanavi comes in and nicks that one away. Did do his Raptors. Will Tarzan feel empowered enough to go and try and return the favor on the red buff, though?
Shanks, of course, had to start the E recalls early because you lose a little of your early lane pressure. Yeah, Lisa and Volibear, this is more like 22 meta. Early 2022 and a lot of 21. There was so much Volibear around that point where you just force on lane
C-Boy and Dan playing it in the NLC is my distinct memory of that with you.
It was a good time. Kanavi going to have Azir moving over, but Shanks did recall for this. This is bad for Tarzan, I think.
Yeah, he's going to flash out. He's thinking about... Ooh, okay, that was a weird moment.
Yeah, so he thought maybe he could catch out Cream because he put down the E there too. If Shanks had came over, they could have actually got a kill there. So very slick slide and glide out from Cream.
Still, as Kanavi's going to end up with a fairly significant...
did he go over vision? Yeah, okay, so the ward came down from Cream and he did actually get seen there. Good trade from Shanks, nice. I mean, Cream does have teleport, so he's looking to trade the last of his HP to get a good reset in. He just wants to get as much CS before he goes to that first back of the game. Flandre, not in threat. Well, actually, no, I tell a complete lie.
He's not got
Flandre
flash.
in threat.
He's going to be able to jump to a minion here. And the Sonic Wave is shy, and the Flash Disdain is a disgrace. How dare you miss 369?
Yeah, Disdain and Flash very, very quick, but not quick enough to catch Flandre. Swing and a miss. Flandre makes it out. Other side, what's happening with the laning phase? Good CS lead from Hope. Of course, W start from Jacklef meant that he had less wave control. And that has led up to first phase of lane being very difficult to play out. This is something which I think a lot of people come to respect now, but this was quite the innovation in LPL, I suppose. Like, LPL used to like flash ignite level 2, level 3 just to get a winning trade so they could control the lane. Not much is going to happen now. You can just queue out if you really want to. But really, taking an early trade in lane or forcing someone to start with the wrong lane, it affects you until you can next safely reset. If you can't safely reset, it affects you for a long ass time. Shanks now going topside. That's an interesting adaptation. As mid lane goes, bot lane goes mid from AL. Huh. That is an interesting play.
We have seen this a little bit in the ERL scrims. We saw it a little bit around NLC and a few of those kind of levels. So it's certainly something that teams have been considering, and we do often see strategies that are pioneered at lower levels filter through to upper levels a little later on. And we have seen, especially when it feels like dragons aren't the priority they used to be, and that ability to get over to grubs, to follow where the Atakan is, to have that option to be the first roamers and first responders from mid lane can be really valuable, especially if your side laners, or your solo laners rather, are happy playing side anyway. And Silas, Flutter Jacks, fine in the longer lanes.
Absolutely, they are. I like seeing these kind of different resets because both these teams, they've obviously thought a lot about their early games in this series. You've seen some good level ones from both these teams, and the extra resets will very much help them get towards here. And they stay on that mid side. They don't go towards bot side because it allows them to more quickly to go towards here without dropping any farm.
Everyone's coming.
Don't have level 6. Tarzan are level down, actually. Oh!
That's the combo. The zap into the beat drop means Cream has to leave. Emperor's Divide down. HP down. No teleport. Stolen Tristana Buster Shot to knock people out if they do try to come and contest. We'll note that Kanavi has taken a grub already.
Yes, and that does help. So now you have the Buster Shot, good AP scaling. Jackalov walking up, gets cancelled, but buffers out.
Does do a decent job of buffering, but is now down the rocket jump. Shanks being attacked, but here comes the rest of the play. Big strike as Urgol goes in with a disdain, trying to find an option for the meat grind to come on through. Not going to be there as Hope still playing out well from range, and he's got the reset. Kanavi's got nowhere to go, and AL find 3 kills in a matter of moments.
Resets for Jinx come through, so important, and 369 cannot get the giant Fear Beyond Death that could have turned the fight around. Poor trade from Cream meant that he couldn't affect the fight. He has to waddle back full HP into mid lane after the grubs have gone down and after the fight had already been lost. This is important. For the grand majority of this series, AL have been playing an aggressive team comp that wants to really play for dive in the first kills of the fight. Jackalov jumps out early, but he's not really in position to then do a lot of damage after this point. Fantastic jump forward from Tarzan. Jackalov had no W.
I just saw it. Flandre was polymorphed out of his Counter-Strike, but then when he comes out, immediately gets to Grandmaster's Might and do so much damage to Urgot, he falls down.
Is worth noting as well, even if you're polymorphed, it doesn't stop the Counter-Strike.
Interesting.
Because the ability still goes on. It stops you from auto-attacking or casting spells.
Couldn't leap strike in to get into the backline was the big thing. And all the while, of course, we see the Dark Seal on Shanks. Was on no stacks, comes back out of that one with a Hextech Alternator and 5 stacks on the Dark Seal. That is a scary, scary Silas early on.
Shanks is so happy. Another thing to note as well is that Hope is going towards BF Sword early on. I think he's going towards Yuntal Wild Arrows. I think. Can't actually remember. The catapult thing builds into different stuff that I'm scared and afraid of now.
I think it's Yuntal Wild Bow.
See, not way back in the day if I saw like the blah blah Wild Arrows, not Wild Bow. What, Yuntal Wild Arrows.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. But normally I think like, oh, it's going towards a Storm Razor. It's a BF Sword and it's got an on-hit proc. That'll be a Storm Razor. Storm Razor's been gone from the game for many years.
Try and play around the W on the Jinx.
We miss Storm Razor.
Why
we hope you're doing well.
We will eat you all.
That
the
is
Aragon audiobook.
Yeah, that is
which was mixed.
Yeah, so Aragon was a was obviously a book series that came out when we were growing up, and there was a really bad audiobook of it with the Razak.
The Razak, the evil bird people who are definitely not.
Yeah, the voice for them was, "We will eat you all, and the marrow in your bones." Yeah. It was like, this is not really giving that much horror vibes. This is giving
Mr. Poons.
Mr. Poons from Discworld. Yeah. He was actually also meant to be a boogeyman.
He was cool though. He was just a cool dude who hung behind doors.
Yeah. He was okay actually. He had a
The other thing we're now looking at, I think I had somewhere to go. Oh no. I'll have a serious point instead. That's what we'll do. Cream. Mediocre Victor game, didn't get that much done. It was okay, middling. There were some questions about him remaining on this team if it was supposed to be top tier. He was given the opportunity to be the starting mid laner last year on Top Esports. We had a lot of hope for him after OMG in 23, where he was looking like a rising star and had a okay 24. He was not top tier. I don't think it's fair to say. Had moments, had champions, but certainly not the depth and consistency that I think people were hoping.
Yeah, I mean, he had like the world-class Tristana, but outside of that, and this fight coming pretty good. Flandre has gone way too deep here. Might just get Fear Beyond Death, but it times out.
And Hope's here. Does actually go down to Kanavi, but now he's in danger himself. Kyle steps away to prevent the healing from Kanavi, and now they get the do you want more? They find a little bit more damage. Crisp goes down as well. Kyle, gorgeous stuff.
Crisp flashes, and I don't know whether that actually extended the range to get his teammate in trouble as well. Jackalov forced back the tower, and the plate starting to fall down. There is no cross map for Top Esports. They called everyone towards the top side play but Cream, and they failed to get a lot out of it. Tarzan still has his flash and his ult too, so AL have plenty of tools to keep going if they want.
Gonna stick around. They get some wards down. Tarzan still there. Jackie has not got his flash quite up, I don't think.
Shanks is coming up the river as well. Remember, we have flash, Tarzan, ultimate. If that volley bear flies over the wall, you can even back. This is gonna be nasty. And again, they're trying to defend the turret, but you don't have a turret against the volley bear.
They come flash. You got it in thundering smash. Lulu is dead. There is no enchanter. Teleports fly. Cream now here does have flash and Emperor's Divide, but Shanks with the Buster Shot makes it really hard to commit to the fight.
Top Esports going to lose the grubs off of this too. They're buying into fights and cash. They're writing checks they can't cash. They're trying to get these weird kills around the map without understanding the amount of power that Jinx can get with the ultimate and the huge rotations coming through. Yeah, Flandre goes for a big trade onto 369. Both teams are sort of prepared for that. Flandre, if he dies there, sure, quick, easy out. Kanavi goes way too deep. And for me, they just do not understand the resets coming through from AL. The resets, the flash predicts, and I'm pretty sure that flash gets 369 killed as well. Look, the angle would have hit him, but I don't know whether it would have had the range. It can sometimes be a little bit deceptively short, but ends up forcing the whole team into full retreat. 2,000 gold lead, 5 grubs with a team which wants to play around side lanes as well. Nasty stuff for top esports.
Hang on. We've got a Santa Urgot skin and not a Cassandra.
We need Cassandra.
What is this?
I need Cassandra.
I need Cassandra.
I wonder whether these early game plays might have just spelled an early doom to this series, which is such a shame because top esports have team fought pretty well alongside AL. AL have been remarkable in team fights, but it hasn't been one-sided. This has been a close run contest. Kanavi's going to find out Kyle can kick him back into Cream. No flat. Well, there is a flash.
Towards the root into the encore, but Kanavi managed to buffer his way through and does go down. Still, Hope playing this one up. Bessie gun. In comes Tarzan, and Hope makes it the 1-for-1, and Kanavi does not make that one happen cleanly.
Yeah, well, he flashes over the encore. He does about as well as he can there, but there's just only so much damage you have. Goes in, tries to make something happen. This pick has been banned away from him earlier in the series. Tries to make 2 big plays, but he's overforced 2 plays in a row now. Tarzan can walk down here. Remember, you can just cancel the tower if it gets close enough as well.
Smack.
No flash, 369, in trouble.
Thundering slam into the Stormbringer. And Tarzan is the one who claims 369. Second death for the Urgot. Flandre going to be given free time on this turret.
Other side of the map, you do have a push in for Jackie and Chris, but Shanks has Protobelt already. Very happy to wave clear with the amount of AP. Even use the active if you really want to do for that one. Hope is so fed. 303, Yuntel Wild Arrows built up. There has been some different Jinx builds. This one, very, very good at giving you a bunch of AD very early on. So if you're playing around your ult and your W to actually start off the play, sure, why not? You're not going to get as much consistent DPS until you get your reset, but your base AD, very, very high. Cream now going up towards top sides and matching up with Shanks.
And considering the composition as we dive on in and then Jinx gets excited from the rocket, kind of makes some sense to me compositionally here as well. We'll also note that this might be just me not following Jack's builds as closely as I might do in the heat of the regular season, still only starting up.
Tank
but
Jax,
that is a tank Jace gone towards the Fimbulwinter.
Yeah, so we've seen it a lot in LCP, and we've seen it once from the Shy in the LPL. You go towards Iceborne Gauntlet on top of the Fimbulwinter, and the slows for autos then continually proc your Fimbulwinter. Of course, the Fimbulwinter only procs once every 8 seconds, so it's not every slow that you gives a bunch of that, but it means you're very hard to kill out. Macedonian Warfare from Shanks and Cream. The Azir has been stolen by Shanks. Maybe we will get ourselves a push of pikes between our ancient phalanxes.
You really want that
I
to happen.
really want it
It's
to happen,
okay.
Sam. The only thing I want more is...
a remake of Rome Total War again?
Oh god, well, Rome 2 Total War eventually was pretty good.
It was.
Yeah. Anyway, the only things I want more are Silas stealing an Ivern ult, which is Daisy.
And
So
the
when
return of
Silas,
no.
So when Silas steals Daisy, your ultimate is in another castle, and therefore it's Peach. So you have Daisy and Peach, both the princesses. That's very funny.
It is.
And the other thing is Silas stealing the Ornn ult, so you get Call of the Forgery God.
It's so
because
good.
it's a fake one.
Ta-da.
Both these are really good. Here.
I'm having a really weird moment.
Yeah.
My ear finally unblocked slightly, and I'm suddenly hearing in stereo again, and it's messing with my brain after 3 days. like, what is this sensation?
It's obviously the stereo sound from Kyle's new dumpling seraphim skin.
I'm lost in the stereo, mate. Someone cue up the all-time line.
Anyway, it's a really good song. Yeah, I listen to it a lot.
Me too.
I was going to say Stereophonics as well.
I never listened to that much Stereophonics.
No, me neither.
But
it's also a better reference to make than niche. Well, not niche band.
It's not
like
that
huge.
niche,
No, but the
they're
actual
quite big.
song, Lost in Stereo, I feel like if you're going to talk about All Time Low, that's not the first song which people think about. It's not bad. It was on Kerrang and whatever.
That's true. I just wanted to take that moment to talk about this personal moment for me because it was genuinely quite weird.
I'm happy. Sam, keep your personal business out of my stream. Our stream. Okay, it is our stream.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
keep your name out of my goddamn stream.
Comrade Nymaera over here.
Our stream.
Well, we're going to take a moment here because 5 grubs gone the way of AL. They've gotten themselves the feat of strength because they've got the kills, they've got the objectives, they've got the early dragons. Herald is started up by Top Esports, but it is feeling a little bit like they need this fight to work out, or the game is looking very dire indeed.
Coming in from Flandre, remember, he's got the tanky build, he has the Fimble win, so he might have Shield Bash. I didn't check his runes, but that would help him in terms of damage output. But he's here mainly for CC. Here comes Shanks. He has no ult to steal right now. Herald's gone down!
And it's taken by Jinx somehow, some way, and that gets her excited. Massive Emperor's Divide from Cream, but Shanks in the backline does not give a damn. What is an Emperor before an anti-monarchist?
Shanks gets so much damage done in that play. Anyone's Legend get everything they want. Top Esports, this really was the one moment you feel like they could have stood up and fight. They'd set up the objective, they turned up to play, and instead sent packing very, very quickly. Chris will make it out. Will he make it out alive? I don't know. Hugging the wall. Will he be spotted? Tarzan doesn't spot him. Chris will survive, but at what cost?
Do you know what it's looking like?
Yeah?
A deciding game.
It is now, but technically, the deciding game was decided between victory for one side and the other. Well, technically, every game is a deciding game if you're choosing what it decides between. It's like, oh, it decides between whether it goes on or does it. It decides
or the
between...
series ends. That's quite an important decision.
Sure, buddy. So, I mean, this is one of the problems with Top Esports Comp. Again, the whole series, fantastic ult coming through spell. The whole series has been Top Esports not able to keep Annual's Legend from finding good engages and going to melee range. Look, this is a great ult. You are still at melee range, and Kaya and Hope has not been hit.
Hope flashed it, yeah.
So Hope gets himself a reset. He doesn't get hit. He's completely fine. He still has a barrier. He's not close to dying.
I mean, genuinely, Cream finds a phenomenal shuffle, and he gets an assist out of it. That's it. Yeah. That's it. And now
Macedonian warfare!
But there's no push at Pikes. It's just a damage into the back. It's the end of the era. Teleport's coming on in.
Yeah, this is the successor states of Alexander's Empire. Shanks, the Selicids or something.
I love the Selicids.
They're really cool. They had elephants and everything. Go look them up. They had a lot of revolts. They didn't necessarily have the best.
They had a tough time.
Had a tough time with things, but they had really cool elephants. Anyway, splitting the map. Shanks finds a great kill onto Cream. The carries of AL doing so well this series. Shanks and Hope stayed together for 3 years, believed in each other to be a strong carry core. They believed that they could make a team work together between themselves. Hope had a deathless game 1 on the Corki. I don't know, something like 15 kill participation or something like that. Shanks and Hope now deathless in this game too. AL's carries being supported by a damn good core.
He just queued helping. He was trying to look for a blue buff that wasn't there. That's a bit sad, Kyle. Going to be okay for now. I don't think
he's going to be okay for now.
Kanavi, he went forwards on that, kicks away. We might be able to kill Kyle, but he's so tanky. He's got surround sound, and now Tarzan's coming over, and Shanks 1v3 in the backline. He's already killed the Ergot. Kanavi can't make it happen. Shanks finally goes down. And now, hang on, Jackie's picked up a kill as well. That's 2 members dead. There is no Baron, though, so it's a feel-good moment that leads to nothing except the Infernal Drake spawning. You could break the soul stack.
Yeah, I normally expect the Dolby Digital to be the surround, but really felt like Top Esports managed to get themselves the outflank that they needed. Kyle caught out alongside Hope by Kanavi. Kanavi's Lee Sin really clean in that plate. Manages to use his extra mobility to traverse that fight very well. AL will still get themselves the dragon, though, and the kills are dopamine, but I don't know how much realistically it is more than that.
And unfortunately, that dopamine hit is just you being put under anesthesia to go quietly into sleep, it feels like, this game. It's been the least close game. Every other game has been back and forth, a knife's edge. We were kind of discussing it. Hell, it could have been an AL 3-0, but Top Esports has been fighting, and then this is a mess.
So the Chompers, maybe Hope and Kyle could have played better around Chompers and just say, all right, don't give him the clean Q angle. Hope then kind of leaves Kyle out to dry. I think maybe Hope could have stayed there. Could have been a little bit afraid maybe of a teleport to come through. Didn't want to leave himself out there, but still. This thing's split up. Normally you'd say that. You've got a Volibear and a... Volibear and a Shanks. Not Shanks and a Silas. Normally that'd be enough to win you your own split fights. Not here. Top East was going towards the Atakan. They might just Hail Mary this and say, all right, well, we're not winning any other way. Onto the Atakan. Don't want to be tanky up the healing zone. No one's... Yeah, no one's hit.
They're not hit. They have to go down quite fast. They've got a lot of damage. Shanks is coming on down now.
What else is he going to steal? Which ult is he going to steal? Here comes Flandre's Jax.
not going to be there. I think she's gone. They lose the art. They're going to get Atakan. That's a big buff. And I think AL a little bit slow to the play.
And AL, do they want to look for a fight now, as the Hatagan has still chunked them down? I think that they can still look for a play here, but Top Esports will get themselves an objective bounty. Al caught sleeping on the resets.
And with the wave there as well, and they've got a Tristana at 2 items, these towers, even without grubs, will fall quite quickly, and that's a lot of gold to get back into the game. AL looking to try and weather the storm. You don't really want to fight this. You just want to not engage. And actually, all the while, look where Hope is. He's taking inhibitor turrets.
Shanks threatening Cream there. Might have been a push of pikes. Finally, turret goes down. Hope has the reset. Has a bunch of golden AD. Resets on killing towers. Uses that. That's going to stop the resets as well.
He's going to try and go through multiple members. Hope gets excited, going to back away towards the bottom side of the map. Cream puts up the Sun Disc, shoves Flandre away, and the defensive action from the wall of pikes is good enough. I'm not sure whether it's the quality of Alexander's great Imperial soldiers, but it'll do for now.
Yeah, it is a history lesson for you. Hang on. While Hope might be history, he's caught up by 4 people.
He's not!
A slick escape. Apparently, even hundreds of years after the death of Alexander, the phalanxes that were around of that era were less disciplined than Alexander's, which could kind of like turn about face in half the time or something like that. Because if you've got 256 people wanting to stick their spears in the right location, the way you normally deal with that is not be in the direction the spears are facing.
Behind them, yeah.
Use the hammer and anvil and you go somewhere else. But yeah, apparently Alexander's were much more disciplined than... Not that it's easy to find sources for that kind of thing, because Look, Greek historians were largely, these are the vibes of what happened, not this is what actually happened.
They kind of did,
there was a story...
They did fan fiction.
There was and they said this is there was an ambush, but they gave a rousing speech. No, you wouldn't give a rousing speech. You would be very quiet until you needed to fight someone. But if they had given a speech, this is what it would have sounded like. That was a lot of Greek history. And then Romans were like, yeah, we should maybe document things. So they were better objective historians.
Well, then Caesar also documented himself, which is kind of funny.
And he was really good because you can see like the strategy of him hopping around the Greek coastline against Pompey, because neither of them wanted to give direct battle and they wanted to make sure that they had prime foraging position for food for their armies. Really interesting. It's like cross mapping, Sam. You know, I like to think that Julius Caesar was the inventor of the cross map. Had a 3-0 over Pompey in the Roman civil wars. Went on to a world finals, but sadly he was taken out with not injury. He was murdered on the Ides of March just before the world finals. We could have had a Julius Caesar world skin. What would his skin be? What would his champion be? Well, it probably would be the Emperor.
Have to be Emperor, wouldn't it? It'd have to be a Zir.
Yeah.
I think one of the other funny points I find is that there's more contemporary sources for Jesus than there is for Caesar, which is hilarious.
Yeah, turns out historical figures who make an impact
on the world tend to have a few...
Yeah, turns out that's quite bad. Anyway, Hope has 3 items now. That's really, really scary. He is ready to show top equals the wrath of God. I will say, you know what? Huge thing. By the way, plant battle has been hugely won by top equals.
Hang on.
30 plants.
That's ridiculous.
That's actually quite huge. That being said, teleport down to the spot side.
Boy.
But still, that's adaptive force and it is also XP.
TP.
Got him. He's dead.
There is the Abscond and the Abduct, and 369 will not be being held for ransom. He's just being murdered. Here comes Volibear. Carper goes wee woo, and puts him under arrest.
Yeah, and there is no cross map available. Didn't learn from Caesar, obviously.
No, didn't put up a second wall.
Didn't put up a second. Which is exactly what they did around the coast of Greece. It was look, honestly, folks, go look up the
Shanks, no! Oh, Silas Polymorph is all fun. Gets the Zonias down for second, and Flandre is here. How much healing can turn? Shanks can't heal. Is the answer to that. I will finish that statement very fast.
So, Shanks not able to get his W off. A little bit lackadaisical from AL around the Atacon, and from that. Look, folks, the series isn't over. AL still need to put this series to bed. They are very far ahead in terms of their itemization, but it's starting to slip away just a little bit. There is, of course, the Infernal Soul spawning very soon, but the Baron is too. Top esports, they've set up around bot side, and without the Silas, maybe AL to say, well, let's go towards Baron instead. Give up the Dragon. It would only be a single one. We'll take the Baron instead.
That is going to be the plan if they can get on over here. And at this point as well, the second is getting increasingly high numbers of items. Nearly at the second one, which gets very annoying. Got the Dreamcatcher and the Moonstone. 3 items on the Jinx all the while. Infernal Dragon was taken, but that's the first Dragon of the game for top esports. It is not exactly the biggest win.
Flandre, tanky build, remember. He can try and delay here. How much do you want to do? This could get a little close. Kanavi has flash. There is a chance he can get in here.
No, he can't. Not with the side of Flandre there, who's polymorph, but he is tanky enough to be able to flash away to safety. That's to queue over to the honey fruit, and the choppers are so annoying. And now the re-engage happens. Shanks over the flank. Goodbye, Emperor Ave, Ake Valley, hail and farewell. Top esports are put straight down into the bottom of a grave.
Shanks reliving the Ides of March as the full AL Senate puts the Populares out of power in the Senate House. Top esports, they have been such a hype team for such a long time, but anyone's legend feels like their era is really coming. The Tarzan era is alive with this team.
They were supposed to be one of the contenders for the split at some point. They were supposed to be one of the top teams, but how good were they? Good enough to defeat Top Esports 3-1. Good enough to do it in style.
Annual's Legend taking a clean 3-1, and that will almost certainly see them top of the group at this point. 2-0, I believe they only played one series before, both of these teams. Annual's Legend, we thought they'd be good at some point. They won Demacia Cup, beating Top Esports now. I wondered whether it would take a while for them to get online. I think the answer is no. Now the question is, can they keep this level of form? I have belief that they can. Hope and Shanks, Flandre, Tarzan, Kyle, they've all shown a good upper level. Maybe some worries about Hope, Shanks, and I suppose Kyle to really perform at a top level within the LPL. I think actually Shanks hasn't had that team to show that before. So this is an unprecedented opportunity for him. Hope, obviously previous LPL champion. Top East was not looking the happiest there. They've had some huge changes, obviously, in the offseason. Lost Tian, brought in Kanavi instead. 369 staying on the roster. Losing Mako too, of course, too.
Yeah, Draculab's still there, but it is a really interesting one. And I think as well, like, for the side of Anyone's Legend, the roster building made so much sense to me. They pick up two diamonds in the rough who were saying, look, these guys just need the pieces around them to prove that they are truly elite in Hope and Shanks. They've done that. Kyle's come on in, and actually in Fearless right now, his breadth of champion pool, having things like the Seraphine in the back pocket feels really good. I think for me then, the question was like, look, someone like Flandre wanted some vindication after last year because he was being switched in and out with Shears. Like, actually, is he good enough to be the starter on JDG?
Yeah.
He's doing pretty well here. He's not the main carry, but his job is so consistent.
So, folks, hope you're enjoying today's broadcast. I've been saying I hope you're enjoying. Well, you better be enjoying now because that was a great series. Sam, I believe you're going to go off and do your own stream now. So we are brothers. We cast LPL together, and after we do some streams, if he wants to stream, we go radio over to him. So he's going to go set up a stream, so you all don't disappear immediately. So get that done ASAP, buddy.
Please stick around, guys. Come and love
So you have to a bit, but yeah, there is of course no official LPL broadcast for this year. Sam and I have been doing this sort of coverage for the last 2 years now. I would consider myself to be maybe the most knowledgeable person on the LPL in terms of broadcast talent out there, and I hope that comes across besides the shit posting outside of that. So hope you can pick up some of that. Thank you so much for the support in terms of follows, subscribers, and everything else. We'll wait until Sam's done with that. We'll wait until MVP. And if you want to see more of me, of course, you'll catch me on this stream. You'll also catch me on the LEC as well. I'll be there this weekend. On desk all day is catch me between games and come tell me that my hair looks good or something. Makes me feel good. Flandre looks so different from JDG though. It's like he feels more trust and confidence. I suppose there's some logic to that. I can see some logic in that one. And I feel like just AL as a whole team, they judge their approaches towards fights very, very well. Their engage angles were very solid. They managed to threaten the backline very consistently. And yeah, I'm a big fan of how that works. Okay, so folks, if you're on YouTube, I'm going to say goodbye to you. Hope you enjoyed yourselves. And if you're on Twitch, stick around. We'll